also our guests locally and internationally. Welcome to the symposium connecting our shared heritage, linking Dutch Caribbean heritage institutions and collections here at the Aruba Marriott Resort and Stellaris Casino. Welcome. My name is Gregory Richardson. In my professional life, I am a cultural anthropologist, an educator, and a researcher. But today, I changed my positions a bit, and I'll be your host. So I'll be sharing my entire morning and entire afternoon with you. And of course, I see so many familiar faces, of course, in the crowd. And I'm very, very excited to actually be here with you. And of course, also to learn from you and have that interactions. Of course, this is a very important event, important moment actually on the history of our island, of course, and within the Dutch kingdom as well. And as follows, we will now have a video on why information is important.
Assim, essa é a diferença entre só espaguete e comida cachorro. Pero sem abrir aqui. Como?
Você pode imaginar um mundo sem informação? Com nossa comunicação, está sem informação.
Opti, ele. Como está assim, essa é a diferença entre só espaguete e comida cachorro. Pero sem abrir aqui. Como?
Você pode imaginar um mundo sem informação? Com nossa comunicação, está sem informação. Informação é um rol importante na sociedade e está onde-nos todo caminho.
E que notícia não tem aula?
Nada. Informação é um rol importante na sociedade e está onde-nos todo caminho.
Hey, essa aqui vale ouro.
Informação pode guardar de várias maneiras. E por meio de tecnologia, nós podemos informar sobre documentos antes. E sim que for, o traspasso de informação também está evolucionando de várias maneiras. Informação tem um rol importante todo dia. Em tomar decisão, para resolver problemas e comunicar com o outro.
A marreira comeu comida, não?
Uma decisão.
Yes, so as you can see in the video, all right, a round of applause, of course. As you can see in the video, how important the importance of information, and even a little anecdote of the difference between how important information is, knowing the difference between spaghetti sauce and dog food, why it's very important. So as follows, we'll have the official introduction, connecting our shared heritage, linking Dutch Caribbean heritage institutions and collections, and this will be done by Rianne Hernandez, the Managing Director of UNOCA, and she will do this on behalf of the Plataforma Coleccion Aruba. Rianne.
Ladies and gentlemen, protocol has been served, so I call you all warm bon dia, and to our visitors, bon binina Aruba. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that Plataforma Coleccion Aruba welcomes you all to this symposium as part of the Dutch Caribbean Digital Heritage Week. As we gather here today, we are brought together by a common thread that transcends borders and spans generations, our shared heritage. Our heritage is not just a collection of artifacts and documents, it is a reflection of who we are, where we come from, and where we are headed as a collective community. In this digital age, the preservation and celebration of our heritage have taken on new dimensions. With the click of a button, we can access archives, explore virtual exhibits, and connect with fellow enthusiasts from around the globe. However, with this digital revolution comes a new set of challenges and opportunities. One of the key challenges we face is the fragmentation of our heritage. As institutions and collections proliferate across different regions and jurisdictions, it becomes increasingly difficult to piece together the rich tapestry of our shared history. This is where collaboration becomes essential. Collaboration is not just about pooling resources or sharing expertise. It is about harnessing the power of collective action to achieve common goals. By working together, we can break down silos, bridge divides, and build a more cohesive and inclusive narrative of our heritage. Moreover, collaboration enables us to leverage the full potential of digital technologies to preserve, promote, and disseminate our heritage to a global audience. Whether through digitization projects, online exhibitions, or virtual learning platforms, collaboration allows us to reach new audiences and engage with diverse communities in meaningful ways. But perhaps most importantly, collaboration fosters a sense of solidarity and mutual respect among heritage institutions and practitioners. By recognizing the value of each other's contributions and perspectives, we can cultivate a culture of trust and cooperation that transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. Plataforma Coleccion Aruba was born out of a need of Aruban institutions to make their collections visible and accessible to the public in a time of a global pandemic. The impact we made was bigger than we had ever imagined, with our platform, Coleccion.aw, now being a source of information, inspiration, and education, all of which are important aspects of a healthy democracy in a digital age where the line between real and fake information is growing thinner than ever. As we embark on this journey of collaboration, let us remember that our shared heritage is not just a reflection of our past. It is also a blueprint for our future together. By coming together as partners and allies, we can ensure that our heritage remains vibrant, relevant, and accessible for generations to come. Furthermore, on behalf of Plataforma Coleccion Aruba, I express our anticipation for a week filled with fruitful exchanges, inspiring discussions, and transformative insights. May this symposium serve as a platform for sharing ideas, best practices, and innovative approaches to preserving and promoting our shared heritage. Let us seize this opportunity to learn from one another, to forge new connections, and to inspire future collaborations that will strengthen our collective efforts in safeguarding our precious cultural legacy for generations to come. In closing, on behalf of Plataforma Coleccion Aruba, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of our partners, here on my left, the participants, the organizers, and all of our sponsors here on my right, who have made this symposium possible. Allow me also to thank the government of Aruba for their continued support in our efforts. Together, let us embark on this journey of discovery, connection, and collaboration as we strive to preserve and celebrate our shared heritage for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rayan. At this moment, we'll have two short videos. One, an explanation of the content of Coleccion Aruba, and the second one, short interviews on the Dutch Caribbean diaspora and Aruba.
Coleccion.awe é portal de informação onde a herência cultural de Aruba está acessível para e tour. Coleccion.awe dá a possibilidade de buscar na diferente maneira e riba sem fim de tópico. Seja você buscando mapa de Aruba, ou pode engana de sair receita de bolo de bruid de bobisa wela seu casamento. Tour está disponível riba Coleccion.awe. Pode buscando portreto de mata de DVD para você usar na spreekbeurt, ou você quer ver vídeo no educativo de Deragai.
Clá para celebrar San Juan de Regay.
É possibilidade de acesso na informação, bem seja documento, portreto ou vídeo, está amplo. Tem roupa coleção dedicada a tópico específico. Maneira arquivo de boi e curi e sua família, coleção de carnaval ou arquivo colonial de Aruba. A informação que está acessível riba Coleccion.awe está grande e está seguir crescer todo dia. Assim, por exemplo, informação temática de história de esclavitud na Aruba também está disponível. Se você quer ler rapport de AIA aqui, de Algemene Rekenkamer, ou se você quer ir back in tempo, doorheen AIA passar, para ler corante de 1823, tour está disponível riba Coleccion.awe. E se vai chegar de tende de cutiza, pero nunca a mira ou está curioso, passar mais de objeto arqueológico de mais de 1000 anos passar, Coleccion.awe tem para ajudar. Informação de arquitetura, informação de quem está o dono de terreno, ou informação de o antepassado de arquivo colonial, tudo está acessível em solo portal. E se tem manuscrito que é difícil para ler, nossa aplicação de tecnologia artificial também está disponível para ajudar. Coleccion.awe, solo portal para a herência documental e audiovisual de Aruba.
Dat is heel belangrijk, want jaren geleden was er natuurlijk nog niks online. Ik heb zelf boeken geschreven uit de periode dat er niets gedigitaliseerd was. Dan ging ik naar de bibliotheek en maakte ik foto's bijvoorbeeld van kranten uit, weet ik wat, de jaren 60 en 70. En zo deed ik mijn onderzoek. En dat was eigenlijk een beetje primitief. En voor het onderzoek om alles centraal op één pagina te hebben op één website. Dat is geweldig. Dat is een enorme vooruitgang voor onderzoekers, ook amateuronderzoekers zoals ik zelf.
Bom, então a ideia mais tremenda mesmo, pessoal. O PPR agora que parte de cultural para criar música, para buscar palavra na copia, não estou a usar a palavra não que me por isso que agora lugar. Então, então a plataforma o create que em vez de para Google, o qual não tem, o qual não começar com não tem. Então, eu tenho que buscar book que tampouco não tem, é fácil de entender. Então, me tem plataforma que bom, um bom pensamento para vir né. Só me querer agora subir online e buscar informação que eu tenho que ter. Sim, tenho que lá nos pessoal vai a sua chamada de telefone com pessoa na boneiro, bula vai ter boneiro para buscar.
É super bom para sobreviver. A minha visa de 6 anos vai vir nas hobbies que cambiam nas indústrias, das hobbies que nota corda e hobbies que não são mais. Por exemplo, um amigo que tem Spreaker, você está encontrando particulares nos meus vai Google aqui a esse de solo website que pode vai na YouTube, informação de mim mesmo país, nota super bom.
Well, I always love St. Martin, but the better part of my life I spent in Aruba, so I have the feeling more about Aruba. I know more about Aruba than I know about St. Martin.
Me parece un hobby importante, para sobra hobby gente no está consciente, no está busca información pasada over su mesma cultura, su mesma historia. No está todo ordenado fácil para información aquí. Dus si vos en central un camino que vos tiene acceso a toda la información que vos tiene que dirigir, es un ayuda seguro.
I think it would be a great development. Over the years, in the islands we have lost a lot of material due to negligence, fires, hurricanes, what have you, especially in the Dutch Windward Islands. And I think a general database that would be accessible to everyone online is highly needed and would be a great tool for basically anyone from researchers to individuals who are just curious about getting more information on their history and past.
Je wilt via diezelfde link eigenlijk ook toegang kunnen krijgen tot de gedigitaliseerde bestanden van Curaçao en de andere eilanden en vooral naar Nederland. Er is erg veel te vinden in Nederland. En als je op Aruba of Curaçao woont, ga je niet eventjes naar Nederland om daar in de archieven te zoeken.
Sistema online, então sistema que eu vou subir e me quer que eu vou escrever o qual que eu tenho que ter, a direção do qual que eu tenho que ter, então me quer que eu ponha bem mais fácil.
Tudo custa digital, tudo custa também com o web online, o que sabe, o que sei. Você não está comprando. Essa que pode vir com realidade. Tudo isso lá na Johnny Mundo, para que pôr a informação bem mais fácil online.
Well, I would feel, how you say, proud to see how you say, my background in St. Martin. I would be happy to show my children where I came from, and the area, and give them more or less an area about St. Martin, tell us about St. Martin.
Valora que é tem seguro, mas te quer página na kutahasi estudio e aceita conta para todo nível. É importante para ter acesso a informação histórico-cultural correta também.
There has been a problem over the years where there's so many scattered collections and databases that it's very difficult for someone to get access to that easily. We're living in a digital age, and I think it would be a great development for the history of these islands to be accessible, like I said, from one source.
At this moment, we will follow with a few opening remarks by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Culture, Ms. Shomara Maduro.
Thank you. Thank you, Gregory. Buen dia, cordial. Good morning to our distinguished guests. With protocol being served, I will continue. It's my utmost pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you, with special greetings to our international guests from our sister islands of the Dutch Caribbean, from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and of course, from beyond. As we gather here today for the opening of the symposium, Connecting Our Shared Heritage, Linking Our Dutch Caribbean Heritage Institutions and Collections, with a focus on collaboration in the digital cultural heritage field. Our aim as of this Dutch Caribbean Digital Heritage Week is to convene stakeholders from the cultural heritage sector of the Dutch Caribbean and the Netherlands to discuss collaborative initiatives and to foster cooperation and coordination among heritage sectors across the Dutch Caribbean. As we gather here today, we embark on a journey towards a future where intersectional collaboration within the Dutch Kingdom can enable us to achieve our shared objectives through partnership. In the rapidly evolving digital landscape of today, the preservation and promotion of our cultural heritage have assumed paramount importance. It is through collaborative efforts that we can harness the power of technology and innovation to safeguard our rich history and ensure its accessibility to all. Partnership lies at the core of progress. By uniting and working together across disciplines, sectors, and borders, we can leverage our combined expertise and resources to effect meaningful change in the digital cultural heritage field. Collaboration empowers us to dismantle silos, foster creativity, and amplify our collective impact. In my capacity as the Minister of Finance and Culture of Aruba, I am steadfast in my commitment to supporting initiatives that promote collaboration and partnership in the digital cultural heritage sector. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, the preservation and promotion of our cultural heritage has never been so important. It is through collaboration that we can harness the power of technology and innovation to safeguard our rich history and ensure that it is accessible to all. Over the past 2 years, I have had the privilege of witnessing the development of such an initiative. Under the guidance of a committed team of our local professionals, I have observed how their dedication and resourcefulness led to a remarkable achievement of the intersectoral collaboration model Coleccion Aruba. Thus, I am firm in my belief that by coming together and unified efforts, we can unlock new possibilities, inspire new ideas, and create a more inclusive and sustainable future for our shared cultural heritage. I urge each of you to seize this opportunity to connect, exchange knowledge, and forge new partnerships that will shape the future of our collective digital cultural heritage. Together, we can build a more resilient and vibrant cultural ecosystem that celebrates diversity, fosters creativity, and enriches the lives of individuals within the kingdom and around the world. Today marks an auspicious occasion as we announce the relaunch of our cultural heritage website with a focus on enhancing usability and a user-centric design. Our aim is to provide visitors with a seamless and engaging experience as they delve into our rich cultural history. The Coleccion Aruba team and the website developer have collaborated to implement new features like historical timelines, in-depth articles, and various other improvements, ensuring intuitive navigation and an enjoyable browsing experience for all users. From simplified menus to clear and concise content, every aspect has been tailored with the user in mind. By prioritizing online access, we aim to display the beauty and significance of our cultural heritage to a broader audience. Other areas have been seen additions as well, like the online database for enslaved people on Aruba, through the creation of personal and family timelines and the utilization of linked data to construct family trees. We are pioneering a new standard for inclusivity and innovation. We have made this database not only available in Papiamento, our local language, and in Dutch, the language of the colonial records, but also in English. This initiative allows our content to reach a global audience, fostering cross-cultural understanding, respect, and appreciation. The strategic use of linked data not only enhances visitors' experiences, but also provides deeper insights and connections to our shared cultural legacy. These insights can also be utilized for educational purposes, enriching learning and research opportunities. Coleccion Aruba. This platform serves as a source of inspiration and connects us together. The seamless accessibility to information, education, and investigation emphasizes its importance in facilitating learning experiences. Since the platform started with the Papiamento version, it marks a significant milestone, rendering the platform an invaluable asset to our educational system. This significance is particularly pronounced now as we have incorporated our maternal language into the curriculum of the first grade elementary schools. Research substantiates that a strong foundation in one's native language not only enhances language acquisition, but also fosters proficiency in other languages. Consequently, children are better equipped to learn other languages. Moreover, this cultivates a sense of confidence in the learning journey while fostering a deep connection with cultural heritage. Coleccion Aruba plays a pivotal role in this regard, offering a platform where learners can engage with content that resonates with their linguistic and cultural identity. In an area dominated by digital literacy, Coleccion Aruba emerged as an indispensable tool. Its integration into the education aligns seamlessly with the technological skills of today's youth, empowering them to leverage digital resources effectively from an early age. This marks only the beginning, and I am eagerly looking forward to the future development as our talented Coleccion Aruba team goes to work. As a small island development state sits, we often encounter challenges such as limited funding, access to equipment, and specialized knowledge, which is colloquially referred to as our Caribbean reality. However, what we do not lack is creativity and resourcefulness, which are limitless in our communities. The Aruba collection serves as a platform for sharing our cultural heritage and fostering cultural cooperation within the kingdom and beyond. I invite you to explore our revamped website and discover the stories and treasures that make our cultural heritage unique and valuable. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Internet Archive, Netwerk Digitaal Erfgoed, and also the Netherlands Institute for Beeld en Geluid for their collaboration in making this symposium and this Dutch Caribbean Digital Heritage Week a reality. Additionally, I want to express my sincere thanks to all the individuals worldwide for the invaluable testimonials and contribution to the video recordings. Furthermore, I express my heartfelt appreciation to the organization committee for this Dutch Digital Heritage Week. In conclusion, I commend your dedication to this noble cause, and I am eagerly anticipating the enlightening discussions and ideas for collaboration that will transpire during this symposium. Let us unite in our efforts and work together to preserve our past, celebrate our present, and shape our future. Thank you for joining us in this exciting journey of rediscovering and celebration. May your discussions be fruitful, and may your bonds be strengthened as we collectively recognize the importance of our shared history and cultural heritage as a kingdom. I extend my best wishes to each of you for a fulfilling week and enriching experience. Masha danki.
We thank you, Minister, for those opening remarks. We now follow with the relaunch of the website Coleccion.aw. And this will be done by Coleccion Aruba partners. And in that, video presentation will be giving, as well as the relaunch of the website Coleccion.aw. We start with a video.
Kau vai, tu gosta bom?
Bom. De como te beste quero com Bonnie Clyde?
Tudo, não?
Posso me peluche para cá na quando rond.
Claro, uma prima tem uitje. Pode querer ayer uma hera com essa comida? Ela era que desencome só.
A boqueta pouco estranho da pasta com. Filho, qual? Mas lugar há informação sobre o terreno?
Para, para mim que são corretos sim, para sobrar. Dia passava bem com globo baixo, mano.
Sim, pero você também ia passar, Você que
Dispensame, mulher. Me pode tomar o pedido?
Ah, me trabalho uma pasta, pero me está pasta Alfredo.
Ok, e mulher?
Sabe que algo crioulo. Uma receita de antes.
Receita de antes? Dispensame, mulher. Para informação, também há ouro of prince contém fim de year com cabelo branco. Difícil para haya.
Nah. E príncipe não sai para receita, mas é fácil mesmo.
Fácil.
Diz para Coleccion.aw e botar.
Mesa número 2.
Guarda! A informação aqui é muito importante. Guarda. Sim, de Coleccion.aw botar todo tipo de informação e fazer receita antes.
Hey, Coleccion, com L ou 2L? 1L, 2C. E agora que Coleccion.aw capilefalo.
Coleccion.aw a começar com algum partner, pero a outra conta com hobby mais partner, pois hobby mais informação. A informação está hobby fácil e acessível para a e a por busca segundo tema também.
Hey,
sa quinta mi tatarawiela tambe.
Okay, so we have arrived at the following point this morning, which is the first keynote address. The keynote is entitled Lessons of Large-Scale Digital Preservation, Celebrating the Collection or the Coleccion Aruba. And this will be done by Brewster Kale, a digital librarian, founder, and of Internet Archive. And as he comes forward, or prior to him coming forward, I will share with you just a bit of his bio. Brewster Kale is a passionate advocate for public internet access and is a successful entrepreneur. Brewster Kale has spent his career intent on a singular focus, that is, providing universal access to all knowledge. He is the founder and digital librarian of the Internet Archive, one of the largest libraries in the world. Soon after graduating from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, where he studied artificial intelligence, Kale helped found the company Thinking Machines, a parallel supercomputer maker. In 1989, Kale created the Internet's first publishing system called Wide Area Information Server, WAIS, later selling the company to AOL. In 1996, Kale founded Alexa Internet, which helps catalog the web, selling it to Amazon.com in 1999. The Internet Archive, which he founded in 1996, now preserves 99 plus petabytes, if I'm saying it correctly, as an anthropologist, sorry, of data, the books, so web pages, music, television, and software of our cultural heritage, working with more than 400 library and university partners to create a digital library accessible to all. With you, Mr. Brewster Kale. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much. Governor, ministers, leaders of the library and the archives here. It is a great honor to be working with you all here. It is a true leadership here to actually move forward the idea of access to information in many ways further and faster than what I've seen in other places around the world. Really. As a librarian, I run a library and I work with many other libraries, Library of Congress, National Archives, national libraries around the world, and Aruba is moving further and faster towards public access to these materials, not just preservation. And this is an inspiring celebration of building the collection Aruba. So I thought what I could do is say a little bit of the lessons of what it is we have learned in this journey of trying to build a library for the 21st century. When people are looking at their screens for information, not necessarily in the books that I grew up with. So how does this evolution happen? And it's in partnerships with technology, with cultural heritage institutions, with ministers, to go and come about with the right rules, approaches to be able to build these collections. If they are not all working together, it will fail. And I'm very happy to say that it's working very well here in Aruba. So, today is a celebration of your collection, which is substantial, but not finished yet. So the good news is there's still more to do, but this is a major first step. The Internet Archive is a nonprofit research library located in San Francisco, established 26 years ago, as you've just heard. But there's now other parts of it. There's, for instance, there's Internet Archive Canada in Vancouver, is now established and is starting to serve information at scale from there. We see this as potentially an opportunity for an international system of libraries going and offering access to materials. This will produce a more robust set of libraries around the world. I read, if you talk to a librarian, you're always going to get a recommendation for a book. It just always happens. So I recommend this one. It's called The Library, A Fragile History. And it's what happens to libraries. Spoiler alert, it's not good. That libraries fail, they have troubles, there's different issues, whether there's, over the centuries, it's what happens. So we can learn from this history to build stronger, more robust libraries for the future. So I recommend this book. It's not the happiest book, but it is very instructive to try to help build a better system going forward. I would say one of the biggest lessons I have learned is access drives preservation. People say you just should go and do preservation because then people won't be mad at you. You'll just bury it in your basement and it'll be just fine. You'll dig it out in 100 years and it'll all be there. It's like, no, it won't. That if you do not provide access, then you don't know what you have. People won't fund you to keep it going, and you won't do it very well. If you think of trying to take your old hard drives or your old floppy drives, if those haven't been accessed recently, they won't work very well. So this is probably one of the biggest lessons, is lead with access. If you want preservation, lead with access. Not an obvious, but one of our biggest lessons. Okay, so I'm just going to go over how do you preserve the analog, how do you preserve the born digital materials, bits, and then end up with what we find is the key partnership required from government for our libraries to function, for digital rights for libraries. Preserving analog. This is a scanning center that's in San Francisco, digitizing books and microfilm, and at scale. The Internet Archive now is digitizing about 1 million books a year, about 3,000 books a day, and a lot of microfilm and microfiche. It is possible to get this coordinated, but it is difficult to do well in a coordinated way. So working in partnerships has been helpful. So we scan books with about 500 libraries now, and we collect web pages with about 1,200 different libraries. So it's by working together that we're able to leverage tools and to be able to do this well. Otherwise, it's very, very expensive to do it ourselves, each one of these organizations. So how do we do that? It's not something the library system has in general been very good at, but to be mission-aligned, non-profit, cooperative from library to library, where vendors sometimes initiate their own problems. So how do we do this library to library? One success in the digitization, I have gone around and asked to go and digitize everything in a language. Can we go and take full language and make it available to anybody anywhere that wants to have access to any of the writings in that language? The only people that have said yes so far has been the Balinese. The Balinese are proud of their language. but the children are being taught Malay in Indonesia. They will lose their language. And so we've taken all of their literature, they're on palm leaves, and made them digitally available, and now using AI technologies to try to transcode it to make it more relevant to the younger people in Bali. I had a great conversation yesterday with Astrid and Raymond and said, how about Papamento? Could we go and digitize everything ever written or said or recorded in Papamento and make it available? They said, why not? This was the spirit of Aruba that I found here yesterday. I think this could be a major step forward, is to show a model for the world of bringing languages to a broader population. So these are some of the palm leaf manuscripts. Also, microfilm and microfiche come at scale. We have now digitized vaults like that. Actually, there's a picture. There's me on the middle of the way back in there. So to show sort of how large these collections, that in the digital age, even small organizations such as ours can be able to do these. Recorded sound, if you have large record collections, now is your time to do it. We can help digitize these materials at scale. CDs, audio CDs, and software titles, those will not last long. It's starting to be hard to find anybody that can play a CD anymore. So let's get these things digital. Now, if you want to go and preserve the born digital, so analog is hard enough, but what about things like web pages or things like that that were never really designed to be held? This is what the Aruba National Library website looked like, I think, in 2003. So that's Astrid there. So we've been recording your websites over all of this time, so that if you ever wanted them back, here they are. So this is how we've been going and archiving proactively with the Born Digital. You cannot wait. It used to be that you wait for people to die and then they give things to you. No longer. You cannot do that. You have to be proactive or it will go away. We now work with 1,200 Archive It partners, and Aruba is one of them, to build collections that are very large, that you can search and can keep up with the new technologies as they come along. Now that you have the bits, how do you preserve the bits? How do you keep it from rotting and going away? Well, this is just a short tour of some of the old technologies. This is when we were on tape technology in the 1990s. This is when we donated a partial copy of the Internet Archive to the Bibliotheca Alexandrina in Alexandria, Egypt, for real. They re-architected their first floor to show the blinking lights, to go and celebrate their digital collection in Alexandria. In Amsterdam, thanks to Access for All, the Stichting Internet Archive, a nonprofit located in Amsterdam, has been storing materials there thanks to Access for All. This is what it's been growing. Every 5 years you have to change your technologies, otherwise it will rot. So you have to keep it moving forward. This is one of my favorites. This is a data center in a shipping container. We came up with this idea, and Google and Microsoft, Yahoo, and Sun microcomputers did them. Sun gave us one of their shipping container data centers, and we put all of the web collection in it. So the complete web collection is inside this shipping container, and it served the world. So that's when I could answer, how big is the web? And the big is 8 feet by 8 feet by 20 feet. That's how big the web was. So this is the technology of 2009. Now we are on a new generation machines, and it's 150 petabytes, which is a lot. And we've now found that people are comfortable with cloud, but we want mission-aligned cloud. A cloud which is with nonprofits, not a for-profit, because the alignment can go different ways. So there's now a service to go and do digital preservation where it is a service of the Internet Archive. But we always want people to take their bits back. Now, if you just record the bits, that's not enough. Everything's interlinked. How do you go and do the context? So one thing, for instance, Wikipedia has links from it. But we wanted to make all of those links durable. So we have looked to find all of the links in Wikipedia, and when they fail, we replace them with a link to the Wayback Machine, the archive of the web. We have now fixed over 20 million broken links in Wikipedia. So it is a constant effort to keep these, this linking and digital preservation going. We also digitize the books that are referenced in Wikipedia, so if you click on the book, you can open just to the right page. So this is how we've been trying to reinforce and make the web more useful and reliable by being a library, but helping others in their missions. So this is a picture of government web sites. This is from the Canadian organizations, and they had incidents and they did reports, but when their new government came along, they took them off their website, that's their prerogative, but it then made the Wikipedia links go dark. So we changed them to point to the Wayback Machine to be able to have these important government records preserved. Now, how about formats? Not everything stays around. For instance, we have old IBM PC games, and we've made emulation of these. And I have to say, it's one of our most popular things, is to make it so that kids can play the game, or adults can play the games that they played when they were kids. So this has been fun by doing emulation. We were also Adobe Shockwave Flash games. We've now gone and re-emulated to be able to keep these things available. This is a constant effort that we do in partnership with others. If you wanted to go and, again, back to my major lesson, is access drives preservation. Some of our access services that you can do once they're digitally much more easily is interlibrary loan instantaneously, no matter where they are. So you can just turn it around fast. You can do services for the print disabled to have your books read aloud. You can have them in large print, which for those of us that are getting such that it's a little bit harder to read, is more available. And there are web partnerships that we can do. So what do we do now? I would say there's the way forward is just to secure our 4 digital rights of libraries, to go and make sure that it is clear that libraries in the digital age have the right to collect materials, preserve materials, provide access to them, and cooperate with other libraries. It's what libraries have always done, but in this digital era, it has to be resecured with government support. So what does collecting mean? Is being able to collect things actively. Even if there's a streaming service, we need to be able to go and make a recording of these. Otherwise, we may never get it. We have to be able to preserve and format shift and be able to keep our materials alive and available. We need controlled access, but we still need access to even in copyright, in print materials from our libraries like we've always done. So we've always run in parallel with publishers. We have to continue doing that. We cannot just do out of copyright or just things that are out of print. That will not lead to a library system that is vibrant. So we need to be able to do access as well. And we need to cooperate with other memory institutions, just as we are now, for being able to take even whole collections and move them from place to place. So what countries will support digital libraries? I would say Aruba is leading the way. I think it's fantastic. So today is a celebration of Coleccion Aruba. So what comes next? I would say the big subject people are thinking about is AI. How can we use all of these collections that aren't necessarily going to be used by people, but they're going to be used by machines that can then help people? So this is some of our new subject that's kind of interesting and fun, and we should be prepared for this wonderful new world. So thank you very much. I very much appreciate your time. And I would like to use this opportunity to ask the leadership of Astrid and Raymond to come up, and I would like to present them with not a digital, but a physical version of your digital collection. So through the wonderful work by Peter and his group, and Astrid and Raymond, they have built this wonderful collection on the Internet Archive, and we wanted to return it to Aruba so that you would have it permanently. And so in this trunket form, we have in the middle. Yeah. So this contains the hard drive. It contains the current size of the collection of the whole collection of Coleccion Aruba. Congratulations for building a wonderful collection.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kale, for that wonderful presentation. And of course, it's very interesting to see actually how, through the process of time, how things change, really. So as in documenting and preserving information in a large scale, and as you see them become smaller. And what stood out to me also was also the way that they made games in the past. It gave me actually a flashback of my Nintendo playing days, actually, and the graphics and how they were organized. So I think it was very interesting to see how that changes as well, and how important it is actually to document it. So thanks once more. So at this moment, we'll continue with our second keynote presentation. And we are honored, of course, to have this presentation as well. This presentation is entitled The Need for Networks, Connecting Collections. And this will be presented by Mr. Eppo van Nispen tot Zevenaar. Very beautiful last name, yes. And he is the president of the NDA, the Netwerk Digitaal Erfgoed, so Dutch Digital Heritage Network, and the director of the Netherlands Institute of Sound and Vision. And prior to him coming forward, I would also like to share with our audience your bio as well. So Mr. Eppo van Nispen tot Zevenaar has a long time career in several key positions, starting as a TV journalist. he has always used digital technology to tell stories. He has been a leading national broadcaster in TV and online, a library director building the most modern library in the world at the DOK Delft, and leading the biggest marketing organization on reading, the CPNB. Since 2018, he is the CEO at the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision. Apart from leading the institute, he is a member of several boards for organizations and networks in the field of cultural heritage. AI and digital society, etc. And in this field, Apple is a well-known international keynote speaker, bringing joy, noise, yes, that's what I'm seeing, and a wide range of headgear to the office. He inspires and connects people within and outside of the organization to make the necessary changes that come with today's view of digitization to the past and the future, guided by his college of wise, his loved ones, and from heaven, his grandmother of 102. Wow, that's amazing. His motto is the same as Buzz Lightyear, to infinity and beyond. With you, Mr. Apple van Nispen tot Zevenaar. You're welcome. You.
My name is so long that takes half an hour to do the introduction of this name. And now with this one, I really feel much taller. I'm not that tall. Yes, please, come. We have to change a little bit on technique. That's always to bring you the story we like to bring. Bang, that's it. Then I have to put some HMI. Do you feel right? Because the first one I would like to take is a picture of you. Can you stand up? Please stand up. Perfect. All right. Now, people will be shocked by seeing my desktop. You will see in a minute, because if I do this, you're like, okay, what's going on here? But that's the great thing of the digitization, is that I don't really have to find out where I put my stuff on my desk, because my computer does it for me. So let's go back to where I was, and let's see if I can connect you to the right persons and the right things. And so that we can get up to speed to where we want. But the problem is my eyes are bad, as Brewster mentioned. So here we go. Yep, thank you. Right, first of all, an important disclaimer. And that's a few kind of. It's BWBM, which means Brewster was before me, which means that's super. It's super inspiring. It is. I mean, Brewster Gill, ladies and gentlemen, that's for people like us, the archivists, the guys and the girls that never been recognized in the room on a Friday night, you know, when you stand up to someone and you say, okay, what are you doing on a Friday night? And he says, well, I'm an archivist. Yeah, everyone keeps silence like this, you know. It's the saying like, okay, it's my only night out, and I'm standing next to the archivist. But people don't understand how important it is. But if I got Brewster before, and Brewster understood from the start, more or less, I mean, the internet, the interweb, whatever you want to call it, has been way before 1999. But it's to understand the vastness and the greatness of how to pick up and have something like the Internet Archive. It's our histories. I'll come to that. What I'm going to do, because Brewster was before me, is going to be double N, which means I'm going to tell you nothing new. And the fact is that it will be ITYS, which means I told you so. And then it will be RELA, which means it's real life all human. So there's no AI involved. I'm here live. And if you have complaints, please send to my email. All right, need for networks. That's what I'm going to talk about you and take you in 20 minutes up and down the hill. It's connecting for collections. But if you're out here in Aruba, and I think Bruce was very right saying Aruba for one, because you are a thriving island. You don't want to leave. I mean, we're just here for 2 days. I called my wife and I say, well, see you next year. Because it's nice, things go on, and it's not only in Aruba, it's in the whole Caribbean. I think there is a thrive of things getting done in life under the extreme heat of sun, but also under extreme great things of the day that's passing by. So what I thought is you're a warm people, and it's not need for networks, it's need for praças, I thought. That's the important thing, just hold each other in this world of digitization where something that is real, what you can touch, becomes more and more difficult because digitization is something you cannot really touch. So the need for praças. Well, I'm the chair of the Netwerk Digitaal Erfgoed, which means Network of Digital Heritage. And there are a lot of what we say key partners, which is the National Library, the Royal National Academy of Science, the National Archive in the Netherlands, the HNI, which calls the New Institute, that's the Architecture Institute, and the Cultural Heritage Council. And yes, we are there also, sound and vision, beeld en geluid. I will make the sound. So we just left on this Saturday afternoon from the Netherlands, going to Aruba. We're quite exciting, you know, you're flying up like in a bus, and then there is this sun that follows you. But you know, the sun is always the same, but it's not. It's the Aruban sun, so we were there, happy standing there with my colleagues. They're out here. We got the stamp, you know, something like getting a stamp is very important. Yeah, but it's important. Passports today, when you pass to some countries, you don't get a stamp anymore. And my passport is I got a lot of stamps. I have to change it in 2025. And I know stamps get less. Stamps are good. Keep this stamp. We saw the stamp on the Biblioteca Archivo Nacional every time again. And then we came on our place. We were a warm welcome, good welcome also. So yes, it was I love Aruba. And that's good because that's where you want to be. You want to celebrate. You want to be together. You have to do a vast thing. And I came in on this morning and yes, look to these people standing there. Peter Scholing, the man, says hello to us all. He brought us here together with his team. And everyone is there. We know a lot of you. And then you sit at your table and there's still these sweets over there. Man, it's bad. It's bad for health, but it's good for the mind. So let's go back to the network of Digitaal Erfgoed, the network of the... Yeah, but it's good because it's blue and white and we share it. And I'm the happy director of, I think, one of the most beautiful institutes, at least in the Netherlands, but I think it's in the world. And it's about heritage and about how share you and how you can get to your public, how you can connect. Do we have sound? Yes. Try to fix you. This is our building, and it's a way of how we try to connect to our audience. Just by using music, and music is always in the back when it's not live. It's always heritage, And music connects very fast in a very good way. We're based in the Netherlands, in the middle of the Netherlands, Hilversum. This is our beautiful building. Today there was something going on because today's times is a time of where journalism and democracies are under stress, and for sure when people want to disturb the process of making good news stories. Well, we have this building, this beautiful building, I think myself, and there we have what we call in Dutch the oude meuk, the old stuff over there, but it relates to our histories. We have even these are the lingo balls from a special quiz we did, and Theo Komen, that was the guy, a very famous commentator that does the Tour de France, and this is helmet he was wearing during that time. And we have 1,000 machines, and yes, 13% of what you see every day comes from our house on national broadcast and online, so that's a lot. We're doing a lot. We have we're a vital part of the infrastructure in broadcasting and in online news. What we try to do is to tell our news stories, to connect, and that we do, for example, through our new museum, where we try to see that everyone is connected, does work on face recognition, does everything you want, and it's very playful, really playful. We have got the biggest floor. But we're not the only ones. We have our key partners try to do the same. How can we bring our collections to life? How can we bring these old Netherlands stories up to the public? And that's important because the world changes in a way. If you look how fast it changes from the last 20 years in a way that we can connect what COVID-19 did in those online connections. This was me going in 2006 to a concert. We all did like this. And this was just a few years later when the iPhone 3 came out, and this is today how we go to concerts. And everyone lives in his own world. This is the Monday morning in the train. And then everyone says, man, okay, Apple, Jesus, we're in this filter bubble. Everyone is in his own world. And then I love archives, because then you say, oh yeah, what has changed? What has changed? And the funny thing, if people stand up on the stage, I do a lot of keynotes everywhere, and then somebody comes up and says, never, never, ever, it went so fast, man, this is time, everything goes so fast. But it's not true. It's just not true. I think we're in the most slowest time of all. If you ask historians, they will say this, if they're good historians. And the funny thing is, it would be quite boring to say, okay, we now live in one of the slowest times of change. I mean, nobody wants to say it. You want to be part of something that's thriving, that's going on, that's inspiring, like sitting with a keynote from Brewster. But the ideas were there. And today, yes, that's one of the things that everyone from young to age, and even dogs, live on these massive machines. And in the Netherlands, we say, one of our famous professors, Mark Deuze, says, it's like fish living in water. Media is all around us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we need it. The water is the media, and we're the fish inside. We do an research on uses of media by kids from 0 to 12. And babies from 0 months to 9 months, they have 1 hour a day screen time. 1 hour a day screen. And we just did the last research for this year, and it's going up. And it shouldn't be like this. This is MA. I just became grandfather last December. And I know that my son, I love my son, he's a good guy, but puts this thing in front of. We have to think about this. We really have to think about it, that storytelling is not only digital, we can use it. We're in this fun way. And now there's this generative AI, and everyone is selling it as like it's the new heaven, the new way out. And yes, it will help us. It can help us here a lot in exploring and helping to make decisions. What Bruce has said, put it in. But garbage in is garbage out. So we have to look that the garbage out gets out. And that it never gets in. So when we prompt, or where we are, if you use Midjourney or for my Sora, whatever, it's like a way of getting out there. Tools that make your life much easier. I was at Snapchat on main office last year. And I took one of my colleagues, he's the younger one, Manon, and she's fun, man. And the guy on the left, he's from Snapchat. But my other colleague, who had to sell ads, was like, okay, what's going on? And maybe you know him, but this, hey, what's going on? And the other colleague was like, okay, what's the fun about this? And I want to stress that if we try to connect and give each other's brasa, make some fun in it. Because people love fun. And be sure that the digitization goes on and on. It will never stop. Don't run away for it. Don't be shocked. It's just the beginning. So why I think it's great to be here as the president of this, the Network of Digital Heritage, is that we can be relevant because we tell stories, a good story. But there's a problem, or maybe some problems. The first one is there is too much collection. Too much collection, and mostly it's hidden. And hidden means there is no connection. Because if you can't find it, it's hidden, how can you connect? The second thing is that a lot of you, and it's not an insult, but it's just who we are. Librarians and archivarians, archivists are text-based learners. We love text, man. Books up, stuffed to the ceiling. That's what we love. But the world of today is about sound and video. Sound and video, I stress it again. And the experience, how you connect with this. So you need this text. Of course, text is impossible not to use, but you have to understand that if you want to thrive further, it's important to build upon your video. The biggest challenge for us is how can we connect to our public, which is so big. The third one is that digitally, we're too limited in a ways. And that's also not an insult, it's just a help. Because we love old things. We really love old things. But the new thing, and the new time is, man, the new digital world is sometimes difficult. But if you want to connect the young ones to the old world, you have to make what we call the multiplier. If you want to be relevant, if you want to be real relevant, you have to find out. Can there sound?
Sir, is it just us?
Down to Gehenna or up to the throne, he travels the fastest who travels alone. Good luck.
This is Colin Firth in the movie 1917, and he recites just a few sentences from the poem from Rudyard Kipling that goes like this. What's the moral who writes may read when the night is as thick and the tracks are blind? A friend at a pinch is a friend indeed, but a fool to wait for the laggard behind. Down to Gehenna or up to the throne, he travels the fastest who travels alone. And that's a saying which comes some way from an old African way. But it's not about going fast. It's not about going fast, but it's getting far. That's what we have to do. Archivists are fast, but we are maybe not that fast, but we're strong. And we can, by combining our powers, we can get far. And then there comes the other African proverb. And I know Raymond loves this one, because this is what it's all about. That's what about the network of digital heritage in the Netherlands is all about. If you want to go fast, go alone. Just go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And then the other one is, if you don't know where you're coming from, you can't know where you're going. It's a famous one. And if you know the great Terry Pratchett, the author that sold more than 100 million books, one of the first to use computer to understand how important computers were. He said, it's important that we know where we come from, because if you don't know where you come from, then you don't know where you are. And if you don't know where you are, you don't know where you're going. And if you don't know where you're going, you're probably going wrong. And that makes archives and anything we do so, what we say in Britain, bloody important. But it does. It's so important. It's important that we connect all over the world and that we share. And we can connect. That we have 4 principles in which we work. First one is try to make things durable. I mean, yeah, what to do with the old hard disks? Try to make things durable. Secondly, try to make things usable, so for the public to use. It's important if you develop in a network things. And I think one of the most important parts is to be visible. If you're not visible, nobody will notice you. So you can have all these techniques, all things stuffed in your archive online, but if you don't do the right marketing, they will not find you. And that means that you have to implement. That's the fourth line we work on. Implement these things. That's how we work. And we did. We started a few years ago on working with this. And today we're building on this usable, visible and durable part. And it not so much for the user, but with the user. It's user-centric with a stress on visibility. Be visible. Know your user and try to work. User-centric. It's very important. If you don't know, if you just build something, a house, without you know who's going to live there, what kind of house you're building? Ask where they want to have the door. Ask where they want to have the toilet. Ask where they want to have the bathroom. And try to be visible. Try to connect. We did several, I think, great projects that help, because if you're small, you don't have the time and the budget to be helped. That we have what's called heritage coaches. There are some here today for this week. We're going to try to help you. What we want with our network is where we can help you, where you have questions, and where we can connect to make and get things further. We do things like this. That's called a hackalot. The hackalot because we'd like linked open data. It's very important to work with that, because that makes us much more stronger than anyone else. And so we try with youngsters help us in a hackalot. We have these data cleaning rooms. Just if you don't, the data clean teams, we have to have clean teams. We have the data werkplaats, data working places, where we try to work out. And we have this manifest that goes on. Today, 150 partners have signed this manifest to work in this network. And sometimes it's hours you lend. Sometimes we give some money to people. Sometimes we try to help you. And we could get a lot of people here from the different islands just out of the network finances. And I think that's great, because we need to connect. Because if we connect and we become stronger. And then we can become relevant. One of the first manifests, that's why I'm here. That's why I love Asset Array. I love everyone from Aruba, because you were the first ones to sign outside the Netherlands, or inside the Netherlands, but outside, you sounded. And so fast, and so going on. I think Brewster says that it's true. But it's for all of us possible to connect with each other. I mean, every Caribbean island has the most beautiful sunset. I live in Scheveningen, that's also a sunset, but it's always your sun is, I don't know why, but it seems always warmer and better than my sun. That's interesting. And we have so much to share, good things, bad things, but things to tell. Things that are stowed away, videotapes that are stories that really need to be told, but if we don't preserve them well, we can digitize them. Music, and everywhere on it. We traveled along, we met a lot of people, and see what's there, see what's out there, and see what task we have to do so together. And I think we can. Travel together. And maybe in the storm of what it is a picture I took yesterday on the California lighthouse, and you see these cars driving through dust. I tried with the rental car. Ooh, wasn't that good? But it's dusty road. But let's take that dusty road together. And let's do it this way, the serious way, but also the fun way. On all islands, on all places, everywhere we can. And yes, if you have a question, we'll try to help you the coming 2-3 days with our network. And if you ask, are there people there? Yes, this is Wilbert. Can you put some sound? Wilbert will say hello.
In Aruba?
Ja. Veel plezier. Yes, that's a lot of fun. And Wilbert is the guy who has booked all your tickets and done all the thing. He's sitting in our building and he says, I'm not going because I think it's more important that other people are going. And I think that's great. That's how he thinks. Now, if you got problems with connection, I'm going to teach you a little research on, well, it's actually science, and then I'm finished. What makes you the most happy? A lot of people will say, it's money, it's money, it's money, or something else. Or no, this is what makes you the most happy. That's oxytocin. Now, that's the cuddle hormone. That's the one, the brasa hormona. I don't know how you say that in papiamento, but I think it sounds quite well. And if you mix up these words, you get the word connection. And I'm going to show you a little clip, and it hurts. But this is how it works with people. Can I sound?
Yeah.
And she gives a greeting to the baby gives a greeting back
The
to
mother
her.
and the baby.
This baby starts pointing at different places in the world, and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her. They're working to coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do in the world. And that's really what the baby is used to. And then we ask the mother to not respond to the baby. The baby very quickly picks up on this. And then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother back. She smiles at the mother. She points because she's used to the mother looking where she points. The baby puts both hands up in front of her and says, "What's happening here?" She makes that screechy sound at the mother, like, "Come on, why aren't we doing this?" Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal reaction, they react with negative emotions, they turn away, they feel the stress of it, they actually may lose control of their posture because of the stress that they're experiencing.
This is where the heart of the mother also broke. She had to wait a minute longer. But it doesn't. But it's a very simple lesson. We're humans. We're just like mammals. And the mammals, they are the only ones that have this oxytocin. And some mammals don't have that much. And some mammals have a lot. I hope for a big brasa at the end of this week. And I'm pretty sure it will be there. And I always wonder myself if you can give anyone a hand or shake or a brasa. And sometimes it's much easier than you think. Because you have the idea, will I succeed in people I admire? And yes, you will. Thank you so much. Give each other a brasa from out. Look for it. And I'm pretty sure we can have the best network ever in the world. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Eppo van Nispen tot Zevenaar. Thanks for that awesome presentation. And of course, very energetic. And I see that you also connected with the audience through that energy emitted. And a few things that actually stood out for me. Of course, that we had a lot of information to take in as well. But the need for the networks and the need for connection, which is very important. And one of the other things as well that we saw is that stood out was usable, visible, and what was the last one? Durable. Yes, durable, sustainable. It's very important. So, and of course, the most important thing, even at the end, what I just saw as well, what we just saw is the biggie brasa, the big brasa. Okay, awesome. So I think all of those things are very important and to make that connection. And of course, one thing also stood out is that we should not have that fear, even though sometimes there's a fear of the unknown, but we have gone through different processes already, different revolutions throughout the ages, and this is no different. So I think once we have that mindset, the way we view things as well, I think we would go into it or we would experience it in a different manner. So thanks once more. So I just have some information as well for our audience. So on the tables, there is a QR code, and we've seen 2 keynote presentations already. And we would like the audience, of course, also to engage with us, but to do so in a more organized fashion. We would like to encourage you, if there are any questions or remarks, to please scan the QR code and you can send your question inside. So I'm getting the information. So it says here, submit your question for the symposium. And that is and you can also view the program Coleccion.awe. So you can scan it and you'll get your information there. Okay. So at this moment, we will continue with our next presentation, and that is entitled Cultural Confidence, Restoring Restoring. And this will be presented by none other than Ms. Clara Reyes, the Director of the Department of Culture of St. Martin. And Ms. Reyes, before you come on stage, I would like to, of course, share your bio before. Very interesting as well, in the way it has been written. And I needed to double check to see if I'm pronouncing the names correctly. So here goes. Ms. Reyes is a lifelong learner that holds in great value the experiences and life lessons acquired at the University of Life. Of course, this through her mother, Regina Evelyn Millet Wyatt. Ms. Reyes was exposed to the magic of the visual and performing arts. Her mother's love for the arts became the catalyst of Ms. Reyes' pursuit of a life of artistry. Through the voices of older heads, Miss Milo and Shamba Hill and Miss Dindin in Sandy Ground, Mr. Kati from Colby, Miss Millie and Miss Elise Hyman from French Quarter, she would receive the invaluable stories of the enslavement period, of heroic tales of resistance, rebellion, and triumph, of the Panam dance, the dance of liberation. Ms. Reyes holds a Master's of Fine Arts degree in dance from SUNY Brockport, is the co-founder and former co-director of the National Institute of Arts, and the director and founder of Imbali Center for Creative Movement, and is the head of the Department of Culture within the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport. Let us welcome Ms. Clara Reyes.
Morning. No, I said morning. That's a sweet Samaritan welcome. Protocol has been established, so I'm going right to the village. This is the village of us. Our grandparents were warriors, so that our parents could be businessmen, so that we can be artists. And I say this to you to put it in a perspective of time that is fluid and sometimes overlaps and run parallels and cross-platform, depending on where you are or where you stand in time. This is a reduced quotation from John Adams, a much more lengthy, but kind of putting it in place of this evolution of time and where we find ourselves. Revered scholar, poet, publisher of House of Nehesi, Lasada Sekru created a historical timeline of St. Martin along the following lines. 1648 to 1848, the survivalist period, 376 years ago. 1848 to 1863, the traditionalist period, 161 years ago. And 1963 to now, the modern age. And I just had to sneak in one more, 2010 till now, 2010 to 2024, 14 years, the different ages of where we find ourselves in St. Martin. So for them, it serves as a guide to put we story in perspectives and align the story of warriors, survivalists, businessmen, emergent group of people with means to art and artistry. In the time of our grandparents, my great-grandparents, who survived the Dutch kingdom of enslavement era and the post-enslavement era, they were barely scraping enough time to survive working in the salt industry or whatever remnant was deemed industry at the time. It was a dismal period, just trying to survive. In 1967, when my mom came to St. Martin, the population of St. Martin existed only of young children and the older heads. The group of able-bodied men and women were traveling all around the world, finding work, whether it's in building the Panama Canal, in Cuba, digging the farms, Santo Domingo, you name it, we were all over. And all of them were distant land trying to bring life back to St. Martin. My mother worked as a waitress at Little Bay. And though she had visions of being an artist, she was very pragmatic about earning a way to take care of us, her children. The idea of disposable income did not exist. Disposable time, even less. And although artists at heart, my mother created a space for us, her children, to find ways to be artists, the life of artistry. And the artistry I speak of is not necessarily singing and dancing, but this life of artistry means the elegance of our best lived life, the time to dream, to have space for thoughts, ideas, and realize them, to see the culture and have possibilities to celebrate our culture. It's this celebration of the artistry of a life is a reflection of excellence, of thoughts, ideas, concept of who we are and who we want to be, and the privilege of the time to think and express those thoughts with vision of the society we want them to become. When you have the luxury of time to produce an excellence of your life rhythm, and when I say we are artists, it means we are now in that position to honor the gifts bequeathed to us by those that laid the foundation and carved the path for us to be the artists of their dreams. So here's what I know for sure, indubitably, without a doubt. Culture is the artistry of our lives. What I know for sure is that the arts allow us to fulfill our full human potential on a deep cellular level with richness and density. It is this scope of grandeur of the creative artistic experience that I celebrate with you. From time immemorial, the human story of us has been expressed through these bodies. This vessel is the depository of all of our history truth. In our veins run the blood memories of those that came before us, that gifted us the DNA, the blueprint on how to maximize in their intellectual, spiritual, and creative heritage, so that we in turn can pass it on to the next generation. From the voices of the griots to the eloquence of the poet, illuminating our inner landscapes, to the grace of the dancer cutting through space and becoming one with space. The arts and culture of our living rhythm is that which allows us to encounter the fullness of ourselves. Through the vocalist emerge deep sounds from within the belly, singing profound melodies of pain and sorrow. O Malia, let Martha go home. O Malia, pain. O Malia, let Massa go home. O Malia, no younger soul. More can be expressed through the emotive energy body and the voice of the actor, the storyteller, the eyes of the visual artist, photographer, filmmaker, videographer, through the universal language of music. We get to experience the textual awareness of fabrics and design from the fashion industry, which fabrics that declare our nationhood, color patterns that distinguishes and celebrates our identities, that develop new silhouettes and gave a voice to the Caribbean aesthetic and create a specific St. Martin aesthetic. The St. Martin national fabric is floral prints. I was told to me by the older heads, Miss Yaya from Freetown and Ma'am Fleming. Today, Zilla, a new designer, is combining traditions from the older heads to create new abstractions from our patterns to celebrate a new design of St. Martin tradition. This brings to mind, so she's drawing from old St. Martin to bring to new St. Martin. This brings to mind the idea of Sankofa. Sankofa is an Akan proverb that says, it's not taboo to take that from the past, which will help mankind for the future. So go back and fetch it. And this is why we're here today. Our lived experiences are reflected through the imaginations and the nimble fingers of the visual artist, through rough-honed, calloused fingers from the sculptor, through the time-traveling energy of throbbing drums, be it the skins or the Caribbean-invented steel pan. The story of us can be felt through the rapid spitfire lyrics of the rapper, the imaginary of the dub poetry, through the tongue-in-cheek double entendre, troubadour, calypsonian, that bring us all the sweet, juicy melody about our politicians. We were born to express, as is reflected on the earliest cave drawings. These are found in the Mohawk and French Quarter by our earliest settlers, our earliest First Nation people, annihilated by the first contact with Europeans in the Caribbean. Our story, story, has always been documented. We are celebrated through the hip-swinging earthiness of Carnival, Bacchanal, or Juve, or catching the spirit in church. Our lived stories is reflected through the high science of our spirituality. Through the elegance and combination of culinary traditions, what I know for sure is that culture allows us to feel that humanness about us. So if you want to know about St. Martin, talk to the artists. They've been telling our story as far back as I can remember. And if you want to see what Phillipsburg looked like back in the day, look at old etchings by Roland Richardson. Listen to the voices from Miss Milo on Shamba Hill, Miss Denden and Sandy Grown, Miss Elise Carty, and they have taught me so much about our spirit of resistance and rebellion and surviving the enslavement history. They also talk about May 29, 1848, Run for Freedom, when the 26 enslaved men and women ran across the border, instigating the new emancipation period for St. Martiners. Ruby Butte will tell you all about a fete. If you want to learn about Hurricane Lewis, read Deborah Jack's poem, A Spanish Rhythm Blows My Mind at 155 miles an hour. If you want to remember jumping off the pier in Grand Cars, read the poetry of Tamara Groeneveld. Everything of who we have always been is captured by the creative imagination of storyteller, the oral historians, the griots of our lives. The story of us has always been written. In a space where language, names, traditions, life rhythms, in a space where language, names, traditions, life rhythm were disrupted, We Story is a story as told by us through the first voice narrative, the eyewitness testimonies, from where much is still fragmented and pieced together from memories, from reflection, from dreamscapes, from whispered messages from ancestors through song, through poems, through visions. St. Martin has had a tradition of being at the forefront of telling our music through story. Lino Hughes at the forefront, at the epicenter of Zouk music. Funk Gums, forefront of jam band. Mighty Dow, the rumba mix of soca and salsa and the fusion of that. Tanny and the Boys rock the world with instrumentations of their various guiras and the combination of musical instruments. combining the mixing of waltz and polka, very skillful and double entendres. We, St. Martin people, have been instrumental in creating and being part of a musical movement of innovation. And this, for me, all of that is cultural confidence. Having the ability to plug into that and know that you're connected to something long before you and something long after you. I've always been very confident in my cultural legacies bequeathed to me by my older heads. However, it was not until I heard Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados, use the word cultural confidence that it became something very real. So now we have to plug into it, dive into it, understand, see how it lives, strategically expand its life, and honor the intellectual legacies from our older heads. We Story supports cultural confidence. It's in that space of unequivocally knowing and trust that our cultural story is equal to any across the planet. There's a kaleidoscope of colors to draw from. Stories from the wounds and wombs of our fathers' backs and our mother's belly. This is the land where Miss Yaya, Miss Laurel, birthed her elegant poems on her frock. So it's from these experiences we create the content. The heritage of us is expressed in the architecture of homes that stood up to Louis, Marilyn, Lenny, Irma, Maria, Gonzalo, David, Frederick, and as far back as Donna Gale. These stories are from our contemporary history, from the life, but from the life before that, huge chunks are missing. It's missing from where we could not, the time where we could not take family pictures. It's missing from the time where we don't have the cameras. One time I went to interview a wonderful gentleman called Mr. Ben Vlon, and I walked into his house, and he said, Clara, I want, because I was asking him, was doing some research, and he said, Clara, look at my wall. This is my family crest. This is who I am. I am Mr. Ben Vlon. I'm a descendant of Vlon, Vlon. And he gave me this whole journey of his whole story, and I realized that was not a luxury that many of us could enjoy. I am lucky to have one image of my great-grandmother, and I have to give thanks to Mr. Volges, who began documenting many stories on St. Martin through his book called The Sack People. And I realized how fragmented pieces of me are scattered everywhere. Imagine my surprise when Bilden Geluid came to St. Martin, and then he puts on this fabulous video, and lo and behold, who do I see? My uncle. And even more surprised, I go to visit Bilden Geluid, and they play this video, and who do I hear? My own self singing back to me as a young child. So it's this idea of what we need, where do we find it, how far is it scattered, and I have to say the science behind it all. I kind of try to show where we were and all the times it took to get to where we are and the amount of work that is needed to make it possible. So I'm beyond grateful that I'm meeting all these fabulous group of people that are making our story very possible. There is a disruption of continuity when you can't get to your story. The history is scattered in vaults and archives, and today I hear about all these people coming together. And Aruba, big up yourselves for being trailblazers and pioneers and making the change happening within the Caribbean. Some of the challenges we face, and I mentioned this at my last visit, that noted artist in Martin, artist Deborah Jack, is doing a research. She's a renowned artist. And even to access information about St. Martin, how difficult it is, and licensing fees, and the whole process, and the science built around getting to your own story. So we also talk about descendants of the community of the Kalinagos, and the fact that when history is scattered in different areas, who controls the narrative? Who tells the truth? So there's this young lady, a Kalinago descendant in Dominica, taken a very important exam and she's being told she's extinct, that the Arawaks and the Caribs are all extinct. And she's sitting there in this exam trying to answer an exam question and being told that she's extinct. But she said, I'm here. Who writes that story? How do you answer a question on an exam the right way and still get marked incorrectly for it? This rupture between the past and the present, and this idea of controlling narratives and of cultural erasure is still happening very strangely in our midst. With all of this amazing work that's happening, we're still confronted with sentences like colonial past. Nix is colonial very present. And that very nature of that constraint is still creating spaces where people can get to their story, of not using proper names, of calling us Bess and calling us Cass, where Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, Saba, Statia, St. Martin, when you delete those names, you just continue to delete my presence and my story. You know, there are significant ways to deny stories, and we have to remember our story don't begin here. It begins with the First Nations, the Taínos, the Ichingiri, the Kalinago, the Guahatanabe, the Tigwai, the Marroquí. And then the burden is up to us to tell the story, to gather it. With lack of expertise, lack of information, lack of all of this, which doesn't mean that it's impossible. It just means we have to be very realistic. And again, this coming together of minds with the same vision to make available the story of all of us so people can access is a gift. So that was my presentation about how important it is to gather we story, and that to make sure that you are in control of your own narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes, for such a powerful presentation. And one of the things that stood out actually in this presentation, of course, among many things, was the importance of, at least from my perspective, the connection between the digital aspect and preservation and oral history, and how important it is that actually these two things are connected. So we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, and that information is very important, it's very vital. So there has to be a merger or connection between these two areas in order to be able to preserve those stories, and as Ms. Reyes said, we stories, and for the next generations to come. So thank you once more. At this moment, I would kindly ask everyone present to please stand as our Governor, His Excellency, Mr. Alfonso Bucaut, is going to be leaving. You may be seated. Okay, at this moment, we will continue with the program as the next item is a wrap-up conversation. So a Q&A with the speakers that presented so wonderfully this morning. Of course, I'll be the moderator of that conversation, and I would like to call forward the speakers. which are Mr. Brewster Kale, Eppo van Nispen. Okay, I'm just getting a word from the organizers. We will just have a short break. How many minutes? 5 minutes, so we can stretch our legs, as they say, and get some coffee. And then we'll come back, we'll resume for the panel conversations. Don't forget to send your questions via the QR code, and we'll have a wonderful conversation thereafter.
Primera plana con Alejandra Forero a las 6:30 de la tarde en su nuevo horario y las repeticiones al siguiente día a las 7:30 de la mañana y a la 1 de la tarde. Todos los días de lunes a viernes a través de Telearuba, Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero, con diferente información tanto local, todo lo que ocurre en nuestra hermosa isla de Aruba, noticias internacionales, segmentos informativos, noticias que se viralizan y muchísimo más. Así que no se les olvide, tenemos una cita con las noticias en español a través de Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero.
Passado, eu tenho que conhecer, para vou parar em presente e ter vista para o futuro. Boa história, vou ter que contar. Pronto, através de Telearuba.
It is extremely important to me that the stories we share are authentic and that we strive to tell both perspectives. I've been a local to this remarkable island 3 times and a tourist too many times to count. Our Home Your Holiday celebrates Aruba. There's a reason why Arubans are so patriotic, and there's a reason why visitors keep coming back. Let's dive into the elements that makes Aruba our home and the perfect holiday.
Herencia ta história, cultura e natureza. Nos grande nanta bina palavra para conta-nos na vida. E barrio na una na lanta, escola com na abai, trabalho com na asi e hopi mais. Tá importante para nós a nossa história, passar que nos está. De onde nós sabemos, passina sa na onda nós nesse bai. Herência ta do nabo é chave de passado e é porta para o futuro.
E nós topa outra semana aqui na Telearuba. Hi, meu nome é Paloma Osorio. Me apresentar o programa Mentalidade Efetivo. Aí me que invitado. Follow nosso programa de YouTube e Facebook de Telearuba.
Queremos extenderles una gran invitación a todos nuestros televidentes de Telearuba para que sigan bien conectados con Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero, que transmitimos de lunes a viernes en nuestros 3 diferentes horarios. A las 6:30 nuestra premier, tendremos nuestra repetición a las 7:30 de la mañana y a la 1 de la tarde con las mejores noticias locales, internacionales, todos los sucesos que les dan la vuelta al mundo, noticias de virales, noticias de farándula y muchísimo más. Así que todos los días tenemos una cita aquí en Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero.
Menos sa pambabisabo pa. Please no lagami escoge entre vosotros dos. Please no papiamalo di otro midilante. Please no pleita com outro midilante. Please no namechet pastima vosotros dos igual. Pag vosotros separada, sinti ko nunca escutava ta safe e agora aqui tá quebrado. Corta tava ter tempo vosotros dos escoge pa haya e com outro. Mi saco agora está sendo como um desastre, pero tiki-tiki ela vai cambiar na algo novo, na algo bonita. Tu na mi chance ba yuda fer e puntrami mes que comita wak den e bisa novo. Assim na mundo nos portar nos cas novo, portar casti um par de sor of momentânea quebra, pero eta sei sitting amor denje. Lugar onde nos por sentir de novo na casa.
Seja responsável por momentos e para outros. Não manejar boa influência de álcool. Usa o amigo Didi.
Continúen con la buena programación que tenemos en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión. Y yo soy Alejandra Forero, presentadora de Primera Plana, y quiero invitarlos para que ustedes nos sigan en las redes sociales de Telearuba para que tengan todos los días una dosis diaria de inspiración, información y entretenimiento.
Meu nome é Giovanni Cock, diretor de Telearuba. Bom feedback é importante para nós. Conectar conosco arriba nas páginas sociais, donar-nos por comentário e que mais nos possa para servir melhor.
Apel, apel, apel kora, esta duši mizvota.
Oké, 3, 2, 1, clear. Vos está conta para nós. Like-nos, follow-nos e comentar riba nos páginas de social media.
Assim vou estar parte de uma comunidade vibrante.
Montare bom menino outro programa Racho de Boxeio montar.
Dus ik cambio de statuut en nota bij
Você vai analisar e pelea minha pelea.
Assim idade chete ainda na minha lá school.
Paawe sakita watatur, cuida e curva, cuida e mente e cuida e pensamento.
Também, clear.
O feedback é importante para nós, sério. Conectar com nós riba nas plataformas de social media, like nos FB page, subscribe riba YouTube e bisa nos kiko bota gusta e kiko abu kiruak.
E assim que nós chegamos ao final de outro programa Nos Mainda.
Passo feliz e doce dia.
Tudo passou.
3, 2, 1, clear.
Amita Ivan Kelly Jr., nós que temos mais divo.
Amita Xiomara Ivra nos quer saber mais divo.
Like and share nos página social.
E compartilhe o pensamento e ideia conosco.
Tele Aruba junto Cubo. Just download the app.
Hola, yo soy Alejandra Forero y quiero extenderles una gran invitación a todos nuestros televidentes para que siempre estén en sintonía de nuestro noticiero en español Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero a través de Tele Aruba, para que estén contextualizados con todas las noticias locales, internacionales, sucesos, noticias virales y muchísimo más. Recuerden nuestros horarios todos los días de lunes a viernes a las 6:30 de la tarde con nuestro nuevo horario. El siguiente día tendremos la repetición a las 7:30 de la mañana y a la 1 de la tarde. Así que bien conectados con Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero.
Hobi gente ta quiere, cultura cacho también es un cos. Kunantin tur caminho de drume. Inam por hunga onda kuta. Sigur, tur caminho de koi kometa. pero realidad ta hopeleu. Bang Stop está aqui. Por favor, steriliza e castra vossa mascota.
Hasta aquí nuestra información por el día de hoy. De parte de todo nuestro equipo de trabajo, les agradecemos como siempre por su fiel sintonía. Continúen con la buena programación en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión.
3, 2, 1, clear. Mi nombre es Jerica Benítez, trabajo en el departamento de Telenoticia, en el área de primera plana. Recuerda seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales porque tu opinión es muy importante para nosotros y queremos saber qué te gustaría mirar.
E televidente, assim também nós concluir com o que trata Telenotícia para noite. Feliz noite. E televidente, a mim é Andrew Vrolijk, siga nos conteúdos riba social media para doses de inspiração, informação e entretenimento.
Há 60 anos, o coração de televisão abate cerca de nós.
Tras de trayecto increíble aqui, sempre estava assim, e gente não.
Com o compromisso para criar conteúdo e informar.
Essa aqui é indivíduo apaixonado, cabine da 13 é dedicação, é seriedade, é história, é humor e é momento inolvidável. Traz de cada câmera, traz de cada computer, cada transmissão, cada ideia, cada plano criativo. Não tem força para impulsar o canal e o que está alimentar nosso êxito. Mas com uma dedicação e expertise, junto da forma time poderoso que cumpre a visão de apresentar experiência e conteúdo de qualidade. Nos profundo gratidão na turnos empleados que hace muito mais que unicamente entretenemos. Gente incrível, que de uma forma na história de televisão na Aruba. Saludo na tour que construir nos passado, nos presente e que nos siga inspirando para o futuro com paixão, talento e inovação.
Você que vai ganhar, vai amar, no.
Mamá, aqui.
Bitawan mi programa.
Pero minta comprendente com batarda si na hobby. Nos vamos aqui via telefone, app Telearuba.
Jaranson e Jabiarna de Nuevor para Sonori Mainta.
Siga-nos riba YouTube de Telearuba. Telearuba, bo planta nacional. Salud!
Salud! Nos Mainta!
Yes. So I think I need to use my teacher voice. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, once more, if you can take your seat kindly in order to continue with the next part of the morning. I would also like to call forward our speakers. So Mr. Brewster Kale, if you can take your seat on stage. Mr. Eppo van Nispen tot Zevenaar, take your seat on stage. Miss Clara Reyes and Miss Rayanne Hernandez. Okay, I see two persons coming forward. Be careful. I will see it. All right, I have my microphone here. So, and I want to thank everyone for sending in their questions. We received quite a few questions. So, in order to organize this, let's say, effectively, I'm going to ask the question, of course, and the panel, whomever feels that they want to share, they can elaborate on the question a bit. And even in that elaboration, I'll ask you to still try to keep it as concise as possible. As you know, once we start talking, of course, often we can continue for a bit. So let's try to keep it as concise as possible, but also direct as well. And of course, after the panel discussion, we have our lunch. Okay, so we've been very nicely participating and quietly and attentively this morning. But of course, we have to fuel the body as well. So we'll continue with the first question. So, is as follows. Collaboration is a key factor. How would you inspire others, it's for everyone, who are perhaps still hesitant to work or collaborate within Coleccion Aruba or similar projects? So how could you inspire others who are perhaps still hesitant to work or collaborate within the Coleccion Aruba or a similar project? So I'm assuming that there is perhaps some hesitancy regarding working or collaborating with different groups. So I would perhaps maybe share the mic with.
Hello? Hello? Yes, well, thank you for the question. I would also hope to get other insights from our colleagues here on stage as well. But one of the most important aspects of Coleccion Aruba is that the collections remain your own. So at no point does it mean that whenever I make the collection or the items within the collection visible and accessible, at no point does that mean that that item is no longer mine. So I think that's one of the bigger hurdles that people might have in thinking, oh yeah, but I'm putting it online, I'm putting it out there, and what happens with it? There comes issues of rights, property, common copyrights. So all of that comes into play, and maybe Brewster can also help me with this question, this part, because through Internet Archive, which is the platform that we are using to put our information on, there's also protection for all the items, Brewster.
Yes, if people want to make things less available than fully publicly available, there are different ways of doing that. What I have learned by running the Internet Archive, which collects everybody else's website. We don't have that much that is ours. It's everybody else's. And there are, well, hundreds of millions of websites that we collect every day. So how does this work? What we find is when people are maybe a little surprised if they go to the Wayback Machine and then they see their own thing, they have this question, which is, am I better off or am I worse off because my material is there? And we want people to come down with better off or at least not worse off. And by going and having it be nonprofit, by being respectful, by being able to engage in a dialogue, we find that this works very well. But we are proactive on the web collection of just collecting it all. As I showed your old website of the National Library from 20 years ago. There was no permission for that. We just did it. But if the National Library went and said, you have to take that down, we would take that down. And that approach seems to work very well. So that people can see themselves first try to understand what's going on. That proactive approach has worked very well if you're a nonprofit, no advertisements, no sneaky anything. You're trying to preserve other people's materials because it's valuable, because they are valuable, because culture should be saved, and it shouldn't be just owned, conglomerated, and resold by large corporations.
I think he answered everything. Well, no. You know, I mentioned earlier where we are in the line of time. And so there's a lot of information, the technical legalities and all of those which you just gently covered. So for me, the spirit of collaboration is open, and I cannot always speak on behalf of the government. I know I'm here representing the government of St. Martin, but we have always been very collaborative in most of all of the sessions that we've been doing. So it's already an open dialogue for collaboration between the sister islands. And so I know from my government point of view is something that they would definitely want to explore and what it look like. I cannot think of something that would be resistant. There is present right now someone covering the Ministry of Information, DCOM, and we also have, and they're already began work to acquire information and expertise. Likewise, there's the Museum of St. Martin who's present, and I know also they're also interested in being part of this collaboration process. So I think that as of now, this moment, and as we go forward and as we discover more and be informed more, we'll make more informed decision, but from the spirit of sharing. And we already have this beautiful interconnectedness that's emotional. You know, my grandmother from here, my grandfather from there, you know, so there's that sisterhood already, this kinship. So it'd be beautiful to see how it can be furthered on another level.
Beautiful. It's like poetry. Yeah, that was true. Okay, my 2 cents for the collaboration is the first thing, say yes to everyone and everyone. Simple that. So if anyone asks you, you say firstly yes. You always can say no, but a lot of people always say first no. And then it stops directly. So I think at Sound Vision, we always say yes. And for the network, especially Network of Digital Heritage, we say yes, we try to. And I love one guy, it's called Cory Doctorow, Canadian, the guy from Creative Commons, more or less, librarian, we always say. And he had this wonderful expression about content. And a lot of people say content is king. Content, it's true, yeah, if you say content is king, without content I can't do anything. But he said, no, 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 conversation is king and content is something to talk about. And that's the Brewster kind of part. If you are a filthy rich, big company that's trying to make more money, which is for some reasons okay, because people in entertainment have to have their wages. But if you're doing it for the good side of life, that lasts longer than just these 75 years, then conversation is king. And that's in the yes and the conversation is king, you come a long way. And the last one, that's a very Dutch one. I don't know if you're into football, but last night in the Netherlands, Feyenoord won over Ajax with 6-0. That's Rotterdam against Amsterdam. And you know, Amsterdam, they're nice people, but they're always talking. I'm more the Hague guy, more a Rotterdam guy, and they say, niet lullen maar poetsen, which means no bullshit, just do the work. And that's the first cent then, okay.
Yes, do the work. All right, we have another question here, and this is one of Gerrit's specifically to Rayanne. And the question is, how can Coleccion Aruba serve as an example for other small island developing states?
Well, I think the Coleccion Aruba, we have shown, or what we're working with is 11 different partners with different collections who came together to share the information and make it visible for the communities they serve. But we're also sharing resources. We're sharing human capacity. We're sharing machinery. We're sharing in financial resources when it's needed. And especially for us as small islands, sometimes that's I actually got this question this morning: how did you finance all of this? And I'm like, all of this what? All of this whole week, having everybody present. And what is happening here today is a proof of how collaboration can make us do big things. We're doing this together, thanks to NDA, with thanks to Prins Bernhard Cultuurfonds Caribisch Gebied. We managed to get people from all the islands, and including the Netherlands, here to Aruba, so we can share this with you. And I think throughout the rest of the week, you're also going to see more of how this collaboration is working. And one of the things that within especially the founding partners, every time that we've had these types of discussions preparing for this symposium, is that we are not looking only at Coleccion Aruba as a platform for sharing information about Aruba anymore. We're seeing the possibilities and opportunities to eventually create a Coleccion Antillas of, I don't know how you want to call it, but one for all the Dutch Caribbean islands, and maybe the Kingdom collection in samenwerking with NDA, Beeld en Geluid, where we can have one portal where all the information is accessible, because we already have these various platforms available, and it's just a question of interlinking everything, just like we have done with Coleccion.away. It was UNOCA, for instance, which is the organization where I work at. We uploaded our own information on our own Internet Archive account. The library did the same, the Archaeological Museum did the same, but in the end we chose to have this one platform that I don't see Kimberly here anymore, but we do have immense gratitude to SETAR for donating the domain Coleccion.away to this platform, ensuring that we have one place that got interlinked in a way that you can search, for instance, the history of Dande, and you can find whatever information there is in the library account, whatever the archives have, whatever UNOCA might have, whatever the Department of Culture has, in a easier, and now with the brand new launch of the new collection, it's user friendlier even. So I think that's the reason that we are here, to maybe connect the dots with each other. The word connect that Apple used so a lot of the times today, the brasa, that we can brasa each other indeed to put our collections out there.
And on that point as well, so I think maybe just to connect to that question, there's also another question specifically asking on the connection of the different platforms. So we're talking about, let's say, expanding that collection to include the other islands as well, let's say throughout the kingdom. But the question is then, how can these different platforms using different online environments work together? I don't know if there's someone who more of a technical background, how does that work? So I'm assuming different systems, how does that work together? Is that possible? Does it go with one specific platform, or can you have, let's say, multi or diverse platforms, and in that sense still be connected?
Not exactly. So let me answer some things that I know, okay. And then, but I'm not sure it's exactly what you're asking. If there were other groups in other places that wanted to do digitization and hosting on the Internet Archive services, all of that is free. We have the funding to be able to support all of that for free. So if you want to go and build other collections for the other islands and have them interlinked, that is all easy to do. further than that, we have funding if there's something like, let's do all Papamento or do all Papamentu, everything written in those. We have funding to be able to do the digitization, the funding of that, and the orchestration of that. So there's funding available in the nonprofit sphere towards making it so that there be a whole sequence of these involved. If you want to use some of these, say, on another platform, I don't know, use some of these things on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, that's done all the time. I think this recording is going into YouTube, and then we take that and export that into the Internet Archive, and vice versa. So some of that, as long as you are open, the key thing is open. And if there's an experiment to be done in the Caribbean, I would suggest is to try openness. You can do some things here that I think are different than how constrained people feel in Europe or the United States, because you're somewhat isolated. We can do some experiments here of going and opening up access of published materials from other places into Aruba or Curacao or wherever, as well as opening up some of your materials to try things out. So I think that the opportunity is yours to do something, I think, quite interesting.
So you're trying, in other words, you're trying to say that even though there are different platforms out there, it's not a limitation in working together. So there's a space for experimentation to be able to reach to new areas of connectivity. Or that's what you're saying?
He is open.
Okay, all right. The next question I have, actually I want to direct it to Clara. And this question is as follows. Aruba remains a culture of connectivity and storytelling. Beyond stimulating users to search available information online, the ability to convey vast amount of information online can be done effectively through artistic expression and discipline. In what way do you see either new collaboration or fortified collaboration between institutions such as libraries, archives, and artists, think for example painters, poets, actors, in that way? So the question is mostly, so how do you see, for example, the digital aspect, but also the aspect of the artistic expression, and then how and what ways do you see more spaces of collaboration with all these areas?
In St. Martin already, there's a huge collaborative spirit in terms of the various artist institutions. We already collaborate with our sisters on the French collectivité. Because don't forget, St. Martin is 16 square miles Dutch territory and 21 square miles French. But on the cultural level, we have this unwritten rule, this policy that says the borderless nation. So in a lot of ways, artists are already collaborating. There's cross-cultural collaboration between arts and artists. And then likewise, I mentioned earlier, and I think this is very important, the emotional connection that runs through Ceiba, Statia, St. Martin, Curacao, Aruba, and Bonaire goes very far and very deep. You know, our grandparents are from here, our great-grandparents are from here. I just met someone who sat this entire morning trying to figure out, how are you connected to me? You understand? Because she's a Richardson, a Rich from St. Martin, and it's an ongoing dialogue all the time. So when artists come together, we already come here for Carnival. You guys come here for Carnival. So we go to Ceiba, we go to Statia. My sister just came here from the Netherlands on Thursday, and in one weekend she went St. Martin, Ceiba, Statia, St. Martin, Ceiba, Statia, Anguilla, and now she's in Aruba, and I'm here. So on an emotional level, people are always searching to reconnect without the political infrastructure that caused so much discord. So this is another way of, like, we're coming back home at our design. You know, it's not like enforced upon us, but we are searching to reconnect in a loving way to tell our collective story. Because despite the fact that the formation of these 6 islands was not organic, coming together, it became an organic love connection that governments, well, I have to remind myself I work for government. But the artist community themselves are always seeking for connection. So I see it very possible. I'm a possible person, and that's how I function. And it's doable. And that's how I function.
Okay, sure.
That's how our community functions.
Indeed, as you mentioned, the connections have always been there, despite whatever, let's say, political constructions. But they have always been there, and people continue to live together, to connect together throughout the entire kingdom. And I think that can also serve as a prototype actually for this, let's say this collection on a more technical aspect.
I wanted to add really quickly, I talked about the artistry of our lives, right? And a lot of people on Silmarine, if you go on Facebook now, there's all these new groups, social media platforms, all asking questions. Pride Foundation, Heritage Foundation, St. Martin Heritage, everybody on their own art. There's a momentum right now asking, who are we, what are we, where can we connect? So that alone, even if it doesn't happen on one level, on this other level, there's a wave of reaching out towards each other.
And it's happening very organically. Yes, indeed. So the next question I have is for Mr. Eppo van Nispen tot Zevenaar. I like saying that name. Yes. It says here, the question is, with the rise of artificial intelligence and chatbots, what do you foresee as the future of digital preservation? Okay? Are we going to preserve data directly to a digital archive? And how can anthropologists, so I'm assuming anthropologists in the building here, like me, understand and use this data for future research? So just to reiterate, with the rise of artificial intelligence and chatbots, what do you foresee as the future of digital preservation?
Oh, that's quite a complex question, I think. And I'll try to answer it from our point of view, quite simple. Depending on what you call AI, of course, a lot of this AI, even my mother is becoming AI. Then it's not a joke, because if you die, you can live longer, the everlasting life. When it comes up to digital preservation, I think, and I mentioned that, that it's not so much on the preservation side, but what do we keep up in our database? What do we store there? And how can we bring that up to the artificial intelligence part? Garbage in is garbage out, even for artificial intelligence systems. And the bigger the databases, the bigger, the more faulty it becomes. And I think that what we can do, if you start with your database in a way, just do your metadata. Have an idea about which words you use, your thesaurus, everything you need as an archivist, all the boring things, they will count to make a better digital preservation, because it's not about today and it's not about tomorrow, but we always say it's about eternity. Is that people can find over 30,000 years back. That's what Brewster does. How great it is that you can have this way back machine, that you can see how they communicate, maybe not in the way, but you get to learn. And there, artificial intelligence can help you and can train you and can, but we have this, in digital preservation, the task to do, how can I say this in English, very pure, very bold, very boring maybe, till we say so. But if we don't do this job well, we can preserve anything we want in our digital age, but it's, in my opinion, it will be lost forever. Am I right or am I wrong? Bruce, I'm looking to you. Thank you. And so, anthropologist, I loved it, because I got 5 children, and I said the best study you can do, become a cultural anthropologist, anthropologue. But in the Netherlands, it's rated as one of the worst studies you can do. It's rated like this. Yeah, it's very strange, because I strongly believe that if understanding each other, cultural anthropologists are the best sociologists
that there are. Yes.
I don't know if anyone else wants to share anything.
AI is the thing everyone wants to talk about. So here's a couple of things that we've found. We're already using AI to help provide metadata for things that are difficult to catalog, like government records and the like. So it's already in production at the Internet Archive for doing mundane tasks, but with human supervision. Because if you do not have somebody look at the results, you'll end up with junk. But it speeds things up. So describing periodicals went from 46 minutes to about 7 minutes. Because we have so many, we can now think about doing it all. So that's helpful. Another thing that we archives can help with is guaranteed human writing. Because now the world is getting poisoned with all this AI junk. And it's starting to get a little bit confusing. So we are really popular among people that want to go and do AI research, both the nonprofit and the for-profit. So they want our materials to be able to know that it was actually people that did that. There's another that is an opportunity that I'm not sure who's going to really take advantage of it. We were approached by another island nation in the Caribbean that was looking at attracting AI companies to go and set up and do research in their jurisdiction because they might have better laws allowing AI to go and use copyrighted materials. Where in Europe, they've made the decision to basically make that impossible. So they thought, okay, if Europe's going to pass and not really help, maybe there's an opportunity for their island nation to do something interesting and attract investment in the computer science domain to go and do AI research there. This is kind of interesting. I've now been traveling around, and basically other countries are going and saying, well, Europe screwed up. So they may, Europe didn't have a search engine. Japan didn't have a search engine. They kind of passed on the whole .com thing based on laws that they thought were appropriate at the time, but it meant that they lost out on a major economic opportunity. And Japan this time around, it says they're pro-AI. They're not going to miss this one. United States is unclear. Is it going to be the publishers or is it going to be innovation? Right now there's lots of lawsuits. It's unclear. But it makes an opportunity outside of that domain. And I do understand that Aruba is part of the Netherlands. So you're not as free as some of the other countries. But there's opportunities here if you're willing to experiment. If you want to take advantage of these opportunities, the AI world is now getting massive funding. It's a massive excitement. Who's going to play what role? Everyone's trying to figure that out. And there's, I'd say, opportunities here that should not be just like, oh, that won't happen here. It's like, maybe it will.
Yes, I'm sensing a sense of optimism in the word experimentation. Rayan wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that even with Coleccion Aruba, we did exactly that, what Brewster said. Experiment with handwritten text recognition, which I don't know if everybody knows this already, and Peter and Edric are going to speak about it later this afternoon. But through Coleccion Aruba, we have digitized most of the colonial records that were archives, the colonial archives, and these are now readable through artificial intelligence and decipherable. Deciphering these old documents is a job that would have taken over 60 years if it were done by humans. And now we're looking into something that's going to take 1, maybe 2 years to basically decipher all the colonial archives of Aruba, and hopefully this will transcend into colonial records of all the islands as well.
Okay. Now, like I mentioned before, so I'm sensing a sense of optimism and experimentation and seeing what all, let's say, the possibilities that are available to us. And yet, there are also some challenges, and these are some of the questions that I've received as well. So how then do you, for example, deal with private collections, information from citizens who want to share that information, number one. Second, how do we go about making sure that that information is not lost and that it's really preserved and protected, and also that that information it falls in the right hands. And lastly, also, of course, this is beautiful. We have QR codes, for example, to be able to connect, to get information, or to go online and so forth. But the reality also of the societies that we live in is that not everyone has access to the digital means. And even if we have that access, there are different levels or levels of accessibility, I would say, to reach that information. So not because you have a smartphone means directly that you're going to use that your data that you have to connect to Coleccion.awe, for example. You perhaps maybe use it to connect with other people. So how then do we make use of, how do we get to those people? Because of course this information is very valuable, but in other words, how do we ensure that it's not for us who's sitting here, wow, we think this is so great, and so wow, and we tap our shoulders that, hey, we did such an amazing job, while perhaps maybe the majority of the population actually doesn't have access to this information. Clara, I don't know.
Well, I can talk about what we've been doing in St. Martin through the libraries and through these social centers, training the elders. They've created special programs to bring them in, to upgrade them into computer skills, knowledge, and they meet at the John Lamany Center every Friday afternoon. And I see all these elders, like 70 and 80 years old, being taught how to do this. So I think this is where the alliance comes in, the alliance and the collaborations, and these are all the groups that you want to engage that see the value of what we're doing, and they want to, A, get granting for it, see how they can pull people in. The schools are all modifying, digiboards. So I think it's the direction of where everybody wants to go. So I don't see it as a deterrent necessarily. And I feel that people are making effort to make the information available.
Okay.
In the Netherlands, about a quarter, 25% of the Dutch population, because everyone has access to fast networks, mostly fiber, to the home, 92% it is. But 25% of the people, of the inhabitants, we're about with 17 million people living in the Netherlands, is not able to use information as such. So that's around 4.5 million people in different ages, different stages. People are illiterate or are not literate enough, or we have an alliance too. It's called the Alliance on Digital Society, where we try to get these people, take them really by the hand. We're working in an intensive program with the public library. I used to be myself a public library director, and I think these are the places. And the funny thing is, we're a European Western country, highly educated, but still it's a quarter of the population that doesn't come along. And on your other question, how do you get along that people will find you? That's a very blunt question of marketing. How do you tell your story? I love the video you made by saying how information, and it's a kind of fun thing, but it's important. And you have to think of how can people spell the word collection, because there was a question, how do I spell? It's very interesting. Or do you give it the name of something like my life, or so that's very good to think of from another point of view. We have in the Netherlands, for the National Archives, have a wonderful database which is called Delver, PHER.nl, and all the newspaper magazines from I think 1600 till more or less 2000 are, you can search them by word, by everything. I use them a lot. But one of the, I think it's a gold mine, but one of the problems I think is the word Delver, because if you can't spell, you even can't spell this word, so where do I have to find it? So try to be in the marketing part for the people who are not literate enough. Can we reach them? That's how we do it.
So there's an aspect of marketing. So I heard Clara mention the elderly, but there's also the aspect of young people as well. Yeah, so for example, and they who are more quote unquote tech savvy, but I'm wondering if there's a link perhaps maybe with the platforms that they are using to have access to this information. So there's a lot of layers actually that are involved or are present when we're dealing with not only having access to information, that's one step, but also encouraging and the usage of that information in an effective manner. Yes, Monetary.
Something that I found very helpful is the Internet Archive measures itself based on bits in and bits out. This sounds sort of corny or very simple, but it is not corny, but it is very simple. We judge ourselves, are the collections getting bigger and are the collections being used? And by going and looking at what's used, you can find out what people want. And it may be surprising, but if you have the flexibility in your organization to veer towards the things that are getting used, then you'll be more and more useful. If there's a message out of COVID, it was be essential. So let's make sure that our collections are essential. And it may be different from what you imagine. People will start, we made it so that people could just upload anything. And they uploaded their songs, they uploaded all sorts of things that were important to them that they wanted to pass on, but that were also really difficult for them to find another place that was not commercial or taking advantage of them. So we in the libraries and cultural heritage world, we can play a more proactive role in this new time to go and find what do they actually need? What do the restaurants need? What do the, I don't know, I'm thinking of Aruba, what do the hospitality workers need to be able to up their game? And how can we in the cultural heritage area use our resources to reinforce this, whether it's presentations or menus or anything that they have that they need more of. Can we put in place the infrastructure to help them? We're a service community, so we should always start with how can we help you? And answer yes. And it may surprise you as to what role they think they could use help with. And they may never really have thought of a library playing those roles. But now we can, and it's inexpensive, and it's our role in the civic society to play an information repository, but access function. And so I think we can do a lot more with the monies that we already have without having to get new budgets, and just go and find out what people are doing with our services, watch Coleccions Aruba, see what's taking off, and then do more of that. And then try some new things to go and make a population that needs accurate information. They need information more smoothly. They're not getting it from the commercial players. How can we help them be better citizens?
All right, and Rian,
yes.
looking at the time, so this is the last word, and then we go off to eat.
All right. Yeah, so for Coleccion Aruba, we also made sure that, again, maybe the information is still getting out there, but we also made sure that we had like an infographic set up so that people don't have to necessarily call one of us to ask us how do I get certain information, but there is an infographic on our social media pages, so we try to get the word as much out there as possible. And also to refer back to your one of the initial questions that you had, like how to get people more people involved into the collections. We also encourage creators um, uh, reverse. We have the 11 partners, but that's not a limited amount. So we are open for more partners, more organizations that have collections that want to be part of the collection can always contact us. Aruba is small, so they know where to find us. And besides that, where I wanted to go was that creators that want to have their creations on Coleccion Aruba can also contact any of their favorite partner. Maybe it's a visual artist that wants his collection of paintings to be on Coleccion Aruba, then they can come to us at UNOCA. Maybe you have writers that want to go to the library with their information, and we make up a type of license thing where we get to put it under our collection, but still the item still belongs to the original author or the original artist. Before we go to lunch also, as an organizer, I want to ask everybody, in your programs, we have an event tonight, we have an event tomorrow night, and we have an event on Friday night. It is important, if you have the QR code or the link that was sent in your initial emails, if you can please RSVP to these events so that we can arrange for transportations from the Hyatt place to these events, and also so that we can make the necessary arrangements as to the amount of people that we have coming to these events. So please, during lunch, if you have a minute, go online, open your email, click on the RSVP for events link, and let us know if you're coming or if you're not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rayan, and thank you to the...
I just wanted to say
Clara,
something
yes?
real quick.
Okay.
You know, in the work that I do, I always find that we are doing this amazing work of building community, building nation, building homes, building humans. And we're always apologetic about what we do. We're not aggressive enough. I compare myself to the sex industry. They ain't shy about it. The booze industry, they ain't shy about it. They want you to drink. They make the advertisement. They make it attractive. They say, come, come, come. And we're like, do you want to come? No, we have to be big, bold, and bodacious. Because at the end of the day, what we bring to the world is so much more powerful than what they're bringing to the world. So we can't be shy. We have to go out there. No, we really, because I'm very aggressive. I'm a beast when it comes to reaching out to people. I use internet, Facebook, whenever, WhatsApp. I send videos. I'm like, you need to respond. I don't give you an opportunity to tell me no. I reach out to you. You got to be here. This is amazing. We want you. So we have to take this, we have to flip the script. We got to be sexy, fun, engaging, joyous, hip, cool. Culture is amazing. We want the young people to feel the same way about it. So we asking you, we telling you.
All right, thank you so much to the entire panel. I think give them a round of applause for their very engaging, as well as the questions from the audience. We're very thankful. And of course, at this moment, we have arrived at lunchtime. Ta hora di come, like we say in Aruba, it's time to eat. And I just like the word bold, big, and bodacious. Big, bold, and bodacious.
Lunch.
Sexy and fun. Yeah. All right, as well. So I would say we can go off to lunch now. And of course, we encourage everyone to interconnect, to network with each other as well, to make the connections. Because as you know, most of the information that we receive and that we learn from is actually, especially at the lunch table. So make those connections, go out and fill your stomach, your tummy. All right? Then after lunch, we'll be back at 1:30. 1:30. Thank you.
passado, eu tenho que conhecer. Para vou parar de presente e ter vista para o futuro. Boa história, eu tenho que contar. Pronto, através de Aruba. Esta paixão. E tem hope emoção, pero tem um momento não também de tristeza e dolor. Pero tem deporte com mais te atrair é fanático para seguir é deporte e futebol. Pensei mesmo, Liga Ouro de AVB através de nos Isla TV, Canal 23, bom canal de deporte, apresenta Paloto cambiando vida e Aeropuerto Internacional Reina Beatriz.
Silas, vamos.
Seja responsável por o mês e para outro. Não manejar boa influência de álcool. Usa o amigo Didi.
Let's dive into the elements that makes Aruba our home and the perfect holiday.
I am the happiest man on earth.
Aruba is known to be one happy island, so it is only fitting that we celebrate World Happiness Day. There are 5 key elements that make up the language of happiness. The first one is gratitude.
It's like happiness to me is being grateful for what we have. I'm grateful for having a job, grateful for having so many friends around me.
2, wellness. Self-care is key. 3, community. A sense of belonging that keeps us all connected. 4, kindness, being kind and sharing that kindness. Number 5, growth. We are all on our own journey to grow. At the Aruba Port Authority, you will find one of the happiest people spreading happiness every single day. According to Johnny Martis, the secret to happiness is quite simple, and that's having gratitude and appreciating the small things in life.
But we are happy. We are. When I get up in the morning and I hear the birds fly, I'm the happiest man there is. And I love when I take the phone and my daughters are okay, my sons are okay, I feel good. There's nothing to break me, really. It's not a make-up something, it's something from my heart.
I love that. Johnny grew up in a large family. His upbringing was filled with love, respect, being there for one another, and even putting the effort to give to one another. He attributes his positive attitude today to how he was raised. Even better, he has passed this on to his children.
I personally am very happy because I was brought up with a goal and a value which my children is sharing now. So I'm very, very happy to say that my kids make me happy because they have the same value and the same respect. Wherever they go, I see they're getting attention. They have also know that they're definitely going to be all right. So it makes me very, very happy.
No matter how bad Johnny's day is, you won't find him frowning. Johnny spreads his happiness around to every single person that he encounters, from locals and tourists from all walks of life. He recognizes we have to live up to Aruba's motto and slogan of One Happy Island.
Well, what I try to do in the morning when I go to the ports, I have to show the tourists that I'm on a happy island. I can't be happy on a happy island with a sour face. So I get up there and everybody thinks I'm crazy. Good morning, how you doing? Welcome to Aruba. That's my logo. And my colleagues are doing the same thing, so that makes me feel happy too.
He even surprises his team at Aruba Port Authority with his positivism sometimes. But don't be mistaken, Johnny being genuinely happy does not mean he doesn't encounter struggles or hardships, just like all of us. But it is how he chooses to deal with it and how he decides to portray himself that is making all the difference in the world.
I smile all day. You think we're crazy.
My colleagues tell me, how could you come every day the same thing? Every day you're there smiling. And I tell them I do it. But when the curtain closes at night, I have my sorrows just like everyone else have. But I'm positive. I come every day when I get up, I thank the Lord for another day, and I go on. It's so great, really. It's terrific.
I am very happy.
$1,000! Wow. You can find all of that and more only at the Marriott Stellaris Casino. That was just a preview. Before we show you the main event of the evening, here's a dazzling array of nighttime activities that can only be found inside the Aruba Marriott Resort. We just finished a delicious meal here at the Ruth's Chris inside the Aruba Marriott Resort and Stellaris Casino. The night is still young and we have plenty in store for you. A few steps from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is one of the best places for an after-dinner drink accompanied by live entertainment. The schedule varies. Tonight, we're lucky enough to have a DJ spinning the beats. You'll always find a lively atmosphere in the lobby of the Aruba Marriott Resort. For all the visiting friends who are staying in vacation rentals across this island, and also for the guests who are staying in other hotels, make sure to stop by and check out what this property has to offer, especially in the evening. Before we show you the best part of the night, stop by the Marriott lobby for some handcrafted cocktails. My favorite is the hibiscus margarita, and enjoy some live music. You won't regret it. I teased it earlier, it's time for the main event. It's time to head inside the biggest casino on the island, offering the most up-to-date machines, plus the classics. You can also count on the tables, always bustling. The Stellaris even has Caribbean stud poker. This is special because this table game originated right here in Aruba. It's a unique blend of traditional poker rules, and with its innovative gameplay, it has captivated players worldwide. It's a good idea to explore the Marriott Stellaris any night of the week, but Sunday nights belong to this casino and this casino alone, because Deal the Cash happens every Sunday evening. Contestant number 1 heads over to spin wheel number 1. You see what package you land on. Now, the higher the number, the better, because it means you get to open more envelopes, and each has a different value to it. You can add it all up, and you decide whether you want to take that amount home, or you go for the second wheel.
For the temptation, it is $300 in cash. We have one more shot of color. Number 2. Mr. Tyson is getting another $300 in cash. That's $600. And now, what do we do? Those $600 can be $1,800.
The second wheel is tricky because you can triple the amount of what you just opened, or you could lose some. Every player of the Stellaris Casino has a chance at this great game, whether it is a local or tourist. She just won more than $1,000. Let's check in with her to see how she feels.
That's $1,100.
I am very happy, and grateful.
Despite winning or losing, this tourist says this casino is her casino of choice.
No bad at all.
Do you recommend other visitors to come to this?
Absolutely.
Why?
It's one of the better casinos, one of the bigger casinos. And they have a game for everyone.
According to Rafaelina, Marriott Stellaris offers an energetic ambiance. Plus, everything else.
Here we have $300.
Well, look around. There's always a lot of people, there's music, and everything is just alive.
The Deal the Cash game show is popular here on the island. Ofo is a resident musician here at Stellaris, but he is also the host for the Deal the Cash game show. There's really no competition when it comes to this casino.
We have right here the best percentage given back to the players. We have the best losers machines on the island. This place is every day packed because people know that by coming here they will be having more chance than by going anywhere else.
Ofo says Stellaris has perfected a solid formula for catering to both locals and tourists alike, which is important because part of the Stellaris Casino's charm is the equal mix of residents and visitors that the venue attracts. I'm currently doing a little staycation at Boardwalk Boutique Hotel in Aruba. And for full disclosure, this is not a sponsored stay. My husband got this for me for Christmas, and let's just say he did very good. Some of you may already know that I produce content that celebrates Aruba. So let's check out some sustainable and also just really cool efforts that this property has set in place that is so worth celebrating. This boutique hotel is truly breathtaking. I was in absolute awe when I first stepped in here. Everything about it feels tranquil and serene, not to mention the very lush greenery that surrounds you at every step of the way. Besides being beautiful though, Boardwalk also makes a serious effort in setting sustainable practices into place where guests are encouraged to participate in. For instance, in every kitchen of the casita is a compost bucket with a label detailing everything that is compostable. Safe to say, many of Aruba's visitors have coffee on a daily basis. Well, at this hotel, they've managed to provide coffee pods that are compostable and reminding guests to please put the used pods into the compost bin afterwards. As someone who does not know too much about compost, what I appreciated the most about all of this are the labels to help guide me through the process. Once the guests do their part placing the compost items in the bin, housekeeping will take it out to the compost station. I think it is so important to educate our visitors about Aruba's superior water quality. You may recall on my YouTube channel, we dedicated a story all about this also. By our visitors enjoying Aruba's water, this eliminates the need to purchase bottled water from grocery stores, which in turn helps our environment. Boardwalk also stocks the fridge with Aruba's tap water with a little sign to let us know it is safe to drink it. Speaking of Aruba's tap water, it'd be great to have bottles to put them in. Voila! Not only are these beautiful souvenir bottles, but they are also 100% environmentally friendly. The bottles are made of bio-based plastic using sugarcane fibers, which is a CO2 negative plastic. They are made by a company called Join the Pipe, which is a social enterprise focused on promoting access to clean drinking water and reducing the usage of single-use plastic bottles. Next, we are venturing to the lobby. Not only is this space aesthetically pleasing, but there's something really meaningful and needed here. Something small and simple that more hotels can duplicate. This is a small food donation box which encourages guests to leave behind any unopened items and long-lasting products for the Aruba Food Bank. The items will go back to members of our local community who will use it. I'm on my way to the lobby to drop off these unused, unopened items in the donation box in the lobby. I actually love this idea. I'm a vacation rental host myself, and the amount of food that gets left over by our visitors is actually quite a bit. So to see these things going to community members that could really use them is really great. And on our way to the lobby, let's check out the grounds here at Boardwalk to see if we find anything else that's really neat. Across the boardwalk property, you will find recycling stations encouraging guests to separate their trash by glass, plastic, and general waste. There's several of these stations spread out throughout the grounds, making it convenient to recycle. Stop by the hydration station to reduce the usage of single-use plastic and refill your bottle made from sugarcane with Aruba's safe, drinkable water. It's really an adventure simply exploring outside of your casita because you will find fun and helpful signs about protecting nature, such as areas not to walk on due to baby grass growing, or not stepping on the bees, or you'll learn about local bird nesting. There's also neat plantations such as aloe and pineapple to keep your eyes open for, or you could come across some bananas growing as well. I'm sure behind the scenes, Boardwalk does set a lot of other sustainable efforts in place as well. What I've shown you today is just from a guest's perspective. Again, none of this was sponsored. I simply wanted to share with you some really cool and effective things that a local boutique hotel in Aruba is doing that's contributing to our environment as well as our community. There's really simple things that Boardwalk does, such as encouraging the guests to recycle as well as educating our visitors on Aruba's water quality. That's important because then they don't buy plastic and it doesn't accumulate. These small efforts that they're making makes a big impact on our small island nation. I'm going to get back to my staycation now, signing off right here at the Boardwalk. I'm Yen Tilvu. We'll see you next time.
Há 60 anos, o coração de televisão abate cerca de nós.
Tras de trayecto increíble aqui, sempre estava assim, e ainda não.
Com o compromisso para criar conteúdo e informar.
Essa aqui é indivíduo não apaixonado, cabine da 13 é dedicação, é seriedade, é história não, é humor e é momento não inolvidável. Traz de cada câmera, traz de cada computer, cada transmissão, cada ideia, cada plano criativo. Não te força para impulsar o canal e lo que está alimentar nos éxito. Mas com uma dedicação e expertício, junto te forma um time poderoso que te cumpre a visão de apresentar experiência e conteúdo de qualidade. Nos profundo gratidão na turnos empleados que hace muito mais que unicamente entretenemos. Gente incrível, que uma forma na história de televisão na Aruba. Saludo na tour que construí nos passado, nos presente e que lo sigue inspirando para o futuro com paixão, talento e inovação.
Voices and Choices, nós está aqui na BNU, caminho que nós também temos uma entrevista muito especial. naturalmente presente aqui na buurtzorg. Oficina de buurtzorg, caminho com os invitados especial também da senhora Mireia. Mireia, introduzir o mesmo tiki de Kiko da profissão e Kiko da significa buurtzorg.
Parte de minha apresentação, boa tarde, bom dia, bom gente presente. Eu sou uma enfermeira diplomada por Pianha, eu sou uma enfermeira general, mas se especifica psiquiatria na Holanda e me pode incorporar minha experiência na Aruba, África, Aruba, Holanda também. E depois, eu sou nutricionista. Então, eu estou involucrada também com a ajuda enfocada nos clientes. Então, agora, eu tenho um caso, eu generalmente ajudo cliente dentro do curso. É parte de Lagos Visa para mais de 30 anos de experiência como enfermeira e desde o ano passado, eu comecei em junho, eu comecei com o buurtzorg e nós queremos agradecer o buurtzorg. O que o buurtzorg está? O buurtzorg está, nós temos na Holanda ali wijkverpleegkundigen, então na Holanda, por exemplo, em cada província, nós na Aruba nós no papel de bairro, então renana com o cliente na sua numeração lo cresce, então se não pode toda enfermeira na diferente bairro, com por atachar e ajuda o cliente na casa, com cuida na casa, e cuida na casa está o que conosco faz está tudo posto.
Esse é o tema por pisa necessidade de cuidar na casa. Estão com o programa aqui não. Que sorte de cuidado da tico imaginar na mês que você pode oferecer ajudança daqui?
Buurtzorg na Holanda tem toda disciplina. E tem disciplina com tudo o que um cliente ou família não pensa que com o que não mistério. Bueno, quando nós começamos a primeira fase, nós vamos e vai em outra fase. Então nós temos que crescer. Nós começamos com HBO-verpleegkundige, enfermeira profissional, para doen ik weet op deze manier, doen ik weet die zorg na casa, ajuda o cliente com banho, bisti, hasi herida, com pressão, chatsusuku, colesterol, nós podemos ajudar também, mas dessa maneira se a comida da clapa, do nele, é porta de meia hora, é porta uma hora, é porta uma hora e meia, depende da largura de zorg, o que a família e o cliente está desejando. Então, se nós resta uns 5 minutos mais, nós estamos fazendo algo social com o cliente, com a família, dar um copo de té, um glaço de água, papaya, kiko de next, conta baiando, para sobre tem roupa coisas, mas tem um rol de zorg cuida que não. Portanto, chega um momento que o cliente ou a família visa nós não podemos chegar ao doutor de casa, nós temos perguntas, remédio, então nós também está evaluar também remédio, por exemplo.
Eu de caso que não, com possível cliente para você, por acercar você.
Nós temos folders, que nós temos número de telefone que nós podemos 738-8292, 738-8293, então assim nós podemos chamar para punter de soorte de informação. Nós temos info Aruba, apenstaartje, nós pisa buurtzorgcaribbean.com, pero llama-nos, é também você é mais personal. Ora você tem mais contato com nós e nós tem durante o dia, nós estamos trabalhando em weekend. Então agora nós bem cerca de casa de família, faz o intake, o que está passando rond, então isso não está custando nada. Então agora nós vamos precisamente inventarizar todo o problema que por ti que a pessoa me ajuda. E me ajuda, por exemplo, a banhar, ela sai do hospital, que está herida, que tem bepaalde nós precisa hechtingen, que nós precisamos fazer herida limpa. Hopicos nós está zorg per se, nós podemos planear, segundo a família quer, porque a família nós quer todo dia. Of nós queremos cada passo dia, ou vez por dia, depende do budget. Isso é tão importante, porque nós estamos para de budget. Então, aqui que está haalbaar ou não, a mim sim está haalbaar, porque se não tem budget, mas portanto tem coisa chiquito, que vamos fazer uma família, toque me quer uma enfermeira profissional bem gas, se quer bem para cima para com a herida também, com custo também. Então, eigenlijk é importante, você bom de um profissional, do que outro, que a família tem na casa.
Você imagina?
Sim.
Que edad asina di paciente of cliente boso ting? ¿Está solamente adulto o porta está más joven también?
Joven, de edad grande, nós não tinha edad, lá nós visa sempre só que passa com nós tim por razão de cos. De nós tim nós está assina tanto lá nós visa diverso, de profissionalismo, lá nós visa que nós tim enfermeira, não tem visa, não tem diploma, não tem experiência de todo ramo. Kinderen, ouderen, zorgzinnigen, toekomst, etc. Dus dat zij de kosten, maar misschien per een patiënt, hobby, zwak, vulnerabel, zelf in hospitaal, en de specialisten de hobby, maar misschien preocupar, quem vai ter que ir bom na casa, não spor, nós podemos ir trabalhar aqui na, e se especialista que quer contato conosco, nós podemos, sim, nós estamos.
Como está indo desde que você iniciava? So, Mireia mencionou a verdade desde o ano passado, com o tempo trabalho, que você iniciou com o trabalho, como é o crescimento e desenvolvimento a bairro e bairro para que você trabalha. Que coisa que você está é necessidade não tem aqui na Aruba, mas acaso se esta faria também para bairro, ou você saca uma linha general, como é isso aqui está?
É a linha general. Nós podemos dizer São Nicolás, de plano, tu caminha, nós portanto, na chamada da direita. Nós está reaccionando. E só que nós tínhamos acordo com a firma para a behandeling começar. Então, assim nós estamos com 30 dias field e porta tu caminha. Então, a pergunta de Marisol está tocando o que é o cambio desde últimos 6 anos. Nós temos colegas novos, nós temos estagiários da EPI, nós está grondig de escola de Holanda, nós está opgeleid, nós está getoetst. Nós temos cursos na EPI, companhia, nós está updated. E nós temos crescimento de cliente, nós temos também, vamos dizer, mas está no hospital também, nós trabalhamos, vamos dizer, invitação, está tentando para nós para o hospital, para diferentes fundações, lugares para nós por aqui com a buurtzorg. Nós temos invitação para congresso, para workshops, para nós atender e nós também seguir atendendo.
De caso de interessante, você mencionou estagiários de EPI, como é o contato aqui também? Também via escola, você tem acordo com não? Como é isso que está indo?
Primeiro, nós vamos ter a atender curso com Holanda, da hora Luna. Então, nós vamos aqui com leerdoelen, etc. Dus, assim, ela dura tanto horas. Então, não tem maestra que está em contato conosco constantemente via e-mail, chamada, e também aqui na oficina, nós estamos sempre com estagiários. Então, assim, nós estamos todos doelen não se não agora behalse ou não. Dus, essa aqui não está costa, que nós não somente de maneira que com Holanda, agora assim, com esta aqui não, mas nós temos que basear o que com a EPI está requerir para não por raia na leerdoelen. Então, a aqui nós estamos guiando. Sim, isso é coisa muito importante.
Muito bom. De caso que não, me tem mais nome, se por um exemplo prático, de hora que Mireia ou estão na buurtzorg chega a hogar, tem que hora vai. Então, nos visa como é a interação com o paciente mesmo, depende de que sort de paciente, claro. Dá nos indicação de dia de vida de Mireia.
Bueno, lá nos visa é importante passar com o esquema, então como nós está team que nós temos que trabalhar com outro, então é bedoeling tá com cliente sempre que o aqui mesmo cara, ela confia, tem confiança com a mesmo enfermeira. Se não tem que foco tem viajar, tem botar even bonapor, pero toch o cliente, se conheci cabo com meu outro colega. Então, eu tenho sua memória para pensar, sim, vai assim me conheci com ele. Então, é confiança mesmo dentro. Então, eu não me tenho que me esquema, me tenho que tal hora, me tenho dentro de casa. E parte que me tenho que também é importante que me chega, e não estou contente, que a buurtzorg chega. Então, eu viajo para o acto e não estou contente com o babinho, se me não gosta quem está dentro da minha casa. Então, eu não quero, não gosto, clique. E isso tem um clique. Se eu não clique, eu não vai. Eu vou me supor outro colega não que clique sobre a receita e seita a essência de trabalho também. Então, nós chegamos, nós temos ADL-zorg, de algemene dagelijkse zorg, de cliënten die requerir como bij de persoon in zijn kamer of bij de banho, verzorgen. E nós está comunicar rápido com o cliente em momento e a família que está na banda. Então, agora me cabe não, me tem digital sistema que nós temos que rapportar e o seguinte cliente agora seguir qual outro tipo de categoria de cliente não com seu diagnóstico, tudo diferente.
Que é a característica não de cliente não de idade mais avançada? Como está topa se não tem problemática não com o wak?
Soledade, hopi na mes, não ajuda na mes, é parte do problema que não tem é soledade, é parte também que muitas vezes também que a pensão não chega, o budget não chega, não está preocupado, e também quando chega não comida, quem está cozinhando para mim, não pode cozinhar mais. Quem está ajudando me em casa, é parte lá que nós visa, esse problema social que tem. Assim na tapo sabe que sempre me avisa que nós não podemos é problema para o cliente só. Nós está com o problema, nós está por de chamar, vamos ver se manesa plus toda a fundação não comportei volunteers não comportei tem hobbies dessa plus não quando nós está visa em bairro nós temos que vai ativar para ver quem pode ajudar outro. Het hoeft geen geld te kosten, en dan moet het kosten plagen, maar een bamaxi om heen te cerca pode ajudar em tipo de mantelzorg.
Den Voices and Choices nós estamos conversando com Mireia, que é um profissional, den parte de enfermeria, ela estuda também psiquiatria, é nutricionista, e ela está compartilhando conosco sua experiência de trabalho e cuido na casa, trabalhando para buurtzorg.
Na botica ng Benio por meio de pressão e suco grátis e colesterol para suma chiquito, pe horário e dia de serviço de enfermeira, specials e muito mais, siga-nos no Facebook ou Instagram. Benio, sempre cerca de você. Bota bayendo com vacância e boquear bo mascota na queda de ambiente de casa, bota druk of quizás hasta bota malo e não tem gente para cuidar bo mascota nang Pet Relaxation Services ta boa solução. Nós ta bimbo casa todo dia e ta dona bo mascota e cuido, carinho e atenção que merece. Nós tem diferente outros serviços também, entre outros nos pocana com bocachô. Para mais informação, chama-nos na 592-9339 ou visita nos Facebook page Pet Relaxation Services.
Agora, Voices and Choices, a primeira parte do nosso programa, nós vamos conversar com a senhora Mireia Eertmans, que é a enfermeira general aqui na buurtzorg. Mireia, na primeira parte do programa, vai dar uma ampla explicação de não somente buurtzorg, mas também o que você está oferecer. De duas partes do programa que não, me quero apontar se vou explicar pouquinho mais riba que está você logro não ter aqui e também exemplo na prática de essa aqui e naturalmente depois nós trabalhamos pouquinho mais também riba entre outras dimensões.
Bueno, el logro nanta lo que como referir en la primera instancia con nos by social media, manejo walking nós estamos na charla nós está atra folders nós está by Dr. Kass nós está por bando de direita de diferente tour departamento tour instância para nós por chegar na cliente então assim pouco a pouco tu gente lo vai realizar que está buurtzorg cuido na casa. Então, eu pouco a pouco não está logrando esse com o poder de Deus. E me provisa também de pergunta que eu tenho que não está hobby que não está hobby de Alzheimer com demência. Então, essa aqui está algo que está lógico não está hobby com mantelzorg não está overbelast. Familie não está overbelast. E essa aqui está algo que está é preocupação muito grande. Então, o que nós papi agora é também por deriva de na zona casa. E botinha mantelzorg que também outro caminho da e tem que brincar para um dia ou outro dia corre me vacinar come na tua cena então é também demasiado para não então é buurtzorg tá caiadinho de buurtzorg te hasi in generalmente, wak komt erbij kunang, check naar vitale functies, papi que dokter kas, e tem wachtlijst para 30 bejaarden ding cuido de casa, tudo cena. Eigenlijk het importante para mim é ter um habitat de uma casa, pero tem nada difícil. Então eu não vou ter a situação tá precária. Porque timbiame tem que hayame tá vai já sabe que não me vai na casa o axi na me está dando cuido, pero timbiame tá bisa me tem vai dentro frigideira, do não coi come e coi bebe para sobra. Ora me check na pressão me ter para duidelijk não nem bebe e não come. Não tá swak. Dus a situação está precária. Lo que nós também tá hayando petição também tá basta também para paliativo zorg. Não tá pinta kiko tá paliativo, tá algo opi palavra severo, tá grande, pero isso aqui tá algo medical, pero isso aqui não tá mais tanto de terminal zorg, terminal momento não de cliente.
Después também muri.
Essa que está sua última temporada, né? Pero era como quer ser, quer todo dia style qualitativo, vida para ser algo positivo, com família, com buurtzorg. Claro, estrutura e plan que nana casi lá que nós pisa nós também tá arriba gele, pero nós também tá claro com ele. E o time também tá grande. Ele sabe que tá algo que tá hope profissional, com doctor, com fisio, com todo o time, enfermeira, todo o time aqui não. É tá conhecendo a Holanda para Aruba também tá claro.
O de caso que não, me tem mais nome grupo não de comunidade seguro, tu ainda tá de uma família que porta um ou mais ainda tá sofrendo de parte de demência. Que coisa que você topa? Botar é diferente tipo, não? De demência e Alzheimer. Botar topa, a nossa vista é grado mais severo. É grado mais severo tá com uma pessoa tá dentro de demência e está dentro do mesmo mundo. Tá uma pessoa com ela laat verzonnen, het porta binnen in casa, não te acorda sua renda, não te acorda sua família, ou te acorda algo, pero não sabe mais que dia nem nada, não te acorda que ela come, não tem hambre, sim, me sabe me tem que banhar, para mim não só onde banho tá. Tem gente que a sala do hospital, assina débil e dentro do hospital, dentro da casa, e vai de viagem e de cama. Então como eu disse, agora lá que nós precisamos gevaren, pero bota papi também dá kosten que bota pisa assim com pessoas sobre a cama, op kost voor pas ter cama. Mas sobre não bota que zorgen agora para qualidade de cuida. Então, ora o hene sobre a cama é qual que a pessoa não tá botando dentro cama, hene de cama, então o hene que tá alegre, de cozinhar, cana, solo lá, todo para o outro cama. Então, é perigoso que tem que ora botar de cama, que tem tanta complicação que está trazendo com ele, como cuero, circulação mental, etc. Então, me avisa, não me cai também dentro de nutrição, sobre o gene como está antes e agora, não tem imenso comida que você tem que dormir todo dia mais. Você vai comer outra, sua digestão, sua mental, está costando, está bem como baby, você vai cuidar de uma maneira mais cauteloso, lá que nos visa. Outro tipo de Alzheimer, demência, está rindo não, o grupo não, que está pensa que não está tocos, não está cuidando na mesa, pero não está cuidando na mesa, não está comendo direito, não está visa também, mas nem vizinha horta me placa, aí chama a polícia, todo dia não está vai polícia, todo dia não está visa que a pessoa me manda os olhos horta me que põe, é coisa que eu fazer. É coisa fastidiosa, sobre que não tem problema. Então, era muito visa tem centro de memória, então essa aqui nós temos que motivar o cliente, a família, para a pessoa chegar na seu teste de memória, então com a etapa nós por donele su ela nos visa safety, sobre uma pessoa que tem bom mês, toch tem reme, então donele seu habitat onde está safe. Also, tem hopicos. Tem parte de demência e também de agressividade. A demência de agressividade está altíssima. Amo contra polícia, me tem semana ou 2 semanas, quanto viaja também para chamada de demência ou agressividade. Para mim, francamente, que estudia 2 para 3 casos de agressividade. Agora, bisami bom claro. A pessoa não te indica para casos de anciano? Não. Na nota indica. Dus a família começa a pensar,
compa kibra e koskinanen e persone que se worden behandeld para por ba e agressividade para estar neutral, tranquilo, para porque era tranquilo em sua casa ou em câmara onde que está. Pensa bom que um doutor ainda pouco hinca em casa de anciano. Não pode.
Isso é verdade um reto. E, mientras tanto, nós temos um colega que também vai dar a palavra a ele. Vocês me vão introduzir?
Não, eu quero introduzir Elisabeth Jaramillo, colega que começa a trabalhar com buurtzorg. Então, é uma pessoa, apoteker, assistente, com 10 anos de experiência, mas é mais lo vai papi over de sei e me está contente como nós estamos crescendo. Então, é para aqui que sobra, mas não precisa Marisol também que nós estamos diverso, com especialismo. E pessoas que não têm especialismo de remédio enorme.
Well, the voices and choices aqui rato, Elisabeth Jaramillo.
Na botica não benho por meio de pressão e suco grátis e colesterol para suma chiquito, pe horário e dia de serviço de enfermeira, specials e muito mais, siga-nos no Facebook ou Instagram. Benho, sempre cerca de você.
E nós estamos conversando com Elisabeth Jaramillo, que é uma apoteker's assistente e trabalha no back office de buurtzorg. Elisabeth, conta-nos pouco de seu trabalho e, em particular, também de seu background, com o amplo área de expertise para o que é parte de guia de remédio.
Nee, comecei agora aqui com buurtzorg, trabalhando como back office. Está tudo parte administrativo, guia, ajuda, também é enfermeira na cliente na interessa para não portar tudo caminho. Se quer intake agora aqui e tem lugar, nós está schedule papia de informação. E com turmi exercício de remédio também me ajuda de Riberfeld, também trabalho com também com esse intake. E buurtzorg também está dando-me a chance de crescer, para assim me por está certificado também de zorg. Como também por ajuda, se tem assistência com o ministério, me também por vai. E assim sei também cuida de herida, ajuda de injeção. Quando um pouco de hobby importante e hobby pedir também. Então, e me tem expertise de remédio, hobby ainda tem na remédio na dúvida, na bebe remédio que me hace por uma doutor. Contato com um especialista, com timbiata difícil para não.
Que pode contar-nos de lealdade de nós ainda não para manter na mesma receita? É algo que você tem que motivar ou é algo que é mais fácil, que não usa e todo remédio que você prescrever com esse tipo?
Tem diferentes tipos de clientes, então está conhecido em botica, o cliente está bebendo remédio nativo. Não está conhecer pelo caminho colorido, não está conhecendo de qualquer outro grupo, não não está mantendo a mesa, de essa nós está indo a pill box não para manter cuida de na mesa e assim nós por follow up também com não deve bem de bom, você tem ainda bem do hobby quando deve falta na casa e não tem ainda controlar não deve falta e piloto da gel, mas que deve gel e vai gel não tem som de suco, vai gel tem som de pressão, of so. Então é um bom guia para você senhora, vai ver papila de na inta, pressão tá dentro, suco tá dentro, sim. Vai ver só na à tarde, ok, a do por controlar também, ok, mas bebe não. Eu rico é também bom também por remédio não.
Que mariva mês é importante para o buurtzorg por oferecer uma ajuda de área aqui também.
Seguro que sim. Nós também vai estar inana, nós temos remédio para isso não custa pedir esse serviço, na tina box, não, eta ajuda para nós manter na zona casa e não tem que mais não tem transporte para sair nem para botica também deliver remédio na, dus quem vai ajudar na casa?
E quando estão com mais tanto bota topa, é grande, é leão, é pareja, que com mais tanto tá
que tem problema com remédio, nós estamos a roupa de gente grande não, e que tem roupa de trabalho e não está dando muito tempo na parte de beber remédio. Kita trabalha long day, full dia, malam kita bebe pindo, me lagi na casa. Esse não tem mais problema. Roupa gente grande não, toch não tá na milanta, kita bebe me pindo, bebe me coffee, lesa me coran, não queda plan. Toch roupa gente grande tem, pero tem gente grande não quando tá echt terapia tro, tem é problema de custo
e comporta em consequência.
Roupa consequência. Roupa tem até hospital de a bebe pelo não é roubes of sim bebe não. Of que ela acaba e vem por aí uma doutor para não, vem por vai buscar para não.
E de caso que não, naturalmente, de programa aqui, eu tenho contato com o paciente, futuro paciente, estão com qualquer contato bom para cobrir só. Como não posso saber?
Sim, não podemos nós, ou WhatsApp nós, na nosso número 738-8292. Nós temos e-mail também para me querer ouvir ainda mais facilitar que o WhatsApp, não por message, não por voice, não por chama, que hora que tem disponibilidade, como tem nós está contato.
E o último mensagem para que estão com o programa que eu quero recomendar agora aqui.
Nós temos para você não e nós procuramos de chegar por caminho na Aruba para dar bom cuidado. E ajuda fora a gente na mistério.
Assim também, Voices and Choices chega na final de entrevista aqui. O interessante para o que está é cuidado na casa. De nós gente não tem necessidade de pensar aqui. E a Mireia e também Elizabeth a dar uma ampla explicação de diferentes formas que o Bursor planifica pago. Também o número de telefone e naturalmente nós desejamos o êxito do reto que tem aqui na Aruba. Para que necessidade de nossa comunidade. Danke.
Danke.
It is extremely important to me that the stories we share are authentic and that we strive to tell both perspectives. I've been a local to this remarkable island 3 times and a tourist too many times to count. Our Home Your Holiday celebrates Aruba. There's a reason why Arubans are so patriotic, and there's a reason why visitors keep coming back. Let's dive into the elements that makes Aruba our home and the perfect holiday.
É uma maleza de cerebro. Generalmente, personas não estão diagnosticadas com epilepsia ou não têm 2 ou mais seizures. Alguns señalan de epilepsia ta confusión temporal, problema com espirna, movimento estranho de boca ou manga. Epilepsia pode controlar a maioria de viaja.
Maybe 2/3 of the patients, if the seizures are identified as part of the diagnosis of epilepsy and medical help and appropriate medical help is provided.
Remédio também pode ajudar contra a epilepsia. Depressão e ansiedade também é comum para os que sofrem de epilepsia. Ser não querer, mas queda pendiente de señalan aqui. Por último, epilepsia é uma herida do cerebro. Ou é algo de família, pero a maioria de viaja é causa da desconhecida. É importante para a epilepsia guardar, diagnosticar e tratar.
There is a very good chance that these seizures will become under good control and the person will be able to live their life like everyone else.
De Fabiola Ángela Hernández, para Telenoticia.
El cáncer de colon es un tipo de cáncer que afecta el intestino largo o recto. Puede llegar a causar daño severo y hasta la muerte, aunque la edad es el factor de riesgo principal. O sea, mayores de 50 años, no es menos cierto que cada vez se ven gente más joven. Ese es el caso de Gonzalo Ramírez. Fue por casualidad, a sus 43 años, que decidió hacerse una colonoscopía, desconociendo que el resultado desembocaría en un cáncer.
Para el año 2023, a principios de año, mi esposa sacó una cita con el gastro para hacerme una colonoscopía y él dentro de ese estudio pudo notar que había un pólipo, el cual no pudo manipular en ese momento, y me refiere al cirujano. Y en ese momento, en la cita con el cirujano, para los preparativos para la cirugía, llega la biopsia que me hicieron en aquel momento, y ahí fue que me indican que soy positivo a cáncer.
Para Gonzalo fue fuerte saber que tenía cáncer, pues su pólipo, según nos explicó, era muy grande y estaba sangrante.
Me cambió el color de la vida. Mi vida siempre la he visto de colores y en ese momento fue como blanco y negro. Y fue duro. Pero como el doctor me dio mucha fe y me dejó saber que todo iba a estar bien.
Muchos de los que presentan este tipo de cáncer no tienen síntomas en etapas tempranas, pero según Gonzalo, no tuvo señales como de diarrea, ni estreñimiento, dolor abdominal, fatiga, pérdida de peso súbita. En su caso, su factor de riesgo fue el historial familiar.
Mi tía hace varios años falleció de cáncer también colorectal y entiendo que parte de mi abuela, por parte de mi madre, también hay personas que tuvieron este cáncer.
O sea que en tu caso había ya una predisposición y un historial familiar. ¿Nunca se te ocurrió mucho antes hacerte la colonoscopía? ¿No lo pensaste?
Nunca lo pensé porque desconocía, por desconocimiento. Todo esto empezó con una apuesta que hizo el actor Ryan Reynolds con uno de sus colegas y él dio dentro de ese estudio salió con un pólipo y él empezó a promoverlo a través de Twitter y yo lo seguía a él y en ese momento fue que también entonces dice, tan temprana edad, ¿verdad? Esto puede sucedernos a nosotros y por eso fue que le dije a mi esposa que me anotara.
Gonzalo pasó por cirugía, todo le fue removido y por 6 meses recibió quimioterapia, un proceso que describió difícil y doloroso. Pero hoy está libre de la enfermedad y su mensaje es
que vayan a su médico y se realicen sus estudios porque entiendo que la prevención, eso fue lo que me ayudó y yo sé que va a ayudar a muchas personas. En un momento me dijeron que si yo hubiera esperado 1 año, estuviéramos hablando de otro tipo de tratamiento. Así que entiendo que la prevención.
Se puede reducir el riesgo de este cáncer si se adoptan estilos de vida saludable, evitar esos factores de riesgo y la práctica de una detección temprana a los 45 años son clave.
Câncer de tripa é um câncer que pode ocasionar daño severo e hasta morto. E aunque tem uma idade avançada de fator de risco principal, tem vários casos onde a pessoa mais jovem está sofrendo de maleza aqui. Esse é o caso de Gonzalo Ramírez, que a seus 43 anos de idade ha decidido bajar seu chequeo médico.
Año 2023, a principios de año, mi esposa sacó una cita con el gastro para hacerme una colonoscopía y él dentro de ese estudio pudo notar que había un pólipo, el cual no pudo manipular en ese momento, y me refiere al cirujano. Y en ese momento, en la cita con el cirujano, para los preparativos para la cirugía, llega la biopsia que me hicieron en aquel momento y ahí fue que me indican que soy positivo a cáncer.
Según Gonzalo, él no está sintiendo ningún síntoma. En su caso, el factor de riesgo está hereditario de familia.
Mi tía hace varios años falleció de cáncer también colorectal y entiendo que parte de mi abuela, por parte de mi madre, también hay personas que tuvieron este cáncer. Eso con una apuesta que hizo el actor Ryan Reynolds con uno de sus colegas y él dio dentro de ese estudio salió con un pólipo y él empezó a promoverlo a través de Twitter y yo lo seguía a él y en ese momento fue que también entonces dice, tan temprana edad, ¿verdad? Esto puede sucedernos a nosotros y por eso fue que le dije a mi esposa que me anotara.
Un otro caso está de Will Triplett, con sus 43 años de edad, es también una persona activa, viviendo una vida normal y saludable. El doctor ha recomendado a Will para hacer una colonoscopia y el resultado muestra que tiene cáncer de tripa.
was saying I could have had it for years and not known it, considering I didn't have any other symptoms until late 2019.
Según un estudio publicado para National Institute of Health, tiene 4 síntomas más comunes para las personas desarrollar cáncer de tripa: dolor de abdomen, sangramiento, diarrea y anemia.
Colorectal cancer is always thought to be a disease of older people. However, we know that age is not the only factor that contributes to this. We're seeing a rise in patients in their 30s and 40s.
Dr. Matthew Kennedy ha comentado que coloscopia por ayuda salva vida. Para estar en el grupo de riesgo, está recomendable para seguir la procedura aquí a la edad de 45 años.
Colonoscopy prevents cancer from happening and also detects cancer at a much earlier stage and gives you a much better outcome.
Will y Gonzalo están cancer free.
It's all about early detection.
La prevención. Eso fue lo que me ayudó y yo sé que va a ayudar a muchas personas. En un momento me dijeron que si esto yo hubiera esperado un año, estuviéramos hablando de otro tipo de tratamiento.
Se le llama enfermedades del corazón, pero esto incluye varios tipos de problemas cardíacos. Hay quienes nacen con ellas, lo que se conoce como cardiomiopatías congénitas. Otros tienen predisposición genética a desarrollarlas más tarde en su vida y los que permiten que los factores de riesgo se apoderen y afecten su corazón.
Diabetes, fumar, colesterol elevado, sobrepeso, inactividad física. Y hay un historial genético familiar que también está envuelto, que es usualmente cuando ocurre un infarto previo a los 50 años en sus papás, en tíos, hermanos, familiares bien cercanos.
Existe otro factor y es el llamado estrés, que cada vez se ve en gente más joven y promueve la enfermedad cardíaca, ataques cerebrovasculares y la enfermedad periferal, o sea, de las piernas.
Aumenta tanto la inflamación en pacientes con desórdenes mentales o desórdenes, ¿verdad?, de depresión, ansiedad, que ya se ha descrito que es un factor de riesgo súper importante. Lo que no se ha encontrado es que básicamente las medicinas que utilizamos para la depresión o para la ansiedad bajen la mortalidad como otros medicamentos que utilizamos, que ya está comprobado.
Existen varios tipos de afecciones cardíacas, como enfermedad de las arterias coronarias, angina, ataque cardíaco, insuficiencia cardíaca, las arritmias, enfermedad de las válvulas o músculo cardíaco.
Lo más común es el llamado infarto, pero después que el paciente tiene el infarto, que pone esa pregunta, tiene cierta cantidad de tiempo para llegar al hospital para que con la tecnología moderna le salvemos la vida, le salvemos la vida a ese músculo del corazón que es el que se daña, porque si se daña el músculo del corazón, vienen los fallos cardíacos, vienen las arritmias que no solamente se presentan en la etapa aguda del infarto, sino el paciente que desarrolla fallo cardíaco a veces necesita un desfibrilador porque se queda con una función de su bomba del corazón bien bajita que lo predispone a arritmia. Las mismas taquicardias, las mismas arritmias provocan problemas serios hasta la muerte súbita porque se están tapando esas arterias del corazón.
Entre los síntomas está el dolor de pecho que se puede irradiar al brazo o la quijada, fatiga, falta de aire, mareos, síncope o pérdida de conocimiento. Los tratamientos son variados y dependen del tipo de afección cardíaca. Lo nuevo son los productos para el control de la diabetes.
Hay otros medicamentos orales también que se están utilizando para bajar la diabetes y ahora tienen una indicación directa para el fallo cardíaco congestivo, por varios efectos positivos que funcionan a nivel del cuerpo del paciente, y ahora es una primera droga de elección para pacientes que tienen fallo cardíaco congestivo. O sea que los medicamentos, la revolución ha sido medicamentos de la diabetes, que ahora los cardiólogos tenemos que utilizarlos para controlar o tratar de mejorar la función, ¿verdad?, del corazón de estos pacientes.
Lo importante es hacerse revisiones médicas y de su corazón.
Dia Mundial de Riñón está uma campanha que está enfocada na importância de nos riñones para reduzir a frequência e impacto de maleza de riñón. Dia de Riñón está sendo observado riba de 2 webs de luna de março. A maioria de pessoas que têm maleza de riñón crônico não está sentindo nenhum síntoma e hora que a maleza está avançando.
Oftentimes people don't develop symptoms until very late in the course of their disease.
Tal motivo aqui é importante para conhecer os fatores de risco, que está incluir condições como diabetes, pressão alta, casos de maleza de riñón de família e maleza de coração. Se você tem ou mais de condições aqui, pede para o doutor para fazer teste para maleza de riñón.
There are two simple tests. One is a blood test to determine how well your kidneys are filtering the blood, and the second test is a urine test to see whether there's any protein in the urine, which could be another indication that that filtering process is somehow altered.
Detectar a maleza trimpán pode ajudar a diminuir o progresso de maleza. Atualmente está haciendo diferentes estudios para poder diagnosticar a maleza mejor y proveer un tratamiento efectivo.
Ultimately, we'd like to reverse the disease and, in fact, even cure the disease.
Vos ayuda a mantener el riñón saludable, todita activo, come saludable, dormir bom, no fuma y limitar el consumo de alcohol.
Es un grupo de trastornos del ojo que perjudica el nervio óptico. El glaucoma puede causar pérdida de visión y hasta ceguera.
They call it the thief of sight.
Le dicen el ladrón de la vista porque te roba la visión sin que se dé cuenta.
El oftalmólogo Dr. Steve Scalhorn dice que lo primero que se debe saber es que el glaucoma típicamente comienza con la pérdida de la visión periférica. Luego es una enfermedad progresivamente lenta y algunos pueden no saber que la padecen.
It's painless, so you don't feel anything.
No duele, así que no se siente nada. Los síntomas se presentan en la etapa final cuando tiene pérdida de visión y para ese entonces ya es irreversible.
Tercero, cualquiera puede tener glaucoma, pero los CDC dicen que ciertos grupos están en mayor riesgo. Eso incluye a población negra mayor de 40 años, todos aquellos de 60 años o más, personas con un historial familiar de glaucoma y aquellos con diabetes. Cuarto, aunque no hay cura para el glaucoma, si se detecta temprano se puede preservar la visión del paciente.
Es por eso que es tan importante evaluarse para glaucoma y realizarse examinaciones rutinarias de los ojos, especialmente si está por encima de los 40 años.
Finalmente, hay muchas opciones para tratar el glaucoma, incluyendo gotas, medicamentos orales y cirugía.
No podemos curarlo, pero podemos ralentizar o detener la progresión. La clave es conciencia. Vaya a examinarse los ojos.
Para el Minuto de Salud, les informó Lynn Franco.
Continúen con la buena programación que tenemos en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión. Y yo soy Alejandra Forero, presentadora de Primera Plana, y quiero invitarlos para que ustedes nos sigan en las redes sociales de Telearuba para que tengan todos los días una dosis diaria de inspiración, información y entretenimiento.
Obi gente ta quiere, cultura cacho también es un cos. Kunan tintur caminho de drume. E não por uma onda kuta. Sigur, tur caminho de tinkoi come toch? Pero en realidad está hopeleu. Stop está aqui. Por favor, esterilizar e castra vossa mascota.
Nos Mainta, Tour de Luna, Jaranzón y Javierna, de nuevo para Sunor de Mainta. Repetición a tarde y su siguiente día, riba live streaming. Nos Mainta ta entretener, educar y informar. Nos Mainta, aquí na mes na Telearuba.
Hasta aquí nuestra información por el día de hoy. De parte de todo nuestro equipo de trabajo, les agradecemos como siempre por su fiel sintonía. Continúen con la buena programación en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión.
3, 2, 1, clear. Mi nombre es Jerica Benítez, trabajo en el departamento de Telenoticia, en el área de Primera Plana. Recuerda seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales porque tu opinión es muy importante para nosotros y queremos saber qué te gustaría mirar.
Câncer de tripa está significa que células que não têm normalmente na nossa tripa está começando a crescer incontrolável e está começando um pólipo chiquito que está gordo considerado benigno. O especialista Dr. Franca de Fundação Coresa a comentar que esse pólipo aqui vira mais grande e por vir a câncer.
O pólipo está um frete chiquito que está crescendo na tripa e sempre o pólipo não está benigno. Pero em cada tempo, não está cresce, não está vira bulto, até hora não está vira câncer. Então, a não está passa dor de bovante e, logicamente, não por sai uit, dus vai na outro órgão.
Você pode ter câncer de tripa sem sentir nenhum síntoma, mas se você sentir algum síntoma, sempre é importante para controlar isso aqui. Dr. Franca está compartilhando conosco quais são os sintomas mais comuns que começam a quedar pendente para o câncer de tripa.
O síntoma não como te bisa tu para ter conta com ele é primeiro para mim que um síntoma de alarma da sangue de boaf. Logicamente, sangue de boaf pode ficar com botin ambei, botin herida, botin algo simples, mas toch me dá sangue de af um síntoma de alarma. Outro síntoma é, por exemplo, dolor de barriga, baixamento de peso. Se, por exemplo, baixar o sangue, então botin anemia. Hopi a gente por tem hopi tem dolor de barriga, então não pode compreender. E tem para gente não tem nenhum síntoma. Tem para gente assim solamente com um patrão de afta cambia, que normalmente você vai todo dia, onde te começa a cambiar, te vira duro, te vira suave, te vira, vamos dizer que te vira irregular. Tudo isso não importa síntoma que tem algo está going on dentro da tripa.
Pero que é factor de risco que aumenta a chance de desenvolver pólipo e câncer de tripa?
O saco de factor de risco está, por exemplo, se temos família, tem gente com câncer na tripa ou pólipo na tripa, corda isso é bom. Se você conhece com uma lesão inflamatória crônica de tripa, maneira colite ulcerosa, zicta van Crohn, gente que come carne corra, não sabe? Obesidade, rumamento, álcool e também vida sedentário. Então, gente que não está movendo roupa e tem que exercício.
Dr. Franca a comentar que a situação de câncer de tripa na Aruba está algo alarmante. Segundo Dr. Franca, a mortalidade na Aruba está 2 para 3 vezes mais alta que a Holanda.
O que nos está acta, não somente mundialmente, nos está acta na Aruba também, com a incidência dos gente que mais gente está tendo câncer na tripa, isso é algo mundial. Pero nós estamos aqui também com isso, nós estamos aqui com mais gente young está tendo. Na Aruba, que está regardar câncer na tripa, é eigenlijk algo alarmante. Passou a meter tudo dado no hospital, dado no Aruba, onde que mostra, se nos track back desde 2010, te a aqui a tendência está subir, vai. Essa é uma tendência que tem mais gente tendo câncer na tripa, e outra coisa também que outra tendência está com mais gente de 55 anos também tendo câncer na tripa. Logicamente isso é alarmante. E orbo vai o que passa mais gente tendo mais gente young, e mortalidade na Aruba está alta. E mortalidade na Aruba está 2 para 3 vezes mais alto que a Holanda, por exemplo. Logicamente come mais saudável, mais fruta, mais verdura, baixo peso, stop de ruma, menos álcool, stop álcool, busca passar de uma família, se tem gente com uma lesão de tripa, maneira pólipo ou câncer de tripa. Se você tem uma lesão de zicta van Crohn ou colite ulcerosa, um colitis crônico, inflamação crônica, que é controlar-se como especialista para que check-up. Se você saca pólipo no passado, um papo com o doutor em casa, um treino que tempo você vai sacar a trove. Essa é nada coisa com a mesma porrase, logicamente. Se, por exemplo, o doutor em casa também constatar biaco você tem uma anemia, borreiro tá bom, siga vai find out para que o borreiro tá bom. Não tá normal com gente do borreiro tá bom. Sai tá lo que é mesmo porrase. Pero você imaginava que nós porrase roupa nos mês, pero manemia enfatizar e hecho que nos mortalidade tá alta, para nós diagnosticar muito lado. Que basicamente nós que vai back e gare gente nang de estádio prome que não há câncer. Nós que gare gente nang que é polipo. Esse aí que men que nós temos bastante tempo acaba analisando e pensando junto com um grupo, meto a pena de um grupo grande, hospital, AZV, Stichting Bob, DVG e nossa Fundação Coresa, para como nós também começar com um programa de screening. Mescosco nós está assim na Holanda, mescosco na Inglaterra, mescosco na América e mescosco Corsol, por exemplo, também está assim. O programa de screening basicamente está significar que gente que não tem síntoma, para sua maneira avisar, político chiquito, não tem síntoma. Vou fazer teste de boaf, teste de pupu, e teste também laboratório. O laboratório também vai se tem rastro de sangue. Se tem rastro de sangue, então é positivo, você vai vir ao hospital para fazer teste de tripa. Sei que basicamente, quando não tem sintomas, nós fazemos teste, nós por eigenlijk garabo na tempo, faz o teste na tempo e por baixo polígono chiquito e corta não, para ser algo muito fácil. Câncer de tripa eigenlijk uma maleza que é prevenível e prevenível em sentido com mais trempang bucarele e eta teste para correr.
Es un cáncer de las células plasmáticas, que son glóbulos blancos que crean antibióticos para proteger contra una infección. El mieloma, la mayoría de las veces, impacta a aquellos con más de 45 años de edad.
Hay más de 30,000 personas cada año solamente en Estados Unidos que son diagnosticadas con esta condición particular.
El hematólogo Dr. Rafael Fonseca de Mayo Clinic dice que pacientes con mieloma pueden experimentar insuficiencia renal, destrucción y dolor de los huesos y anemia, pero en sus años de entrenamiento y tratamiento del mieloma ha visto un cambio en las tasas de supervivencia.
Hace más de 25 años, los pacientes tenían una expectativa de vida promedio de unos 2 años. Hoy en día, muchos pacientes pueden esperar vivir de 10 a 15 años y a veces 20 años después de su diagnóstico.
Fonseca dice que eso se debe a avances en el tratamiento de la enfermedad, incluyendo medicamentos e inmunoterapia.
Tenemos antibióticos que se unen directamente a las células de mieloma y las matan, así que son muy efectivos. Nosotros tenemos un número de ellos.
Fonseca dice que también hay nuevas terapias como CAR-T, una terapia celular en la que se toman las células T de un paciente, un tipo de glóbulo blanco, y se reentrenan a través de ingeniería genética.
Se pueden devolver a la persona, pero ahora tienen un objetivo y ese objetivo son las células de mieloma. Y algunos de esos tratamientos son altamente efectivos, en particular las células CAR-T. Vemos que en algunos ensayos clínicos más del 90% de los pacientes pueden tener respuestas muy profundas.
Voor die desenho de flor para outra textura dan, está ganando hopi popularidad. Pintamento não está unicamente para mucha más.
It can be good for anyone across all age groups.
E seguro é uma distração saudável. Esta visa que o pintamento pode reduzir estresse, melhorar o dormimento, que seguro lota boost para o nível de energia.
Basically, what coloring is a mindfulness activity. It can be meditative. It prioritizes emotional presence. And anytime we can find activities like that, it's wonderful because we live in a highly stressful world. And I think this could be a very nice distraction.
É bom que não também de diferente tema e segura menos custoso para ajudar adultos a relax.
It's so easy to get caught up in social media and being on our phones and the 24-hour news cycle that when we can take a step away and just do something fun and potentially nostalgic, it can really have wonderful effects on our mood.
O psicólogo ha remarcado que o pintamento é uma boa maneira para usar a criatividade.
You can just sit back, take out your colored pencils, your crayons, listen to some music and enjoy a fun and relaxing activity.
Também ela indica que o pintamento pode ter um efeito riba uma pessoa e isso depende riba o passado. Se você gosta de pintamento tempo tá young, mas seguro lo gusta saque também como adulto maior. Aldrich Warleman, Telenoticia.
Hasta el consultorio del cardiólogo Alfonso Mora del Hospital Efrén Jurado López del IES en Guayaquil llegan pacientes hipertensos con deshidratación. Este es uno de los síntomas provocados por las altas temperaturas que se registran durante los últimos días y que ponen en riesgo a estos pacientes, pero también a quienes han sido diagnosticados con diabetes e insuficiencia cardíaca.
Entonces, cuando ellos de por sí no toman mucha agua, más las pérdidas insensibles que producen estos calores, vienen los golpes de calor, vienen los desmayos.
Según el especialista, la ola de calor también afecta a los más pequeños.
Tanto los niños como los adultos tienen esa poca afinidad de buscar para tomar el agua. Hay que obligarlos, que estén atentos a que, como por ejemplo, si la lengua no está seca, si no hay ojos hundidos, si hay disminución en las lágrimas, ojos resecos.
Otros signos de alerta son taquicardia, dificultad para respirar, dolor de cabeza y debilidad. Entre las recomendaciones que brinda el especialista están beber más de 1 litro de agua, evitar el sol, vestir ropa fresca, limitar la actividad al aire libre y acudir al médico. Esto último especialmente para quienes tienen enfermedades preexistentes y donde el chequeo de la presión arterial es imprescindible para evitar un accidente cerebrovascular u otro cuadro de riesgo.
Ieder zomer agrega un local, un juffrouw of meneer novo, estudiante novo y un tiki de ansiedad.
Will I have friends? Will I like my teacher? Will I find my group?
Terapista de Strong for Life, Joe de Bounstein, ha comentado que es normal paciente ansioso hora de comenzar algo nuevo. Y el sentimiento de ansiedad lo puede mostrar diferente entre mucha y adulto.
If you notice that they are really fidgety or tearful or they can't make eye contact when you are talking about school, that might be a good indicator that they're feeling some uneasiness.
Dr. Bounstein ha recomendado para prueba de comprender qué es causa de ansiedad. Saque de punto diferente pregunta y queda atento na contesta de boyu. Y mientras bueno por quitar estrés por de boyu, Dr. Bounstein ha comentado que tiene alguna manera saludable para hacer saque. Por ejemplo, dormir bon, boa nutrición, estar activo y reducir cantidad de tiempo riba aparato electrónico.
Like learning how to take really deep breaths to calm their body so that their brain is able to think clearly. Or teaching them how to use their senses to bring them into the present moment.
Es una nueva sustancia psicoactiva, a veces comercializada como una alternativa legal a la marihuana, y algunos investigadores dicen que más adolescentes están usando el compuesto de cannabis conocido como Delta 8 THC.
Puede impactar el desarrollo adecuado del cerebro y tener una gran cantidad de otros tipos de consecuencias.
Adam Leventhal es el autor de un estudio publicado en JAMA que se basó en entrevistas de estudiantes de 12º grado.
Estábamos sorprendidos al ver que 11%, o sea, más de 1 de cada 10 adolescentes en Estados Unidos, estaba usando estos productos al menos una vez en el último año, y una gran porción de ellos no estaban solo experimentando.
La droga viene en muchas formas que pueden atraer a los adolescentes, como gomitas y cartuchos para vapear. Leventhal dice que a diferencia de la marihuana, no hay restricciones de edad para comprar Delta 8 en la mayoría de los estados en el que el producto es legal, y que tampoco está regulado.
No sabemos si estos productos tienen impurezas y posibles subproductos tóxicos y ni siquiera sabemos qué contienen.
Los científicos no entienden totalmente qué efectos puede tener Delta 8 en los adolescentes. No hay grandes estudios médicos que muestren exactamente cómo afecta el cuerpo, especialmente aquellos que aún están en desarrollo.
Sabemos que el mercado de sustancias adictivas se mueve mucho más rápido que nosotros, a veces, en salud pública e investigación. Y ya hemos visto una epidemia adolescente del uso de cigarrillos electrónicos. No queremos ver que ocurra lo mismo con estos productos derivados del cannabis de cáñamo.
Hasta aquí nuestra información por el día de hoy. De parte de todo nuestro equipo de trabajo, les agradecemos como siempre por su fiel sintonía. Continúen con la buena programación en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión.
3, 2, 1, clear. Mi nombre es Jerica Benítez, trabajo en el departamento de Telenoticia, en el área de Primera Plana. Recuerda seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales porque tu opinión es muy importante para nosotros y queremos saber qué te gustaría mirar.
A web não se trata aqui de unicamente uma estação de televisão. Nós está parte da comunidade. Wag-nos e conectar com nós riba social media e assim, lo porta parte de uma conversação que lo hace uma diferença. Nós temos um compromisso para trazer notícia confiável, deporte, entertainment e muito mais. Sigue nosso conteúdo riba YouTube, Facebook, Instagram e nosso app. Queda pendiente de nos transmisión en vivo riba social media. Corda que boa opinião é importante para nós, pensei? Láganos conhecer que como você pensa para ajudar-nos de uma forma na conteúdo que abo gusta. Compartir boa opinião e pensamento com nós. Van experienciar junto o pulso de nação que história não, com o touch, bo coração.
Para 60 anos, o coração de televisão abate cerca de nós.
Tras de trayecto increíble aqui, sempre estava assim, e gente não.
Com o compromisso para criar conteúdo e informar.
Essa aqui é indivíduo não apaixonado, cabine de trece é dedicação, é seriedade, é história não, é humor e é momento não inolvidável. Traz de cada câmera, traz de cada computer, cada transmissão, cada ideia, cada plano criativo. Não tem força que impulsar o canal e o que está alimentar nos êxitos. Mas com a dedicação e expertise, junto da forma um time poderoso que cumpre a visão de apresentar experiência e conteúdo de qualidade. Nos profundo gratidão na turnos empleados que hace muito mais que unicamente entretenemos. Gente incrível, que de uma forma na história de televisão na Aruba. Saludo na tour que construir nos passado, nos presente e que nos sigue inspirando para o futuro com paixão, talento e inovação.
Meu nome é Giovanni Koch, diretor de Teleruba. Bom feedback é importante para nós. Conectar com nós arriba nas páginas sociais, donar-nos por comentário e que mais nos fazer para servir melhor.
Those who are outside, if we can make our way inside for the second half of the program for today. So I kindly ask you to gather the troops. All right. All right. I think we're still waiting for some folks to come inside. All right, once more. If you can have your seat. Then we can get started. Yeah, since we have had our lunch, of course, I see so many happy faces and faces that are conversing with each other, or people that are conversing with each other, networking. That is, of course, something very commendable. That is something that we definitely like to see. And as we say on Aruba, barika ying, corazón contento, so a full belly and a happy heart. And usually after that comes, I need a nap. But in this case, we need to gather all the energy for us to continue with the other half of the second half of the program today. It is also very exciting, of course, exciting speakers with valuable information, important information. So I would also ask for us to be as engaging with them as in the first half. Next on the program, we have a video message entitled Memory of the World and Digital Documentary Heritage. This video message will be given by Mr. Faxon Banda, Head of the Documentary Heritage Unit and Memory of the World Program, Secretariat of UNESCO Paris. I have a short bio sketch of Mr. Banda, and it states here, as already mentioned, is the head of the Unit for Documentary Heritage at UNESCO. This unit serves as a secretariat for the Memory of the World Program. He has served at UNESCO for almost 14 years, working on media literacy, journalism, education, and media development. He is the winner of the 2008 MISA, Media Institute for Southern Africa Press Freedom Award, and was the Sab Miller Ltd. UNESCO Chair of Media and Democracy in the School of Journalism and Media Studies at Rhodes University, Grahamstown, South Africa. A scholar of African political thought and media, he has taught and published in the areas of post-colonial theory and media, technology and development, civic education and communication, as well as community media and policy, among other things. With you, Mr. Faxon Banda, via video message.
On behalf of UNESCO's Memory of the World program, I'm grateful to the National Memory of the World Committee of Aruba for inviting me to say a few words on the occasion of this sub-regional symposium, which is being held under the theme Moving Towards a Caribbean Shared Heritage Platform. I would like to wish you not only a successful symposium, but also an enjoyable one. It would appear to me that your theme attempts to draw attention to the need for going beyond analog preservation of documentary heritage to focus on how a combination of digital and analog items of documentary heritage can be preserved and their accessibility enhanced across the selected Caribbean island nations. At the core of these are the processes of digitization and digitalization. I use these terms deliberately. As you know, digitization denotes the conversion of analog documentary heritage into digital assets that can be manipulated in the digital sphere, while digitalization would seem to go beyond mere digitization and involves the integration of digital technologies to transform the preservation and accessibility of documentary heritage in a way that enhances efficiency, innovation, and user engagement for memory institutions. This seems to be the direction in which your proposed collaborative venture is moving. It is something that the Memory of the World program would encourage as part of its implementation of the 2015 recommendation concerning the preservation of and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form. In this sense, your effort will contribute towards promoting digital documentary heritage, something that many of our member states are concerned about. Indeed, our program has organized conferences to deliberate on this issue, resulting in several outcomes such as 1. The 203 Charter on the Preservation of Digital Heritage, 2. The 2012 UNESCO University of British Columbia Vancouver Declaration on Memory of the World in the context of digitization and preservation. Beyond such a normative engagement around issues of digital heritage, the Memory of the World program is supporting activities for digitization of analog documentary heritage in such countries as Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Sudan. We have also been active in the Caribbean through our financial support to activities implemented in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as part of a wider digitization initiative. Well, I did promise to say a few words and no more. Allow me then to once again wish you a successful and enjoyable symposium. You have the support of the Memory of the World program through and through. Thank you.
Yes, that was a short and sweet message by Mr. Faxon Banda. And next on the program, or at least we have a slight change in the program. There was a presentation that was supposed to be held now by Mr. Remy Richardson, but he's going to be presenting a bit later as he just arrived from St. Eustatius. And at this moment, we'll have another presenter. Of course, a very good friend of mine as well. And the presentation is called Identity, Collaboration, and Social Memory, Heritage Making from a SIDS Perspective. And this presentation will be given by Mr. Richinel Ansano, anthropologist, UNESCO facilitator from Curaçao. And before you come to the stage, I'm going to share a bit of your bio as well. So Richinel Ansano is an anthropologist, transcultural healer, essayist, and translator. As a heritage expert, he is UNESCO Global Facilitator for the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage and advisor to the Curaçao National Commission for UNESCO and the president of Curaçao Open Foundation, dedicated to promoting open computing and software in Curaçao. Richinel has facilitated and co-facilitated UNESCO cultural heritage workshops in the Caribbean and Asia-Pacific region, as well as the NGO Forum of UNESCO's 2003 convention. He has also been involved in numerous community education initiatives. In the past, he held the positions of Director of Research, Policy Aid, and Director of Curaçao's Cultural Affairs Office. Furthermore, he served as the Associate Director of the John Hope Franklin Humanities Institute at Duke University, a center that fosters interdisciplinary work in the humanities, including collaborations with the Duke University Medical School. He was also the Director of the Global Medicine Education Foundation, which offers programs in alternative medicine, education, and deep transformational personal care for medical doctors and other healthcare workers. Since 2004, he has been a member of the Coveners team of Dina Medgar's Revisioning Medicine Council, a council that values and relies on deep dialogue between medical practitioners, healers, and medicine people as peers. From 2010 to 2017, he has directed the National Archaeological and Anthropological Memory Management, NAM, NAAM, an accredited NGO for the 2003 convention and the focal point for Curaçao with a special concentration on integrated heritage management and heritage education. Richinel's recent heritage safeguarding experience includes his previous roles as a member of the advisory committee of the International Training Center for Intangible Cultural Heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, Vice President of the Regional Memory of the World Committee for Latin American and Caribbean, and a Secretary of the Dutch Caribbean Intangible Cultural Heritage Working Group. Throughout the 1980s and 2000s, he was a member of various cultural and heritage bodies in the Netherlands, Antilles, and Curaçao. Richinel employs transformative work to address colonial legacies, internalized oppression, and the persistent structures of injustice. Since the mid-1980s, he has worked with transcultural narrative, somatic eco-conscious approaches to healing, particularly his own method called Rondu. That's right? Okay. His work began in the 1980s in Curaçao, was subsequently significantly influenced by Zulu medicine man Credo Mutwa's teaching and his ongoing collaboration with Dina Medgar, commonly known as Moose. Of course, Richinel has broad interest in exploring the relationships between cultures, fostering transcultural dialogue, examining the role of stories, confronting issues of coloniality, spirituality, healing, and the formation of social memory. He strives to enhance understanding of the practices of medicine and healing. His concept of transculturalism involves deepening and transcending culture simultaneously. Let's welcome Mr. Richinel Ansam.
Buon tardi, good afternoon. Buon tardi. Happy to see all these faces and hope we can have some great dialogue in a few minutes. So I will be talking about identity, collaboration, and social memory from a perspective of small island developing states. I think it's very important when we talk about anything in our communities to keep remembering that we are islands, that we are small islands, that we are non-independent entities. All of those have an impact on how we use technology, how we share knowledge, and what issues we will have to be dealing with in terms of legal structures, in terms of cross-country collaborations, and in terms of what kind of knowledges from the past and from the present we will carry into the future. So heritage is culture, and heritage also sometimes defies culture. There should be a sound coming
E che men ora esse utamiento bota comida terra, comida não pro me boy gati da cantiga.
Ah, por me botar comida outro.
Sim, me se comida membro não gotine seu. Pro me botar aqui cantiga ko botei tira. Bo me se comida não.
As we move with archiving, as we move with heritage, there is a bias towards text, and there's a bias towards visuals. And it was wonderful to hear today the importance of image and the importance of how image is related to sound. When I do a presentation, it's much easier to deal with images and then I can go on. And sound makes me stop. I need to stop to be able to listen. We relate to heritage in different ways, and if we don't consciously look at what heritage is, we will fall into promoting and reproducing the heritage that we're accustomed to. And Western societies are very much engaged with the visual. Florita Reynelia, the elder who was singing, sang to Father Branneker in the 50s, and she says, the first thing that you do when you get to the Seul, when you get to the harvest festival, you need to greet the earth. And then you need to greet the community. There's nothing that you do that you can do without greeting Mother Earth and without greeting the community of those who are gathered. When we talk about heritage, it's also talking about a vision of the world and a vision of how we fit into the world. There is no way to promote Sambumbu and Zikinza in which this material exists without also looking at what is it that the people who carry this heritage, how do they carry it and why do they carry it? Having it be on the internet, having it be in school books, having it be in workshops, tells you nothing about what this woman does in her daily life and what her relationship is to the songs that she's singing. And we'll get back to that. Heritage is not automatic. Communities decide to turn different cultural aspects into heritage. That's what we call heritageization. Kompananzi and Curaçao, the Anansi stories, their heritage, not because people told these stories, but because at one point they decided that this is part of our identity that we want to promote. There's a conscious decision always to turn culture into heritage. And that has technological, legal, political, and sociological consequences. One of those consequences is that there's certain heritage that is authorized. There's certain heritage that is not authorized. For the longest time, the tambu music was prohibited in Curaçao. In the newspapers, in the archives, you would find tambu as something to be stamped out, something to be destroyed because it was uncivilized. Today, tambu is becoming authorized heritage because we're reclaiming part of the resistance against power that existed in that time. And today it's heritage. 20, 30 years ago, it was not officially, but it was heritage within the community. So when we promote heritage, there are levels of awareness, there are levels of commitment to heritage. Some heritage is contested, it's fought against, and sometimes something is heritage and it gets turned into non-heritage and the other way around. We'll see some of that. And really one of the things that we're dealing with this week is heritage that creates heritage. When we look at the Internet Archive, it creates heritage. By paying attention to that which is being done, that which exists, and to turn that into something that is accessible to others. When you make a practice accessible to others, you start the first step of creating heritage. Heritage is always conscious, heritage is always made, heritage is always created. It's not lived reality, it's how we deal with lived reality. And one of those ways is to create collections. So talking about collections and collaborations this week is one way of creating a new kind of heritage. We're talking about digitization, digitalization. We talk about beeld en geluid. We talk about a Caribbean platform. All of that is ways of creating a specific kind of heritage. And while we create that specific kind of heritage, we need to be very aware of what we're doing and decide what we're going to be doing with it, because it has consequences. And we'll be looking at some of those in a few minutes. Besides the things that we've been dealing with up to now, documentary heritage, audiovisual heritage, there are other kinds of heritage that many of us are dealing with, from archaeological heritage to monuments and sites to oral history that was mentioned today. All of these require a different kind of attention, different kinds of frameworks, and different kinds of dialogues to be able to make them both accessible, well-defined, and usable, because access does not guarantee use. Looking at collaborations in terms of documentary and audiovisual heritage, there's a lot that has been done in the region. And just recently, the past few years, one example is collaborations that have happened in Latin America and the Caribbean on documentary heritage being placed together, and also being placed together in such a way that they can be monitored, and especially given a framework in which they can be preserved so that they can remain accessible. One of these initiatives is the MOLAC monitoring system. MOLAC is the Memory of the World program that Mr. Banda had talked about, specifically for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And MOLAC has created a system, it's building this system, where documentary heritage in the region can be monitored, especially for cases of emergencies. So if there's a hurricane, flood, volcanic eruptions, the system would kick in, where experts would work with each other, both to see how to protect, assess extent of damage, and be able to deploy those who can do first response. Another set of initiatives is, again, looking at emergencies. In this case, in Curaçao, the Curaçao Blue Shield is a way of monitoring and preparing for and dealing with emergencies. This also is at the stages of getting started. This one I won't talk about, because there's so much that will be discussed this week, and we will get a much more in-depth understanding of how the Coleccion Aruba works. But key aspects of it include collaboration, which we've heard about today, access and use. Again, access and use, we assume most of the time that they go together. But a lot of times what we actually call access is availability. So these sites are available, but they might not be accessed because they're not well advertised, because they might be on platforms that are not customary platforms for example, youth. So if you are working with websites rather than being on Instagram, I know there's a huge community in Curacao that will not access those websites. So how do we move from collectioning to availability to access, and to have that access be actionable as use? One of the discussions that have been happening recently is how collaboration can take care of a lot of these issues. And collaboration then being seen as a so-called third space. The third space is where actors meet each other and their separate activities, their separate worlds, their separate environments, when they come together, create new spaces, spaces of possibilities that they themselves haven't thought about, or they themselves don't think about. One example is working with Anansi Stories, having people in Curacao, people in Ghana, people in Suriname, people in the Netherlands be part of this one project that was done a few years back, showed people different ways of telling the stories, but also different understandings of the same stories they've told a long time ago, and not realizing that these stories are not just their own. For example, in Curacao, a lot of the Anansi stories have famine as a context. And most people in Curacao kept thinking about famine in the history of Curacao, not realizing that already in Ghana there was this long motif of famine. Similarly, they talk about Shongare, the king that Anansi ridicules a lot. That already existed in Africa. So what are the themes, what are the reasons for those themes, and how do we work with those in each country, and how do we break away from exceptionalism, thinking that everything that we do only relates to us. Mr. Bana mentioned the 2015 recommendation concerning the preservation and access to documentary heritage, including in digital form. And one of the interesting things for me, having worked with this program, having been in MOLAC, is how some of these instruments are very useful for promoting initiatives. For example, this recommendation is very useful for promoting everything that we're talking about here today. But then these are instruments that are ratified or supported by state parties. And a lot of times, if you look at SIDS, these state parties do not have the capacity to fully implement these instruments. So how do we relate to instruments that are agreed upon, instruments that are providing wonderful solutions to problems that we have, but that we do not have enough staff, enough finances, enough continuity between governments to be able to make sure that those instruments are implemented. And one of the things and one of the ways of dealing with that is this kind of initiative, because there is support from governments to do implementation. And a lot of what needs to happen is that the technology, the expertise, the time that gets invested into these initiatives comes from partially from civil servants, partially from NGOs, partially from businesses, and there are specific ways of collaborating that makes it possible. The 2015 recommendation offers a few ways of talking about and promoting collaborations, and one of them is that they fully support and suggest that there is exchange of research data, publications, and information, and that there is capacity building tied to this. So when we're talking about collaborations, just the exchange in these areas, and the idea that there has to be some sort of a continuity that builds upon that exchange is important, and the 2015 recommendation creates space for that, because this is something that the state parties to that program have agreed to. And it also mentions specifically cooperation in terms of regional and international networks. Part of this collaboration is specifically, again, directed to preservation. Part of it is specifically directed to access, and part of it is also specifically directed to making the materials, the collections, known to a public. Because again, if you don't know about the collections, they can be available, but they are not accessed. And the recommendation also talks about sharing actual materials, sharing actual documentary mediums, sharing a lot of what has been, again, produced in networks, in collaborations, but then with time is reduced politically and mentally to states or to organizations or to companies. I see I have 0 minutes left, so I will be rushing through the last few pieces here. Everything is about knowledge sharing. There is a Zikinza collection collected by Father Brenneker and Alice Uliana. This Zikinza collection is owned and taken care of by NAM in Curacao, and at the same time it is there's access provided to it by the University of Curacao, and the archives, the National Archives, promotes it and also creates a framework in which to understand it and in which to use it, because they are also promoting oral history as documentary heritage, including being the ones who have the original reel-to-reel recordings. So this kind of collaboration enhances the heritage in many ways. One, through capacity building, access, and differential access. So you will be able to hear the first generation recording on the reels, and you will be able to get a digitized version that you can use in much more flexible ways. But there are certain things about the reels that are important for certain people. I won't be going into much else in the view of time, except to mention one particular piece of work that has been done. Here we're talking about the documentary heritage of the enslaved people of the Dutch Caribbean and their descendants. This is a nomination that was done to the Memory of the World program. It's based on Curaçaoan archives, Surinamese archives, and St. Martin archives. These were written texts, and besides those written texts, the Zikinza collection was also nominated, so there's also oral history tied to it. This same nomination went international this year with addition of Dutch archival materials. It's much more complete, and it gives you different other angles that you didn't have before. What's missing is materials from Aruba, materials from Saba, materials from Statia, materials from St. Martin, all of which exist and all of which are accessible even in digital form right now, and all of which will be able to give a broader understanding and a deeper understanding of this material. Let me just rush through these and show why it's important. May 1969, big upheaval, big social protest. The city is burned in Curaçao. Younger generations who did not live at that time have a very different idea of what happened then than those who did live then. And one of the things that's happening is that there are a lot of people who were born in the Netherlands of a younger generation. They're coming back and they're looking at what forms of resistance did exist on the island. And they defined resistance as going against the power of the state. And here you have Bano singing he's one of the great tambour singers, and he's criticizing the people who were looting. And this is the community itself also looking at itself and saying that resistance is one thing, but there are other things that we have to work on as a community. And this is a new message to a new generation who has grown up with a narrative of decolonial resistance being defined in only some ways and not knowing what the community has done in the past 100 years in terms of making transformations, being politically active, and turning what they lived through into heritage. I won't do the other pieces here, except by saying we have hundreds of instruments internationally. We cannot implement all of them. We cannot implement even one of them fully. So what we're going to do is also have to collaborate with each other and parse through these instruments and see what is it that's useful for us. And finally, this is a mask of a mascarada in Bonaire. And when we talk about collectioning and we talk about shared heritage, this is one of the things that is key for SIDS. Talking about shared heritage, we talk about what heritage is shared among the islands, what heritage is shared among the islands and the Netherlands. One probable origin of this mask is in Sao Tome, the African island of Sao Tome. And it is probably based on Portuguese drama of Charlemagne. And this has been transported to the Caribbean as Joncanu, as Mascarada, as different other things. We have shared heritage with Africa. We have shared heritage with Asia. We have shared heritage with Latin America. If we keep up the narrative of shared heritage being heritage of the colonial past, we are reproducing colonialism in a digital form. And I don't think that's what we want and that's what we need. There are so many different ways of looking at this, just looking at Guinea and all the different areas of the world that we can connect with to be able to study this language, from repositories in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in France, in the US, that have Kikongo sources of Guinea, to all these other places in the south where Guinea was either spoken or we have references to something that sounds like Guinea. Shared heritage is one of the key concepts that we are dealing with, that we need to be dealing with, that I think we need to be very critical about, because within shared heritage there is an incredibly important aspect that will give us a more complete picture of our own heritage, which is a lot of archival material of different kinds that exists on the different islands and in the Netherlands. And we need to go beyond that. And we need to go beyond that very fast, because I see us recolonizing ourselves by only having shared heritage be colonial heritage. And this is something that we can see. This is material that was brought from the Pacific to the Caribbean. We have breadfruit. We have cashew Suriname, as I grew up to know it, but it's called Otaheite plum in Jamaica because it came from Otaheite in the Pacific. And in Curacao, we have a tree called Otaheite or Palo Santo. So we have this deep shared heritage with Vanuatu, with Fiji, with Papua New Guinea, with Indonesia, that we're not exploring because our vision has been trained in certain direction, and because the heritage that's authorized and the heritage that we explore is only the heritage that simply existed and that existed officially, even though that we want to go beyond the official heritage. And finally, as a trainer for intangible heritage, I was able to work in Fiji, Vanuatu, Nepal, and I constantly heard the same stories. We have our tattoos, and now we see people in other parts of the world wearing the tattoo of a certain group that was only supposed to be shown by that group to other groups, because it has sacred meanings, it has meanings of how we relate to the land, it has meanings of who is kin to whom. And now I find this Swedish person wearing the tattoo of a family who fought against our family, so that when he shows his tattoo, we are supposed to enter into this dialogue with each other to deal with the violence that happened in the past. And now we can't, because there's this Swedish person who's telling me that his family created violence against my family, and he doesn't even realize what he's saying by wearing this tattoo. So heritage is not neutral. Heritage is not innocent. The availability that we're fighting for and that we're creating also has ethical consequences in terms of community rights, in terms of ecological rights. And those rights need to be explored, they need to be understood, and they need to be deeply delved into if we want heritage to not become a commodity on its own, even if it's a free commodity, even if it's a commodity that's accessible to everyone, to make sure that it does not create violence to the communities that produced the culture that became heritage, that now is authorized heritage for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishinel, actually, for allowing us to think more critically about cultural heritage and also how it connects actually to the documentation, and for us, challenging us also to look beyond that which we are looking at this moment. That there are many more connections that we're not delving into. And so it's also a call for auto-reflection in this process. And I think that is also part of this project as well. So thanks so much for that presentation. The second? Okay, so next on the program, we have a presentation. It's entitled Preserving Paradise, Navigating Heritage Work on a Small Caribbean Island. And this presentation will be given by Ramy Richardson. I'm a Cultural Heritage Inspector, Department of Culture in St. Eustatius. And as he comes forward, I'll also share a little bit of his bio. So Mr. Ramy Richardson is a passionate historian and conservator with a background in museums and heritage studies. He specializes in historical conservation, historical architecture, archives and policies, and many others. When he's not working in preserving paradise in his native St. Eustatius, he enjoys traveling and the art of taxidermy. Am I saying it correctly? Ish? And conservations. So I welcome to the stage, Mr. Ramy Richardson.
Try to hook it up, but I also sent it by pictures. Let me see. Yeah, let me use my iPad. Sorry for that. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Gregory, for that introduction.
preserving paradise. So on St. Eustatius, we are a very small island with a very broad history. An island that changed hands about 22 times through its history between the Danish, the Dutch, the French, the British. And that history reflects today in the landscape, but it also comes with a lot of opportunities, but also some challenges that we faced. And during this PowerPoint, I will go through some of those challenges, but also the opportunities that created and presented itself while being on St. Eustatius. So the challenges in terms of scale. One of the things that we've realized in many of the Caribbean islands, including Statia, is the limited funding and resources for the preservation and the promotion of our cultural heritage. This makes it difficult to properly maintain historical sites, museums, and archives. One of the things that we also struggle with on the island is, for example, due to the colonial era, there are a lot of heritage on the landscape on St. Eustatius. One example that you see here is Fort Nassau on the right. Though St. Eustatius is small in scale, the island has about 23 fortifications completely around the entire island, which actually fall under the Ministry of Defense. But during the last couple centuries and years, there have been no funding to maintain these heritage sites on the island. Another thing that we face, of course, within a small population is that with the small population, it limits the local audience and the heritage initiatives. What we see on Statia, for example, is due to a long history of not actually looking into heritage, people have lost interest over the years. But one of the things that we started to do is how do we engage the community back in heritage, and how do we let the community know all heritage matters? Another thing we face on St. Eustatius, of course, is the vulnerability. Our island is small, but it's also prone to natural disasters like hurricanes. One example you see here is the very same fort that I showed you in my previous image that eroded off the cliff in December of last year due to erosion. One of the issues that we are facing right now with heritage on the island is the mass erosion that is happening on a large scale on St. Eustatius, not only due to the roaming animals, but the national geography of the island. One of the issues we are currently facing also is the relocating of heritage. Together with the government, we have designated now on St. Eustatius in the next couple years a National Heritage Park, where we have convinced government now to salvage all the remains of these forts that are now eroded on the bayside, and they will all be relocated to a central location on the island, similar to the Open Air Museum in the Netherlands. But one of the great things while being on St. Eustatius is, of course, the opportunities. On Statia, we kind of created a blank slate. From years of lagging behind all of the other islands in the Dutch Caribbean, we had the opportunity to create something great. This PowerPoint is not working with me. One of the things that we started to do was research and ownership. So what we started to do before we created a center, we thought we must do research and ownership to see what is available and what is out there. For example, one of the things we did is all of Statia's historical figures, where are they, where are the original paintings, how did they get there, what is the research. Together with my colleagues from the Department of Culture, we have located artifacts from St. Eustatius on 7 continents and more than 40 universities around the world, including human remains. One of the issues that we are currently tackling is the human remains distribution from the island of St. Eustatius. And we also uphold the international treaties that when we are getting artifacts and human remains repatriated to the island, the repatriator must uphold the international treaties and make sure that our facilities can house these human remains. Here, for example, you see 3 gentlemen on the very known on the landscape of St. Eustatius. Johannes de Graaf, whose painting once hung in the townhouse in Oranjestad, but is now in the National Congress of the United States. The second picture is of Johannes de Veer, last governor of Saba St. Martin and St. Eustatius, whose portrait is now in the Museum of World Cultures. His great-grandfather, Abraham de Veer, whose portrait is also part of the Rijksmuseum collection. And the last gentleman here is a depiction of the slave Black Harry, who brought Methodism to the island, whose portrait is in the National Trust in Sydney, Australia. So on St. Eustatius, what we created was the St. Eustatius Cultural Heritage Agency, basically a center where everything happens. In this center, for example, we house all of our artifacts, both local and recently repatriated, but also the National Archives. We started to build this center from scratch and decided that it would be time that St. Eustatius took this over by itself and starting to do this on our own. One of the great things that came out of this project is the Let's Connect with History. Using digital history. On St. Eustatius, we are prone to hurricanes, earthquakes, and many natural disasters. So putting up posters around the island telling you about the history is not really durable. They will tear, they will wear, they will break down over the years. So one of the things that we did is create a digital network of telling our history with a story guide app that you can download easily. And together with Story Guide, what we are doing is we placed all of these orange markers throughout the entire island to tell our history. They're the digital heritage markers, which shows you digital heritage that is no longer visible and lies below ground, but also heritage that is above ground. With this app, for example, you can see posters, pictures, videos, archaeological reports to the site in question, no matter where you are on the island. Building from the ground up, one of the things that we did on Statia after relocating our heritage out wherever it may be in the world, we started a repatriation project. Oftentimes in this repatriation project, we came across a misunderstanding or misinterpretation of our heritage. One example of how St. Eustatius' heritage got misinterpreted, for example, is the picture on the left in the black frame, once hung in the National Maritime Museum of Hong Kong for more than 30 years. This picture was previously mistaken as the Indonesian island of Banda, together with a lot of other pictures depicting the same roadstead. Upon closer inspection, the museum realized it was not the Indonesian island of Banda, but actually St. Eustatius. Together with the museum and of course with partners in the Netherlands, we started the repatriation project to have all of these artifacts and paintings returned to St. Eustatius, seeing that the museum itself felt that it was no longer in their interest because it was misinterpreted. The second picture on the right is exactly the same thing that happened in the National Collection in Kew Gardens in the United Kingdom. The picture was previously mistaken for many years as Jamaica, and upon conservation inspection, we realized that it was actually St. Eustatius, and this painting is now also actually housed in the Heritage Center on St. Eustatius. So meanwhile, we have been making great strides when it comes to heritage on our island, and we've done many great projects. So one of the things we've done, starting with the first picture, is the entire Oranje-stad in St. Eustatius, everything that has to do with heritage and historical stories, the next couple of years are being completely repaired. We're doing this with a lot of partners together with the National Restoration Fund. Another thing that we're doing on St. Eustatius is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Many of the heritage is already standing, and we're thinking, how do we close the gap between infrastructural problems on St. Eustatius and the heritage sites? So we're actually using old heritage sites and buildings that are no longer in use for modern day purposes. One example is, for example, the Jewish synagogue, where we now host movies, as you can see on the right, and the person sitting in the window was once State Secretary Alexandra during her visit to the island last year. She opened the exhibit. Another thing that you see in the top is the Dutch Reformed Church Tower. It's actually a 3-floor tower that hasn't been used for more than 50 years, and we decided to turn it into an external rotating exhibit space. What we're doing with this exhibit space is on the ground floor, we will be telling the story of the island's first inhabitants and the Saladoid Indians. And on the top floor, we decided how can we market our heritage and bring people into St. Eustatius. So we decided to create an artist in residency space on the top floor of the tower for international artists, but also literatures, everyone that wants to write poems, books, etc. And in the next couple of years, actually, we actually have already 4 people that are already signed up to have a space internationally coming to the island on the top floor. When we go to the bottom, in the middle, where you see the girl with the virtual reality glasses, another thing that we've been doing on Synthesicious is the virtual alloy. This means we have digitized the entire Oranjestad in its old form. So people coming to Synthesicious will be able to wear these virtual reality glasses and actually walk through Oranjestad 200 years ago, but also look over the roadstead and see all the ships that were trading at the time. You would also be able to open doors, open drawers, look at artifacts as they would have about 200 to 300 years ago. We've chose this initiative because we feel that going digital is actually the way to go on Synthesicious, and we are really adamant in pushing that narrative. Another thing that we're also doing is many of the old stories, for example, on Synthesicious from local families and their families' history are also being told inside of these virtual reality glasses. So you can go, for example, the Burkle Family Museum is one of the first projects where the Burkle family's history go back to about 150 years ago, and you can actually walk into the museum, hear one of the last descendants who's about 90 years old, who will be telling the story about his family, how he grew up. So this is one of the initiatives that we are doing, and we're not only doing it with this, but we were doing it with all landscapes throughout the island. So from the island's pre-Columbian history to the colonial history, slavery, emancipation, going right up to the time of the Netherlands Antilles, we will be telling all of this through virtual reality. Yeah. And of course, one of the other initiatives that we're also doing is the creation of a heritage magazine that will not only feature St. Eustatius, but the initiative, of course, is to also feature the other SSS islands, our sister islands, Saba and St. Martin. And one of the things that we are also proud of course, is the partners. How are we making all of this possible? One of the things that we've done is we have taken advantage of the Dutch willingness to open up their archives and open up their museums to share the heritage that are located in these institutions. One of the things that we are working with, for example, is the Museum of Work Cultures and the Data Hub. The Data Hub that is being created in the Netherlands is a very interesting hub because it does not only give you the perspective from a historical context, but it also allows you to give a local context to artifacts that may have been misinterpreted in the past. The Data Hub also serves as a modern-day tool for a lot of old problems. On St. Eustatius, we also are aware we cannot house all our artifacts, and we cannot repatriate everything because we do not have the means or the finances to do so. So we are actually also in the process of setting up a virtual museum for artifacts located elsewhere, where viewers can come in and get a 360 view of artifacts that are located, for example, at the University at Stellenbosch or at the Max Planck Institute in Stuttgart, Germany. Another collaboration that is also going on in St. Eustatius is, for example, with Aruba, the Netherlands, and St. Eustatius. We are right now busy writing papers to make our presence known on these digital initiatives. Together with Aruba and the Netherlands, we will also be partaking in the EHC conference in Santa Marta, Colombia this year. Another partner that we are also working with is the National Archives in the Netherlands, of course, the University of Copenhagen, William and Mary University, and the University of Stellenbosch. So with these initiatives on St. Eustatius, we are trying to bring heritage back to the community, but also pushing the narrative to digitalize heritage. One of the reasons why is because also on Statia, we also have the reality of electricity. Hosting institutions like National Archives with climate control rooms, etc., cost a lot of money and electricity, and we may not be able to always house these artifacts. So that's why by setting up the Heritage Center with what we have now, but really trying to lead that role in digital heritage and conservation and allowing people to come in and view their heritage digitally is one of the initiatives that's also taking within the schools, but also the wider community with the virtual reality glasses. And actually by taking this virtual approach and coming out of a colonial concept like a museum, we've actually reached the community more than we did with setting up exhibits, because everyone gets excited to remain in one place and be able to see their heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Remy, for such an inspirational message. And what I found very impactful is that, so you can look at the situation from different perspectives, but I'm seeing that someone who, and with this team, of course, of people who are very dedicated in recognizing the value of their own heritage and seeing the collaboration, making that connection, and making use, of course, also of the resources available to be able to achieve these goals. Notwithstanding, of course, the challenges that still exist, but I think it's a message also that if you work together, you collaborate, and you have specific goals and you focus, a lot can be achieved. So I want to commend Remy actually for the tremendous work he's doing. And I think he deserves another round of applause. Yeah, and we always make a joke about the Richardsons. So we discovered that there are Richardsons on St. Eustatius. Of course, St. Martin is a lot of Richardsons, Curacao and Aruba. So the only place that we did not discover any Richardsons as yet is in Sabre. So I don't know if we need to Vito, yes? Are there any Richardsons there? You haven't discovered them not as yet? You haven't discovered them as yet. Might have been. All right. Okay. So the next item on the list is a presentation entitled Colonial Collections, Data Hub, and Opacity Consortium. And this will be done by Ms. Cindy Zalm of the Wereld Museum from the Netherlands. And as she is making her way to the stage, I'm going to share a bit of her bio with you. Cindy Zalm works as the head of realization and delivery for the Wereld Museum, consisting of the museums formerly known as Tropenmuseum, Museum Volkenkunde, het Afrika Museum, and het Wereld Museum in the Netherlands. In this role, she is responsible for collection, storage, and logistics, preservation, loan traffic, registration, and documentation of the collection, as well as IT and project management. Their aim is to share their collection on and offline as widely as possible and to inspire people to view their world of our world with an open mind. Cindy studied art history and museology at the University of Amsterdam and graduated in 1998. Since then, she has been working in the field of collection management most of the time for several museums. Cindy is a contact person for the Consortium Colonial Collections and supervises the development of the Data Hub project. Let's welcome Cindy Zalm.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. I'm going to do something way out of my comfort zone today because I'm going to present the live website with you. And usually I just take some slides, but I think for this audience it would be a bit offensive to just take the screenshots. So that's why I had to use my own laptop, and we had to do some technical stuff. I would like to take the opportunity first to thank the organization for providing me with the opportunity to demonstrate this project to you. And I also want to congratulate the team of Coleccion Aruba for the relaunch that we are celebrating today. It was last year that Peter and I met for the first time, I guess. And we decided to also include the Aruba-related objects from the Wereldcultuur museums into the platform. And for me, that is a moment that I really cherish, because when those objects were taken from Aruba and brought to the Netherlands, they got out of context. It's a story of loss of context. And by transferring the metadata of those objects from the card system into the database, into the platforms that we have today, there was also a lot of information lost. And for me, it's very nice that now, when they have a role in this new platform, that they gain a little bit of that context that has been lost. They gain a bit of that context again. And the people on Aruba or in the Caribbean can get back in touch with those objects. And I think that is really important. The museums that I'm working for, and the 3 that are still open at the moment, you can see here in the back, have histories deeply embedded in the colonial period. Altogether, we keep almost 500,000 objects and 1 million photographs. And in this world map, you see where they come from. Generally. They've been collected in very different ways. Sometimes they are looted, they are taken in many ways. Recently they have been both. We still collect up until the day of today. A very recent work of artists reflecting on the colonial period, for example. But this vast collection we try to open up in a more efficient way during the past decades. There has been many debates going on in the Netherlands around the colonial past of those institutes and how they can be of importance for society of today. And within this debate, there was also a moment in 21 where there was the report Koloniale Collecties being presented to the State Secretary in the Netherlands. And this is the starting point for a new policy around the possibilities of restitution of some of those objects in our collection, but also in other collections in the Netherlands. And the general idea in this report was that it was not about the restitution in itself, but about the recognition of historical injustice and a willingness to redress this injustice. And when this policy has been implemented, at the moment there are 2 cases of restitution being executed. And that is a big collection of objects going back to Indonesia. The handover of ownership of this collection is a commemorative moment that is up on the image behind me. The other one was a big restitution of 6 objects coming from the Rijksmuseum that went back to Sri Lanka in December last year. So with the creation of this policy, there was also more to it than just the procedures for restitution, because the whole idea was that there should be a transparent process for all those countries that were asking already for many, many years to restitute their objects back. There was also an idea of necessity of supporting provenance research in the Netherlands to investigate how we came to collect all those objects and how they came into our possession. And another important strand is that there was a desire to provide an impulse to the cooperation of the countries of origin. So 3 sets of goals for this policy. The Dutch policy for restitution is a state-to-state policy. This is a complexity because there are communities that don't have access to the states, or they don't trust the state to deal with those objects. But it's the way that has been chosen. There are 3 reasons why communities or states can ask for their objects. The most clear one is when there is a case of involuntary loss of possession. The other word would be loot for this. But also objects of special cultural, historical or religious importance can be asked for in a restitution case, because we acknowledge that in many, many cases we can't prove the provenance of those objects. The information is already lost for such a long time. We also recognize that the Dutch were not the only Europeans that had colonies. So, many of those objects were being circulated within the European countries. So also objects obtained from a colonial context through other states can be asked for to restitute. So there are many organizations involved in this process of restitution, and that could be very complex. For example, you have the Colonial Collections Committee, and that is the committee that provides independent advice to the State Secretary to judge the case of restitution. There's also a new consortium that is called the Colonial Collections Consortium that's responsible for encouraging provenance research and sharing information around the whole process of restitution. Then we have a lot of bursaries that are new by the MWO, by NUVIC, but also within the consortium that people could apply for when they want to cooperate with the Netherlands. And there is the museums and the Dutch collections holding those objects that come from the colonial period. So when we focus on the consortium, you see the different institutes on the bottom of the slide that are forming this consortium. And the Wereldmuseum is just one part of it, but it is the part that holds the most of the objects. The consortium is an information desk, but it's also a central point. And one of the most important assignments within this consortium is the creation of the data hub that was already mentioned by Remy. Because one of the biggest complaints that came back to the conversation over and over again is that the Dutch are not transparent about what it is that they've been collecting. It's not clear to which institution you should go to. It's not clear what is in those collections because there is only 2 to 3% on display in our museums and the rest is hidden in storage facilities. And it is also not clear how we collected this. So that was when we decided to create a data hub, to create also this transparency about what it is that it has been in our collection. And to make it a bit more clear, we distinct two different types of colonial relations for those objects. You have objects with a colonial context, and you see an example in the image behind me. It's a Dutch painting by a Dutch artist that demonstrates a colonial history. And there is also objects coming from a colonial context. And you have two examples here that are where objects made in Indonesia and the other one in Suriname. So we wanted to focus on those objects coming from a colonial context because they were important in creating this transparency. And we also realized with all the impulses for research and for cooperation that the data around those objects is getting out of date really quick because we are expecting so much new knowledge to be generated. So just copying the data into a new platform and distribute that on the internet would not be a proper way to go because the new information would not be submitted in this website. So we found another way to deal with that. And this is where it gets a bit technical, but this is basically the principles behind linked data. On the bottom line, you see the silos representing the different institutes holding colonial collections. And then you can see going all the way up to the application that we are currently building. We're using linked data or linked art as the data model to do so. And that means that all the different institutes have to transform the data into this singular model to get it in the knowledge graph that we are currently building. On that knowledge graph, there is two applications being implemented. One is the dataset register, and the other is the research application. And why is that two applications? Because we think that it is important to be very, very clear in what it is that is being represented in the research application. So you can use the dataset to understand which museums and which heritage institutes have contributed their information to this data hub. In the research application, you can use the data. So the dataset is basically a way to be as transparent as possible. And you can also see how this data was generated and whether or not it's the entire collection. It is even possible to include datasets that are not digital available yet. So if you're a researcher, you do understand that there's a lot that you can see within the application, but there is also things that could be very usable but are not available online at the moment. So I'm now going to leave the presentation and try to show you some examples. So this is the collections, Colonial Collections Data Hub, and you will find it on a web page that is dedicated to the Colonial Collections Consortium. It's the same web page where you find all the information about the procedure. And if you type in here a word or a country, or in this case Aruba, then it shows you immediately all the results, and that combines different collections. Currently, this is a demo model, so there's only the collections from the different consortium partners included in this version of the application, and we're planning to add all new institutes after May during the next 2 years. So you have to be a bit patient before it is really full of examples. But here on the right side, you can see all the examples. And on the left side, you have different forms of filtering that you could use to narrow your search results. Now, if I delete here Aruba and, for example, put in kralen, which is much more of a material, then you can see here that there are also examples of other collections, or it should be. Currently, because our collection is so big, the problem is that many of the results are currently the Wereldmuseum. But you can see that the Cultural Heritage Agency in the Netherlands also has 13 objects that are included in the search result for kralen. You can also go into one of those objects. So I take you to another example. If we go into objects coming from Borobudur, and we take Indonesia, then you get here into the information of the specific objects, and then here is a timeline. And if there's information available about the provenance of this object, it will appear on the timeline. So if there's multiple informations around the change of ownership of this object, you can find them on the timeline, and you see also a map of where these changes of provenance have been happening. And I acknowledge that what we have to offer at the moment is rather limited. Not all of the collections are included yet. But we can sort that out. But the other problem that we haven't solved at the moment is that all the metadata that the Dutch institution have implemented is being in Dutch. We tried some experiments with AI, and we couldn't solve it properly because the wording that was chosen was a bit off. So currently you're depending on AI or translation offers in your own browser to solve this. But what we have to offer is still in Dutch. In May, and some of the participants in the audience have been present there as well, we invited many members of source communities into the Netherlands to discuss functionality of this platform. And the strongest recommendation for this was to include the voice of the community somehow in this data. People felt the need to tell their own stories. And that is exactly what has been lost in the future when those objects were taken to the Netherlands. So what we've did, and I'm now going to switch to the beta version, which is still under development. What we did is we created a way of forming communities on the platform. So you can create your own community and add information to whatever you can find on the platform. So if you have remarks about the description that we provide because you think that there is a different story to tell, you can just add your narrative to this description or change the information of material. And you're not actually changing it, but you're just adding another perspective to the data that is available. And it's being listed at the same level of any other contribution. And what we also are doing at the moment, oh, sorry, please be aware, I have to warn you. We are going to replace this application in May for the final version. So if you're now creating a community, you can experiment with this function because it's already available online. But all data that you submit is going to be deleted in May. That's a technical issue that we can't work around. So you can play around with it, but be aware that the data will be deleted at some point. After May, it will be kept. And the technique that we're using to do that is the technique of nano-publications. So the publication of this information sits within the community, and the community governs whatever they contribute. It's not up to us, we can't change it. Another functionality that we are currently building in is the use of traditional knowledge labels. And the traditional knowledge labels are being created by Local Context, an organization in America, that is all about providing structures or infrastructure for source communities to get back a bit of the governance around the data that's being published by heritage institutions. And you can add labels here. On the default, there is a label that the information is not being checked with the local source community. But if the information is checked, you can also add labels to that when it comes to attribution. But also there are examples of limiting the access, because in all Western countries, all the policies are arranged within open access frameworks, while some of those objects are being sacred, and communities don't want to share all of those objects with everybody on the World Wide Web. So there are ways to make sure that you understand that we kept those objects, but that we don't show them to the audience online. And you can arrange that by providing us with the information of those restrictions by selecting the property key label. So that was a short demo, and you see here how the provenance information works for this object. So far, this is a short demo of what we've been trying to build. Feel free to use it and to play around with the community function and let us know what you think of it, of how we can enhance it. To conclude my presentation, I also want to make use of this podium to attend you to the webinar that is hosted in the end of April for people that want to know more about the Dutch restitution policy and all the funding that currently is available for cooperation or working with those collections kept in the Netherlands. The QR code brings you to the website of the webinar, and there you can also enroll. It's a free webinar, but they would like to know who's attending. So if you enroll, then you get all the details for viewing this. And this version is specially catered for people coming from the Dutch Caribbean. So thank you very much for your attention. I hand over to you, I guess.
Yes, thank you so much, Cindy, for showing us actually how important it is actually for us to work together in this process, and how actually these systems are, let's say, important in actually bringing an overview of all that is out there. But what is very important in that process is also that we are able to collaborate and connect with each other, and being able to actually make these connections, also connecting to the other presentations as well. And we also see that many of these projects are works in progress as well. So we have to continue giving feedback and bettering the products as well, of the infrastructures of these platforms, and the feedback is also very important in that process. So thank you once again. Okay, at this moment, we would like to take a short 5-minute break. So I'm going to put on my timer for coffee, tea, stretch your legs. But I just also want to take this opportunity to remind everyone as well, to don't forget to send your messages or your questions or remarks via the QR code on the table. So as you see, there's a QR code on the table that's already been mentioned. But it's important that if you have any questions or remarks, for the presenters during the second half, please do so, because we're going to be having a panel discussion as well in a few. So the break starts now.
Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero a las 6:30 de la tarde en su nuevo horario, y las repeticiones al siguiente día a las 7:30 de la mañana y a la 1 de la tarde. Todos los días de lunes a viernes a través de Telearuba, Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero, con diferente información tanto local, todo lo que ocurre en nuestra hermosa isla de Aruba, noticias internacionales, segmentos informativos, noticias que se viralizan y muchísimo más. Así que no se les olvide, tenemos una cita con las noticias en español a través de Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero.
Nos mainta turja luna jaranson y javierna de nuevo para su norte mainta. Repetición a tarde y su siguiente día. Riba live streaming. Nos mainta ta entretener, educar y informar. Nos mainta aquí na mes na Telearuba.
It is extremely important to me that the stories we share are authentic and that we strive to tell both perspectives. I've been a local to this remarkable island 3 times and a tourist too many times to count. Our Home Your Holiday celebrates Aruba. There's a reason why Arubans are so patriotic, and there's a reason why visitors keep coming back. Let's dive into the elements that makes Aruba our home and the perfect holiday.
Herencia da história, cultura e natureza. Nos grande não tem a palavra para contar-nos na vida. É barrio na una na lanta, escola com na bai, trabalho com na asi e roupa mais. É importante para nós a nossa história, passar que nos está. De onde nós sabemos, para sa na onda nós não se vai. Herencia do nabo é chave do passado e é porta para o futuro.
Hola, yo soy Alejandra Forero y quiero extenderles una gran invitación a todos nuestros televidentes para que siempre estén en sintonía de nuestro noticiero en español Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero a través de Telearuba, para que estén contextualizados con todas las noticias locales, internacionales, sucesos, noticias virales y muchísimo más. Recuerden nuestros horarios todos los días de lunes a viernes a las 6:30 de la tarde con nuestro nuevo horario. El siguiente día tendremos la repetición a las 7:30 de la mañana y a la 1 de la tarde. Así que bien conectados con Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero.
Teleruba junto Cubo. Just download the app.
Bebida, piñata, pero huevo llena
Sea responsable por lo menos y para otro. No manejar bajo influencia de alcohol. Usa o amigo Didi.
Disciplina é pedra fundamental para cambio. Caminho tem disciplina, tem ordem. Disciplina significa sacrifício e força de vontade. Boa comportação é solução. Boa ação não te põe nos na peligro ou proteger-nos.
Menos akong babisabo pa. Please no lagami escorre entre vossos dois. Please no papiamalo de outro midilante. Please no pleita com outro midilante. Please no na mechat pastima vossos dois igual. Pag vossos separata sinti como um casco tava tá safe e agora aqui tá quebrado. Corta tava tem um tempo vossos dois escorre pahaya e com outro. Saco agora está sendo como um desastre, pero tiki-tiki ela vai cambiar na algo novo, na algo bonita. Dá-me chance para ajudar e puntar-me mesmo como tawag tem visa novo. Assim na mundo nos portar nos cas novo, portar caste um par de sor ou comentar quebra, pero eta safe se tem amor dentro. Lugar onde nos por sentir de novo na casa.
Queremos extenderles una gran invitación a todos nuestros televidentes de Telearuba para que sigan bien conectados con Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero, que transmitimos de lunes a viernes en nuestros 3 diferentes horarios. A las 6:30 nuestra premier, tendremos nuestra repetición a las 7:30 de la mañana y a la 1 de la tarde con las mejores noticias locales, internacionales, todos los sucesos que les dan la vuelta al mundo, noticias de virales, noticias de farándula y muchísimo más. Así que todos los días tenemos una cita aquí en Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero.
Para 60 anos, o coração de televisão abate cercanos.
Tras de trayecto increíble aqui, sempre estava assim, e gente não.
É compromisso para criar conteúdo e informar.
Essa aqui é indivíduo apaixonado, cabine é dedicação, é seriedade, é história, é humor e é momento inolvidável. Traz de cada câmera, traz de cada computer, cada transmissão, cada ideia, cada plano criativo. Não te força para impulsar o canal e lo que está alimentar nos éxito. Mas com uma dedicação e expertício, junto da forma time poderoso que cumpre a visão de apresentar experiência e conteúdo de qualidade. Nos profundo gratidão na turnos empleados que hace muito mais que unicamente entretenemos. Gente incrível, que uma forma na história de televisão na Aruba. Saludo na tour que construir nos passado, nos presente e que nos sigue inspirando para o futuro com paixão, talento e inovação.
Pero não vai. Bom feedback para nós é sumamente importante. Nós queremos saber o que você pensa, o que você quer mirar, o que você quer extra para se não donar e atenção que você merece na sua casa. Conectar com nós e nas páginas de social media. Importante para nós.
Información por el día de hoy. De parte de todo nuestro equipo de trabajo, les agradecemos como siempre por su fiel sintonía. Continúen con la buena programación en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión.
3, 2, 1, clear. Mi nombre es Jerica Benítez, trabajo en el departamento de Telenoticia, en el área de primera plana. Recuerda seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales porque tu opinión es muy importante para nosotros y queremos saber qué te gustaría mirar.
Hola, yo soy Alejandra Forero y les tengo una gran invitación para que ustedes todos los días nos sigan a través de Nos Isla TV, Canal 23, con todos los hechos que ocurren a nivel local, pero también a nivel internacional, a través de Primera Plana con Alejandra Forero. Se podrán sintonizar de lunes a viernes a las 7 de la mañana y la repetición a las 3 de la tarde, así que los esperamos.
Pues ¿qué más gané así? Van la mano. Mamá, aquí.
Minta mi programa.
Pero minta comprende con batarda sin aguapi. Nos fue aquí vía teléfono, app Telearuba.
Turjaluna Jaranson e Jabiarna de Nuebor para Sonori Mainta.
Síguenos riba YouTube de Telearuba. Telearuba, Bo Planta Nacional. Salud.
Salud. Nos Mainta.
não tem tempo para perder mais.
E fundamenten moeten we eerst goed hebben.
O desafio mais grande da Bahia dato bom.
Ultimamente, the sky is not the limit.
Aruba noting big bag of money.
Ora bij de kas privaat of bij de Maristela Sava, wat de waken wil bij pouco atrás.
Não pensa que o governo vai solucionar o problema.
Para a esa que está tudo, cuida e curva, cuida e mente e cuida e pensamento.
Também ler.
O feedback é importante para nós, sério. Conectar conosco riba nos plataforma de social media, like nos FB page, subscribe riba YouTube e bisa nos kiko bota gusta e kiko abu kiruak.
All right. All right. As follows, we will have a presentation entitled Beyond Island Borders, Connecting the Slavery Registers of the Dutch Caribbean. And here, there will be the launch of the new version of the online database of enslaved people on Aruba. The presenters will be Edre Cruz of Archivo Nacional Aruba and Peter Scholing of the Biblioteca Nacional de Aruba. And there will also be a video introduction by Koen van Galen of the Radboud University in Nijmegen, the Netherlands. Now, before Edric and Peter come to the stage, I would like to give a short description of their bio. Edric Cruz studies history at the University of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Since 2009, he started working at the National Archives of Aruba, where he works as the head of the section Conservation and Archives Management. In addition to preserving the archival collection of Aruba, he focuses on making movies, images, and archives digital available for researchers and the public. Together with his team of the National Archives, he collaborates with Mr. Peter Scholing, of course, of the National Library of Aruba on Coleccion Aruba, the cultural heritage portal of Aruba. And Mr. Peter Scholing is an information scientist and researcher at the Biblioteca Nacional de Aruba, Aruba's National Library, responsible for the digitization, digital collections, and research. Mr. Scholing is the current president of the MOLAC, the Regional Committee for UNESCO's Memory of the World Program for Latin America and the Caribbean, a program for safeguarding documentary heritage which not only includes handwritten and printed resources, but also encompasses audiovisual and digital heritage materials as well. He is also a member of the Aruba National Commission for UNESCO representing the communication and information sector, and serves as the chair of the newly established Aruba National Memory of the World Committee, the MOWAW, and as a member of the editorial board of the also newly established International Journal of Documentary Heritage. Now let's welcome to the stage Mr. Peter and Edric. See, you have some fans.
So that was a bit unexpected, but thank you. I know that it has been a long day for you. It has been a long day and a couple of long nights for all of us organizing this, but I'm really, really happy to see all of you here. Just as I heard from other people present here, we have had the opportunity to meet some of you on separate occasions, but not always, never in the same place altogether. So I'm really happy to, with the help of all our partners that have been mentioned a couple of times, and all of you, that you are here and that we have fruitful discussions this week. But without further ado, I'm going to start my presentation. It's not a lengthy discourse, but we are really proud to show you one of the projects that we've been working on the last couple of months, basically the last year. It's as an example of a collaborative project. And as a token to show that it has been a collaborative project, I'm going to let someone else introduce it, who is unfortunately not here. Dr. Koen van Galen of the Radboud University, who has been working for years and years on transcribing and making the slavery registers of the former Dutch colonies available. And he will introduce it, and then I'll talk about specifically the Aruba project that we did in the last couple of years. So let's start with a video.
Bon dia allemaal. Mijn naam is Koen van Galen. Ik ben de projectleider van het project Historisch Database voor Suriname en de Cariben. Ik wil u bijzonder bedanken voor de gelegenheid om een woordje tot u te spreken. Ik had er graag bij willen zijn, maar helaas kon dat niet. En ik moet zeggen dat het me op een avond als deze bijzonder spijt dat ik niet bij u op Aruba ben. Maar ik wil bijzonder het Nationaal Archief van Aruba en de Nationale Bibliotheek van Aruba bedanken voor de gelegenheid om tot u een woordje te mogen spreken. Ze hadden me gevraagd om iets te vertellen over de historische database voor Suriname en de Cariben. Dit is een project, de HDSC is een project dat ontstond ongeveer 7 jaar geleden. Eigenlijk met een plan om de slavenregisters van Suriname online te zetten. Een mooie database, mooie informatie, hele belangrijke informatie over de nabestaanden, maar eigenlijk onvindbaar. Samen met mijn collega Maurits Hassenkaan ben ik toen eerst met crowdfunding, vervolgens samen met vrijwilligers hebben we ons best gedaan om die informatie online te brengen. En het werd een groot succes. Er waren heel veel mensen die enthousiast meededen. Samen hebben we dat gedaan en wat we besloten toen we met het project bezig waren, we zorgen ervoor dat deze informatie niet alleen voor wetenschappers beschikbaar komt, maar eerst, in de eerste plaats, voor iedereen die mee heeft gedaan aan het project en iedereen die daarop zit te wachten. We zorgen dat het online komt voor het publiek. En voor onderwijs en voor cultuur, want het is veel gebruikt materiaal voor bijvoorbeeld boeken, toneelstukken, tv-series. Uit dit eerste project kwam de historische database van Suriname en de Cariben voort. We realiseerden ons dat er veel meer van dit soort informatie is En dat het goed zou zijn als deze informatie voor iedereen beschikbaar zou komen. Zowel over Suriname als over de voormalige Nederlandse Antillen. Dus geleidelijk aan zijn we gaan uitbreiden. In de eerste plaats dankzij de samenwerking met de verschillende nationale archieven. Het archief van Aruba, het archief van Curaçao, van Suriname, van Nederlands. En daarnaast ook met heel veel collega's in de verschillende gebieden en met nog veel meer deelnemers. Want vrijwilligers is niet het goede woord, dat zijn de deelnemers, want ze zijn echt een deel van ons project. En wat wij doen is, samen met deze deelnemers brengen wij de informatie online. Archieven scannen het materiaal, wij brengen het online op internet, waar deelnemers vervolgens de informatie uit die scans overtikken in een database. En tegenwoordig doen we ook een deel met de computer, maar de kern is nog steeds die samenwerking die we hebben met z'n allen. En ik denk dat maakt ook werkelijk gedeeld verleden. Namelijk samen werken om dit verleden openbaar te maken. Zoals ik toen de tijd op de slavenregister zei, het is geen mooi verleden, maar het is wel ons gezamenlijke verleden. En door het online te brengen, leren we dat kennen, leren we het begrijpen, leren we ook van ons verleden. Op dit moment zijn we bezig met een vervolgstap voor dit project. Wat we willen doen is niet alleen een database maken van de hele bevolking van Suriname of Curaçao of Aruba, tussen de vroege 19e eeuw en ongeveer 1950. Maar we willen eigenlijk dit project uitbreiden naar alle voormalige Nederlandse Antillen. Dus alle eilanden binnen het Koninkrijk. En dat is helemaal spannend denk ik, we willen nog een stap verder gaan. Want we denken dat er heel veel mensen connecties hebben met andere delen van de Antillen. Die vanuit andere delen van de Antillen naar het Koninkrijk zijn gekomen. Of mensen die in Curaçao of in Suriname hebben geleefd en later in andere gebieden terechtkomen. Dus samen met Carbica, de archieforganisatie voor de Cariben, werken we nu ook aan een project om geleidelijk aan, stapje voor stapje, onze manier van werken, samen met onze deelnemers, maar ook deelnemers in het buitenland, uit te breiden naar andere gebieden. Franse, Engelse gebieden, Spaanse gebieden, wie weet ooit in de toekomst Venezuela. Ik denk dat dat een geweldige manier is om al die mensen die met elkaar verbonden zijn in de geschiedenis, weer een verbintenis terug te geven. En door het online te brengen, blijft het niet alleen op één specifieke locatie, maar is het voor iedereen, de hele diaspora en de hele wereld beschikbaar. Het is een grote droom, maar het is een droom waar we al een heel stuk mee opgesloten zijn. En ik hoop dat we daar nog veel verder mee komen. Voor nu stop ik ermee. Dit is Koen Vergalen namens de historische database voor Suriname en Cariben. En ik wens u een hele goede week en vooral een hele vruchtbare week om dit gedeelde verleden ook echt inhoud te geven.
So I realized that the subtitles might be a bit far away, so I'm going to recap it shortly in English for you. The project to transcribe all the slavery records is a collaboration between the university in Nijmegen in the Netherlands and the National Archives using crowdsourcing, and as a result we have transcribed slavery records for every island. They're available as separate data sets. There's a person here in Curaçao working on the Bonaire one as we speak. So hopefully within the year, I'm not sure, but we'll get the Bonaire data set as well. And they're released under Creative Commons license, and that means that you can freely use it as long as you do your correct attribution. Koen also mentioned that in the future, the plans are to expand the project and to make it to map the entire population of the islands, to connect it to other islands, because as we know, there's migration going on, and wow, okay. So that's a future. Okay. This is the title of our project. I'm not going to read it, but what Koen has talked about something in the future, we already started working on it for Aruba. Because as you heard during the day, We have like a go-getter mentality. We like to just start working on things. We like to talk about things as well, but just do it, work on it. So, specifically for Aruba, over the last 2 years, the university in Nijmegen, together with my colleagues from the National Archives of Aruba, and also the colleagues from the National Archives in the Netherlands, in The Hague, have worked together to transcribe the slavery records that are both in Aruba and in the Netherlands, to make sure that, well, the records are available as data. The results, as was planned during the project, would be a dataset and a website in Dutch available on the website of the National Archives in the Netherlands on June 30th, which is a really specific date because that was a day before in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the year for the commemoration of the slavery past in the Dutch Kingdom was started. It's still ongoing, so that's why we worked hard on developing the dataset into a website and expanding it. It ends in June of this year, but hopefully well, it's just a start. It's a lot of work to do. As was announced on the 30th of June, both the Aruba datasets and the Statia datasets were available online. And primarily they would be available, as you see, in Dutch on the website of the National Archives in the Netherlands. As slavery records are transaction-based, birth, death, sale, export, import, it's the website that was created as a result is also transaction-based. The one that was published in the Netherlands, that is. Here's an example. One of the most known, well-known, and best described enslaved people in Aruba and also Curacao, which was exported to Curacao, who was exported to Curacao is Virginia. So you see here one record of one transaction, one web page for each transaction, not per person, but for a transaction. So the result last year was a successful collaboration. We're really happy and grateful that we had the opportunity to work internationally on having this available. This shows also that you can reach a lot of things through collaboration. This wouldn't have been possible in this short amount of time if we would have done it ourselves. So that's really important, and I want to celebrate that as well. We got access to the data sets, and everybody in Aruba, that was announced also in what Koen said, and also in the press release, that we could all go to the website of the National Archives in the Netherlands and look up part of our pasts. But the question is, at that point, well, it's a good result, but is this good enough for us? And we thought, well, with the plans that the project has in mind, this is a good first step, but we're not going to wait for the entire project to keep running and then wait until we receive a new version of it. So we started developing our own version. So in the same month that it was released, in just a time span of just 2 weeks, I guess, we partnered up with our usual suspects, our partners for Coleccion Aruba, and we divided our work, and as a result, on the same day that the version was announced in Dutch at the Dutch National Archives, we also made one available locally in its local context, in both Papiamento and Dutch, but with a very important distinction, because it's our ancestors we're talking about, it's family members, it's the story of our family. Edric will elaborate on that. I'm not going to do a deep dive into that, but the local context really matters. It's part of your family, part of your neighborhood's history. Remy showed what the possibilities are if you are you can make things come to life. Learn about your history, not just read about it, but actively investigate it, use it, be inspired by it. So this is the version that was live until yesterday. This one we launched last year. I'm just going to show you a couple of things. If you compare it to the website in the Netherlands, you can see a search. But an important difference is that we grouped everything together that we had in the Aruba registers for that person. But if you look, well, it's almost a universal word. The last transaction in this database, in this data set, is exportation. So it's if you look at it from just island standpoint, it's an incomplete story. The other thing I want to show, make sure you pay a bit of attention to, is the inset below. That's the book reader of the Internet Archive, and with the technology that was mentioned earlier, we have, well, mostly the National Archives of Aruba have made it possible, together with our colleagues from the Internet Archive, to have full text search on handwritten historical documents, which is a breakthrough, because now on the Internet Archive, that's one of the first places, websites in the world, that it's possible to full text search, not just in printed documents, but in everything all at once. And that's really, yeah, that really helped us in our development of this database as well. And this is the Dutch version of it. Okay, so July 1st was not chosen randomly. It was because on July 1st, 1863, slavery was abolished in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. So last year, it was the start of the commemoration year, as I already mentioned. We had official dignitaries visiting our island. We had a ceremony. The records that are kept in The Hague in the National Archives were presented on a hard drive to our colleagues of the National Archives of Aruba. And the day after, it was on a Sunday, we started developing our new version, because we were inspired of all the possibilities that we could add to just the information that was already in our hands. So this Beyond Island Borders is the, in Dutch we say, the rode draad. So this is the theme running through a lot of things that we're doing. So you see disconnected registers per island, per colony, separate data sets, and you see also that a lot of stories are not finished if you just look at it from your island. You can do a lot more with it. There, just by linking data, connecting the dots, connecting people in this case. And it also made us realize that if you look at it, always we say, well, you have a list of last names of Aruban slaves. What does that mean, being a Aruban enslaved person? Is that a closed system? No, it isn't. We showed that if you look at it from the most, the most well-known Virginia, if you look at her last name, Gai, it won't show up in the Aruban registers because she received it in Curacao. And a lot happened with her while in Curacao. I'll show that later. So the concept of just an Aruban slave is actually the concept, you can disprove it. There's a lot of family connections between Aruban slaves, families, not just between the islands, but also with the mainland and countries and islands that are farther than you think, with direct connections through the registers. So what Koen said as a future project, connecting Venezuela, many other islands, it's not just because it's nice to dive into a bigger data set, but the connections are there. And we also demonstrated it, and we saw it already in our own small Aruban version. The other important concept, and it was Richinel who touched upon it, you can make something available, but it doesn't mean that it's accessible and people use it. So access is not the same as use. So the registers, colonial records in general, were written in Dutch by the Dutch while they were here, and most of the records went back to The Hague. So that means that if you just publish a data set online, it stays a Dutch data set. Just like Cindy said, you can put it into context, but the important thing is that it gets a local context as well. So that's why for this version that we launched today, and we'll share the link with you after our presentation, we added English as an additional language because, well, it's a world language, it's universal, but it's also important within the Dutch kingdom as the language primarily spoken in a big part of the kingdom. We've talked about connecting the dots. For us, it's completing a puzzle. A lot of puzzle pieces, diaspora of documents, the diaspora of people, but for us, it's just working to get with Coleccion Aruba also to make sure everything becomes available in its local context. And for us, for the database, for the Aruban enslaved people, is completing those stories, completing the puzzle that we have before us. So this is Virginia in the current version that we launched today. You saw in the previous slide that we had an unfinished story, but we managed to connect her with the family members through the records, which doesn't tell the complete story. Edric will come back to that, but we can contextualize it. So when connecting the information already between the lines and within the data set of Aruba, as well as connecting it with where the rest of her family history apparently was, in Curaçao, you get that after she was exported, she had a child, and curiously enough, and that happens with a lot of families, and if you click through it, you'll see it also, her daughter received another last name. And if you see also that people connected by blood got 1, 2, 3, well, 5, 6 different last names. It's strange. And just 14 people with maybe 6 different family names. People are family not by intermarriage or by marriage or just through direct blood relations. Your cousin with a different last name. But yeah, it's really interesting. You can learn a lot about your family and about people you know with those last names just by investigating those records. We also worked on a timeline to make it a bit more visible because it's a life story, it's a personal story. Birth, export, that's where the Aruban dataset stops. But you can also see in the next slide that at the age of 19, she had a child, and then emancipation happened in 1863. So there's a lot that happened afterwards. There are in other records. Koen also said that that's a future project to connect them. Edric will also talk a bit more about that, but this is what we already know just by looking at these records. And we also managed to recreate family trees. So for a bit of context, the Aruban slavery records only encompass 24 years, 23 of slavery, but it existed throughout centuries. But it was only by law that it was registered and mandatory to register every transaction since 1840 in Aruba, 1839 in Curaçao. But even within those 23, 24 years, you can construct, in this case 4, but in other cases even 5 generations of family members. This is the largest family tree we have in the Aruba data set. It consists of 50 people with different life stories. And not just, in this database you can find many, many stories, not just one famous Aruban enslaved person, but yeah, you can find your own family member. You can be inspired if you're an artist or a writer. Yeah, the information is there. We made it available. Hopefully it gets used. And with this, I give the floor to my colleague, Edric Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I'm thankful to be here and for the opportunity. My name is Edric Cruz, and I work at the National Archives. And together with Peter and our colleagues at the National Archives, we have meticulously go through the data, as Peter said, on a Sunday, the 2nd of July. We discovered there's a wealth of data, information previously overlooked. It was hidden in plain sight. This information, when studied and visualized, reveals intricate family ties and relationships with our Aruban society, shedding lights on the complexity of former enslaved families. By connecting these dots, we have unearthed new insights and uncovered hidden family connections that were previously unknown. Puzzle pieces, Peter showed already. Well, the database version 2.0 will be instrumental in studying and research. We acknowledge the limitations. The data collected is based on specific time frame, source material, leaving gaps in our narratives of individuals lived in oppression. Further exploration to other archival material, such as those in Curaçao, The Hague, Coro, Venezuela, is necessary to broaden our picture of our ancestors. It's our families. And it's not only Aruban families. It has ties. It goes beyond our borders. So, for example, Peter showed just already a big timeline. I'm showing you our most smallest. It's a timeline, it's a life story, lineage of Balinting Simon. Balinting, a person whose narrative traversed the borders of Aruba and the Dutch kingdom, initially as a mysterious person in our Aruban records. Valentin's story gradually unfolds through diligent research efforts. Through various archival resources and the use of tools like the database and the Transcribers application app, we are able to piece together his journey from slavery to freedom, providing a glimpse into his life. What we know of him in our emancipation register, we have 3 words: his last name, his mother's name, Betsy, and Valentin, 26 years old. For a long time, we didn't know anything about him. He had no descendant, no record of birth, his mother's demise. We don't know anything about her mother, no brother or sister. He couldn't be connected to no Aruban known family. So for a long time, he was left alone, unnoticed. Who was Valentin? Until a couple of months ago, my colleague, Johnny van Eerden, was doing the transcriptions. He found a letter of 1863, in which the governor of Curaçao asked the lieutenant governor of Aruba about Valentine Simon. In the letter, he mentioned he's one of the leaders of the Stasia's slavery revolt of 12th of June, 1848. This piqued our interest. We have a slave revolt leader in our archives, but we don't know anything about it. So through a fast Facebook search, we found an old article of Mr. Walter Hellebrand that he wrote about the station slave revolt. In it, he managed to find five names of enslaved people. And the only story that they know is that they went in exile to Curaçao. The slave revolt in Stasia was quite bloody. 6 freedom fighters were killed, and the leaders exiled. Valentine, Abraham, Oscar, Prince, and Joseph. Our colleague of Stasia probably know their names, but they don't know what happened to them, apart from going to Curacao. I saw a couple of months ago on the Dutch television program about slavery in St. Eustatius, and the show ended that they don't know what happened to these 5 men. Well, we found them. Valentin, he's described in a letter as een knappe jongen of St. Eustatius, a young smart boy from Stasia. He managed the horses at Canachito, and on the 1st of July, Valentine got his freedom. But the story doesn't end there. When he's a free man, he was free to go or to leave. So the next place where we find Valentine is 1870 in a notary deed. Valentine, together with like 50 Arubian workers, went to sign a contract to go to work in Barranquilla, Colombia. Sadly, in 1877, he died on Aruba, so he came back. But what happened to the others? Abraham, Oscar, Prince, and Joseph. Well, we were wondering if Valentine was on Aruba, maybe the other 4 could have been here too. By searching, we found a journal of the Lieutenant Governor of Aruba from 1st of February 1849, where 5 enslaved from Stasia arrived on Aruba to work in the Culturen, to work here in the government plantation. Abraham was quickly sent back to Curacao on the 9th of March, 1849. The Lieutenant Governor described him as a dangerous man. Joseph was sent back to Curacao in 1851 because of repeatedly having shown bad behavior, and was imprisoned on Curacao on cost of Stasia. Prince was sent back to Curacao in 1852 because he had a fight with his fellow exile station, Oscar, on the government plantation Canachito. The fate of Oscar on Aruba is unknown. We don't know yet what happened to him, but we are on the lookout for new leads. The life stories of what happened to Valentine, Abraham, Joseph, Prince, and Oscar after the 1st of July, we don't know. Probably, Colonial Archives in Curacao contains the next puzzle pieces of the history of these men. Their story isn't finished yet. There is surely more to discover. In conclusion, we are really happy with the database version 2. It's a valuable tool for researchers to delve deep in stories of enslaved individuals and their family. It enables us to construct our shared narrative, but we realize that we're not done yet. So I think Sunday I will get a message from Peter. It shows, like Ms. Clara Reyes, is we stories of we Caribbean, from Puerto Rico to Cuba, to Jamaica, to Ceiba. So what we still have to do, and we're gonna do it probably, most probably, connect to geographic locations, other type of archival resources, shipping registers, notary deeds, civil rights, maps, colonial correspondence, police records, and last one, and I think really important, old recordings of former oral histories taking back 50 years ago. We need to reinterpret them, hear them one more time, look for fresh leads in those stuffy tales. I think that digitally we have come far. I'm really proud of the team of Coleccion Aruba and the archive and the bibliothèque and UNOCA. And I hope that next year we will have a lot of more stories to tell about our shared we culture. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks so much, Peter and Edric, for a tremendous presentation and showing actually how when you work together, you collaborate and you make things happen. And often, sometimes you don't even know what the outcome is going to be, but you start taking the first step, amazing things can happen. And even I'm very encouraged also for the future as well, because you guys are seeing, actually, I can hear it in your speech as well, the possibilities of actually even going further and connecting and even working alongside other organizations and other islands and countries as well. So I think that is very commendable. And of course, as I mentioned, as has been mentioned already in the past, that your amazing work actually and your entire team has also really made, in this case, the Aruba situation actually become even more known, in which people actually, through this collection and this registry, that they can actually find and trace back their history. A history that is actually, for a large part, for a large period, has been not recognized sufficiently by some. But I think this has actually brought it to the forefront, and not only that, but also made us embrace or actually recognize our past and not feel shamed about it. So I want to commend you guys for doing that as well. So I think they deserve another round of applause as well. Yes. So at this moment, we're going to continue with some video presentations, some short videos by Brigitte Vecina, the Director of Policy, Open Culture and Glam at Creative Commons, Chelsea Shields, University of California, Irvine, Anna Witzenburg, Stichting Monumentenfonds Aruba and Dutch Caribbean Heritage Platform, Tim de Haan of the National Commission for UNESCO, the Netherlands and the Netherlands Memory of the Royal Committee, Soledad Barca, Director, Biblioteca Nacional de Chile, Andy Stauder, Transcribus, and Reat Koop, or Reed Koop. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but all of these persons will appear in the short video that is going to be presented now.
Hi everybody, my name is Anna Witzenburg and I'm Director of Monumentenfonds Aruba and President of the Dutch Caribbean Heritage Platform. Thank you for inviting me for the Dutch Caribbean Digital Heritage Week. Unfortunately, I can't be with you in person, but thankfully I can present you the Dutch Caribbean Heritage Platform by this video. I would like to take you on a small journey about the past, the present, and the future of the platform, and we'll start. Talking to my colleagues on the other islands, it accumulated in an initiative in 2014 by my colleagues from Curaçao to start the Dutch Caribbean Heritage Platform. And we founded ourselves in June of 2014. And these were only 11 foundations supported by the Ministry of OCW, Nationaal Restauratiefonds, and the public entity of SEMA. we made a very short foundation document, which included the considering. We considered that all our organizations have similar goals and challenges, that every island and organization is different, and that we respect our differences. We need more contact between the organizations and exchange of knowledge and experience, and organizations will continue to work independently next to the platform. And we all agreed to exchange experiences, expertise and information, enhance awareness to residents, visitors and our governments. We decided to be a point of contact for international organizations and to build and maintain a regional and international network. It was quite ambitious, but we managed to do a conference in Aruba in 2015. We had about 20 to 25 attendants here. Then a super large conference in 2017 in Curacao, which hosted not just the Dutch Caribbean, but all of the Caribbean islands. Then COVID came, so we skipped 2 years at our 2-yearly conference. And we had a conference in Bonaire in 2022, which hosted 50 people on site and about 20 to 30 people who followed our conference online. We had a hybrid conference there. We had several online meetings. I think about every 2 months we speak to each other online from the different islands. Twice a year, visits to partners in the Netherlands and several visits between the islands. A few years ago, 5 to be precise, we received a subsidy from the Rijksdienst Cultureel Erfgoed for 5 years. So this will be our last year. And this helped us to organize the last conference, and going to the present, it helps us to organize the conference that will be held next month in May in St. Maarten. We also organized webinars and made a course for experts in heritage cultivation together with the Erfgoed Academie. As I said, we will be having our next conference, our 4th conference, celebrating 10 years of the platform in St. Maarten, Seba and St. Eustatius. There will be soft opening on Sunday, May 5th, and then 4 days of conference from Monday till Thursday. The theme that we chose for this conference is awareness, since awareness is one of the main focal points of the platform that we decided upon 10 years ago. And the cultural heritage that we need to be more aware of are, amongst others, monuments, archaeology, landscapes, and intangible heritage. This will be an open conference with lots of local participation. This means that we tried to make it as easy as possible to attend this conference. If you cannot come in person, you can join us online. And if you are living on one of the islands, all of the plenary sessions are open to the public. The conference in itself will be offered for free, including transportation between the 3 islands. So this conference will be, just as the conference in Bonaire, a hybrid conference. You can be there in person or online, or choose a mix of all of them. On our social media, that is Facebook and LinkedIn, you can find the program to our conference and also the link to pre-register. After pre-registration, you will receive later this month an email from us on which you can indicate whether you will be there in person, online, or a combination of both. And then our future. We have grown. The role of the platform is changing and developing over the last 10 years, and we think it will keep on developing in the coming years. We still have foundations only as members, but we have a lot of toehoorders. Have not found the correct English word for that, but if you know it, please let me know. Our toehoorders consist of, for example, architects, but also government departments, construction companies, private monument owners, and all other people that are interested in preserving our cultural heritage. We are thinking about starting a professional steunpunt. Again, it's a working title. Any suggestions are welcome. of this steunpunt, we would like to address three main topics. The first of that one is data collection. Ask anyone on any one of the islands at this moment how many monuments there are in the Dutch Caribbean. Nobody can tell you exactly. We don't have the data on most of our monuments. Some of the islands have protected monuments, some have non-protected monuments, archaeological monuments. So there's a big difference in the amount of data that we have. Education was always very important and will be very important. The webinars, series of webinars that we developed with the Erfgoed Academy and the University of Curaçao, we would like to expand that the next few years, address some new topics and some topics that we will be having webinars that continue to address them more in depth. And the last main theme for the platform and the steunpunt will be funding. How do you get the funding for your projects? In that specific theme, the cooperation with the Netherlands, the European Netherlands, is really important. And we are proud that we have a very, very tight bond with several organizations in the Netherlands. There are also a long list of sub-themes. I will not tell them all to you. We will be presenting the plans for the future in the conference, but you can think about our slavery past, about the Second World War past, but also sustainability, climate change, and how to involve your volunteers. So these are themes that we get from inquiries that we do. We send out an enquete to all of our members and toehoorders, and this way we are up to date on the sub-themes that could be of importance for the members of the platform. For this development and for our future plan, we have full support of the Dutch government. The plans that we'll be presenting in May will form a part of the letter that will be sent to the Tweede Kamer in June, and we hopefully will get some funding to continue the work of the platform. We also have a lot of cooperation within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, not just with partner organizations, but also with Nationaal Restauratiefonds, the Rijksdienst Cultureel Erfgoed, and several other big organizations. We'll be finalizing our plans in April and presenting it during the conference in May. So I wish you all a very nice conference here in Aruba and hope to see you all in Sint Maarten, whether it's in person or online. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim de Haan, representing the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO. At the Netherlands Commission for UNESCO, I'm working within the so-called information domain on documentary heritage and on the Memory of the World program. And within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, our shared history and heritage is an important part of our past, which can count on increasing interest. We're living in interesting times, where tremendous digital possibilities not only make it easier for us to connect as individuals, but where we also are able to connect our heritage more and more easily and also shared with more and more common digital possibilities. Where in the past year, for example, we added the Bonairean heritage collection of Vohi Kubo, Boy Antoine's Coleccion Aruba, to the Netherlands Memory of the World register, and where we hope and expect that next year, for example, Aruba can also add its collection on the slavery heritage and past to the already existing Memory of the World inscription of Suriname, Curaçao, Sint Maarten and the Netherlands. And from the diversity within our kingdom, I especially want to emphasize the importance and attention for SIDS, for the small island aspects. I'm particularly looking forward on the collaboration, on the exchange of knowledge, and to be able to shake hands with a lot of people physically after a lot of digital communication and exchange over the past year.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Shields and I'm an associate professor of history at the University of California, Irvine in the United States. Very recently, I published a book on the crucial role of the oil refineries on Aruba and Curaçao to the growth of a new global energy system. Now, oftentimes historians of energy focus on the actions of those with power, those people who had wealth or influence or political clout, because those are the sources that we most often have available. But thankfully for me, in the records of the National Library and the National Archive on Aruba, one can see a really vivid picture of the Lago refinery in its heyday, from sources as diverse as police reports to photo albums and citizen complaints. I learned a lot about how ordinary people, from production workers to domestic workers to housewives, helped to turn Aruba into the home of one of the world's largest oil refineries. Now, when I was finishing this book, the COVID-19 pandemic shut down international travel. So having access to the digital collections from the National Library, such as the Lago collection, was absolutely vital for me as I was putting the finishing touches on this book. And in fact, I was so captivated by the digital sources that I found there and the ease of using them that for the last several years, I have actually had undergraduate students in my history methods course here at UCI use these sources from the National Library to get acquainted with working with digital databases and crafting a historical story from primary source research. So using text searchable documents like the Aruba Esso News and using hundreds of just amazing historical photographs, my students have written research papers on topics as diverse and interesting as the 1951 strike at Lago, sports and community formation among migrant workers from the former British West Indies, and gender and domestic service in the Lago colony. So this is often the part of the course that students love the most and remember the most, because they get to discover for themselves how our own history here in the United States is very much related to that of Aruba. So for all of these reasons and more, I'm really happy to see a digital platform that brings together these and other sources.
Dear friends of the Archives Foundation, dear National Archives of Aruba, hello, my name is Andy Stader and I am Managing Director of the READ Cooperative, the makers of Transcribus. And on the occasion of your symposium, I wanted to send you a couple of words thanking you for the amazing work that you're doing and for working together with us. As you know, we are a cooperative, and as a foundation and as a public institution, I think you know how important it is to collaborate and to foster a thriving community. And I'm really happy at the fact that you joined our community and are working with Transcribus to unlock your history and to join our mission of unlocking the collective history of humanity. So I wanted to say thank you very much, all the way from Austria, and I hope you have a wonderful event. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Brigitte Vista, and I'm the Director of Policy and Open Culture at Creative Commons. We're a not-for-profit organization stewarding the widely used Creative Commons license suite for open content. We provide the social, legal, and technical infrastructure to enable worldwide access to knowledge and culture and to power open sharing on platforms such as Wikipedia. By open, we mean that content is available for free and with few or no copyright restrictions on access and use by anyone for any purpose. I run the Open Culture program, which aims to promote better sharing of cultural heritage, that is, broad open access and reuse done ethically, equitably, respectfully, and responsibly, taking into account not only the copyright status of a cultural heritage item, but also any other norms that might govern it, as well as the context in which it forms part of any given collection today. Now, many people can benefit from open culture in a variety of ways and for a variety of purposes, because by removing any distance between people and heritage, open access can give rise to a multitude of connections with, about, or through cultural heritage. Openly shared cultural heritage is easier to find, it reaches broader and more diverse audiences, it can be preserved and safeguarded in digital form, and it can be used and reused with more legal certainty. And in turn, open cultural heritage leads to more resilient and relevant collection holders, more vibrant research and more participatory education, more dynamic cultural creativity, and more just democratic, diverse, free, and equitable societies. Unfortunately, reality on the ground paints a different picture. Oftentimes, scholars cannot freely reuse heritage for research purposes, or artists cannot remix heritage into new creations, and the general public cannot learn about the past to make sense of the present and shape the future, a reality that is hard to accept since, according to UNESCO, a world without culture is a world without a future. That's why Creative Commons works to promote enhanced sharing of cultural heritage in the public interest. We work to ensure that the legal framework is conducive to the activities of cultural heritage institutions and their communities of users. We provide and we maintain the critical infrastructure for sharing, especially our public domain tools, which are widely used in the GLAM sector to communicate the public domain status of much heritage. We also offer capacity building activities to build skills and impart knowledge on what it really means to open up a cultural heritage collection. And we support our community by facilitating connections, offering a platform for conversations, and by providing funding for local projects. In terms of policy work, we lead the TAREC initiative, where TAREC stands for Towards a Recommendation on Open Culture, which is a global campaign to promote open solutions to enable everyone to reconnect with culture in the digital environment. Our ultimate goal is to empower UNESCO member state policymakers to promote open access and reuse of culture to drive sustainable economic, social, environmental, and cultural development. Such an instrument would recognize the importance of global open sharing of culture as a means to activate and support wider cultural and information policy ambitions. For TAREC and most of our work, doing it alone is out of the question. That's why we aim to foster collaboration and create coalitions to join forces and amplify our message. We want to build networks to empower open culture volunteers and enthusiasts and stimulate collaboration among like-minded individuals, communities, institutions, organizations, the private sector, and governments. One of CC's core values is global inclusivity. We know that the open movement is made up of a multitude of diverse communities, and we strive to play our part in accessible, open-minded, collaborative, and inclusive ways. Our licenses are currently available in 46 languages, and in the Open Culture program, we want to support low-capacity, non-Western institutions and institutions representing marginalized, underrepresented communities from various regions, including from small island nations, in order to help create a more global, inclusive, and equitable picture and understanding of open culture, highlighting the needs and the expectations of a variety of communities and institutions from diverse regions and backgrounds.
I would like to thank Peter Scholling for inviting me to share our experience of the 20 years of Memoria Chilena website. And it's an overview of as well of the digital strategy of the National Library's heritage collections. This is our building, that it's going to be 100 years next year. And our mission is to collect, preserve, and disseminate the various bibliographic materials printed and other media, and to make it accessible to the public. 2013, we presented the National Digital Library that again recreates the structure of the actual library, that you can walk around in a digital form to search within our collections. This is some examples, and I want to highlight here that we have the legacy of Gabriela Mistral, which we celebrate her birthday on April 7th. So we're celebrating Gabriela Mistral, our poet and Nobel Prize, very important woman for Chilean. These are different formats. We have audiovisual materials, we have sound records, etc., specific and thematic ways of looking at the information. And one of the later developments was the Chilean Web Archive. And our challenges and projects are more focus on collaboration, use of new tools, integrate more territorial aspects of our and services, do more research, training, non-stop, and of course the digital preservation, which is always a very important area for us. So with this quick review, I will thank you all for listening, and I hope you have a great symposium. Bye-bye.
Okay, it was great actually through the use of technology that we were still able to hear from diverse people around the world on the projects that they're involved in and how it's all connected to our islands as well. Okay, at this moment, we have one item left on the program, and that is a panel discussion. If the organization can help me with the chairs and bring them on stage as we invite Mr. Edric Cruz, Sir Remy Richardson, Richinel Ansano, and Cindy Zalm to come forward. You'll have a microphone as well. Okay, so if everyone is ready, we received a few questions, a few remarks from those in the audience. So I'll try to summarize them and to be able to give everyone an opportunity to share with you or to elaborate on some of the points that have been brought forward previously. So here's a question, and this member of the audience specifically geared it towards the different presenters. So this one is for Cindy Zal. Please elaborate on how you get the info to add to the data hub. Can institutions apply?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood correctly. Does this person want to know how the data comes into Data Hub, or how you can contribute to information being part of a community?
Please elaborate on how you get the info to add to the data. So that is okay. And secondly, and if institutions may apply, but you can answer both.
Yes. Because we wanted to create transparency, we felt that we couldn't lock all the information behind a logging system. But if you want to contribute data, you need to create an account. And that account uses Google or Facebook or anything to verify. You can create your own community. So it doesn't necessarily mean a community as in people from Aruba. You can choose the members of your own community, and people can apply to be part of your community as well. And what you can do in this within the community is, because you have this login, you can contribute information on any of the levels of information that are being supplied by the data suppliers. And we use the technology of nano publications, which means that you have control of whatever you publish, and it's being presented at the same level as the original information that has been contributed by the Heritage Institute. Because as a data hub, we don't own the data, not the data being presented by the Heritage Institute and also not the data contributed by the communities. It's just a platform where it's being displayed. But we do provide a facility where, as a Heritage Institute, contributing your data, you can also download all the remarks that have been posted on your objects. And then it's up to you as a Heritage Institute to decide what you're going to do with it. Are you going to feed it back into your own database, changing the information around this object forever? Or do you want to research them or share them in any other way? That's just up to you. So that's not for the consortium to decide. That's a bit a lengthy answer, and I hope it answered the question.
Okay. And the second question was, can institutions apply? Or is that also included in the
Yes, any institute that preserves heritage from a colonial context can be enrolled into the data hub. There is also funding to do so. So we're currently selecting the collections in the Netherlands that contain the most important objects to provide this transparency, and we're trying to connect them one by one, and that's a process that will take another 1.5 years. So the database will get richer over time.
Okay. That sounds very good. Okay, the second question is for, it says, Remy. How do you trace where a collection is being held? And is this an active strategy or just luck?
Interesting question. It is actually an active strategy. St. Eustatius is also known for its history. So what we started is basically archaeological reports. So we have archaeological reports starting from 1923 on St. Eustatius to present. And we start with the reports that were written, and then we start to look up the publications of the archaeologists. And then based on that, we go through something that we call the dark days of archaeology on Statia. So that means reports also coincided with the removal of artifacts from the island. And that is how we start to trace down where artifacts actually are, and then the correspondence between universities where they ended up. One example that we use is also newspaper publications from the Amigo. To give you an example, a few years ago, they were excavating, doing research on the Jewish synagogue on St. Eustatius, and they found a couple of silver bowls and plates in the wall. They thought it was actually an archaeological find, but it was actually a tool used for the blessing of the synagogue that the Jews practiced at the time. So it was removed, it was placed in the Amigo newspaper, but there were no archaeological reports, but the newspaper article still could be found on the Amigo archives. So we used that article to trace the archaeologists, to trace their whereabouts, where they ended up to, and then from there we find ourselves in museums and universities and private collections all over. So it's kind of a FBI, CSI file on heritage that we actually do.
So there's no luck involved?
Sometimes it's luck as well that you actually find something that still exists somewhere in a private collection.
Okay, and one of the things that I also found interesting is that there were like these artifacts were found in these places all over the world. So I'm just curious, did you yourself go and visit the places to collect them?
Yes, I have. Quite recently as well, I was in South Africa where I visited the Stellenbosch University as well, where they had quite a few artifacts from St. Eustatius that also had a dubious kind of provenance on the background. Basically, they had no idea how they ended up there. And you have all of these 18th century glasswares and plates labeled St. Eustatius that are actually made in the late 1780s to early 1800s. They were brought there probably from someone that lived in the city of Stellenbosch, and that's all that we know. And oftentimes, one example like I gave with the Maritime Museum in Hong Kong, where you have also mistaken identity of St. Eustatius for the Indonesian island Banda, and when people find out that it's no longer part of their collective heritage, then they also willingly offer us these artifacts as well.
Okay. Wow. Very interesting. So I'm just wondering, I'm just curious to, maybe this is for Edric and Peter. Are there also Aruban artifacts in similar situations as in the case of stations of maybe Curacao and Saint Martin? Or is this the particular station situation?
No, I think it applies to every island in every country. The other thing is, things don't always remain in the place that they were brought to first. So that means that if things were sent to the Netherlands and then traded between museums in Europe, you have to connect a lot more dots even to find out everything. So the Dutch initiative is, well, the first in its kind. I think the king of the country of the Netherlands is really on the forefront of opening up. But still, the things from Indonesia and from Sri Lanka that were brought back are now or will be in the respective countries of origin. It's a process that takes quite a long time. So that means that the Netherlands is doing it right now, but we also hope that the other countries will also do it. I think that will be part of the research paper that Remy was talking about. It's with one of our colleagues from Aruba. I'm not a museum expert, so I'll leave it to that, but I think it applies universally.
All right. So this question is for Rishinal. What are the conditions to consider ensuring sharing heritage beyond colonial boxes and have inspiring dialogues regarding heritage appropriation? Let me just repeat the question again. So I would say, what are the conditions that we have to take into account to make sure that ensuring sharing heritage beyond colonial boxes, so that which you presented, so that we traverse those spaces and not only within the colonial box?
Well, I think to start with, there were examples of how to decolonize the knowledge that are being done already within the kingdom. I mean, like, for example, presenting the same materials here in the local context, in Papiamento and English instead of just in Dutch, that makes them available in a different way for locals and for other people in the world. And similarly, starting again with the materials from within the kingdom and then expanding to Venezuela, to Coro, is one example. And what Rame has been talking about going all over the world, is another way. One of the things that I found particularly powerful is South-South collaborations. Because, again, because of the nature of colonialism, it was mostly the kind of colonialism that we're talking about and that we've been involved with is North-South. So now there are collaborations, for example, between Curacao, and these are individual connections, Curacao, Ghana, South Africa, in terms of, again, understanding how these flows have happened. The same thing, Coro has an amazing archival collection that pertains to Curacao specifically, but also to Aruba and Bonaire. Falcon, in general, also has materials on the islands. And part of the important thing is, again, collaborating consciously. In Curacao, for example, part of the reason to connect with Coro is that there were at least 500 documented people who were refugees from enslavement in Curacao. And then usually when we think about those, we think about people who fled in a few boats and then kind of disappeared. But a lot of these are documented in very specific ways, because in Coro there were people who would pick these people up, take them to court so they can be declared free, give them plots of land, and enlist them in the militia. And this, I mean, there are trails and trails and trails that can be documented. Also, we need sometimes to just break our own schemes. For example, in Coro, in Maracaibo, there was a woman, Juana Isabel Curaçao. When she died, she had a plantation with 1,000 cacao trees and was exporting cacao to Europe. And she had fled, her aunt had fled Curaçao as an enslaved woman. And again, there are documents that trace all of that, and she's part of the business elite of Maracaibo. And when we think about slavery, usually we think of the enslaved staying in that status, or they become free, but then we kind of lose track of them. And there are many documented cases of changing statuses. So one of the things that becomes very important is the kind of work that's being done here, where you link data. And linking the data shows you both the trajectories, but also it gives you a different picture. You start telling a different narrative, and part of, I think, what becomes important in preserving these decolonial ties is to see the narrative that emerges from the data, and to let that guide you in telling the narratives. And when that guides you in telling the narratives, it also guides you to looking for data in a different way.
All right, thank you. And this next question is for Edric and Peter. So which information do you have on the duality of enslaved people with 4 names, multiple names, who might have other names on other islands or parts of the world?
Well, that's a good question, thank you. The last name question on Aruba was still until recently quite, you were part of a certain name and you are part of it. And what the register has shown is that, for instance, Carolina Fabus, I know them from the, she had 5 children, and each child had another last name: Fabus, Dubero, Flem, and Berg. And one of them, Agapito Dubero, used sometimes Dubero, then Flem, then Fabus. So his children has different names too. So I don't know if they put a really firm grip on the name, or they didn't use it strategically. What we have seen is that last names change by marriage, but when enslaved or a freed person got a better place in the society, they changed their name. And one of them is named Dirks. Many people, many Dirks, people with the last name Dirks, they are, if you follow the lines, they are Wernet. So if you do genealogical research and don't take that into account, you will end up in a whole different family tree. And until recently, the slavery discussion on Aruba was, well, it wasn't nobody talks about it. If you talk about it, you get to hear let it rest. It will only bring bad things. And the enslavement, it was Malt, such a bad name to use. So as an island, as Aruba, we're now discovering our past, our slavery past. It's a process.
So I think what seems also to be very important, I think, is I saw it in the different presentations as well. Context matters. And that's what Rishi now was speaking of as well, and the other presentations as well. Context does matter. Ms. Zaum said that as well, because if you just take, for example, a name can only represent one thing, but there's a lot more. So the context is also very important. So there's not just only the presentation of information or presentation of pictures of photographs, etc., but also the context around it. I think so. That means that there needs to be more collaboration, not only with people working in the fields of historians or people working or museologists in the fields of and archival work, but also with other researchers as well and other folks in the community from all from different perspectives. Christina wanted to say something, yeah.
And I think there is a need for letting the data guide us. For example, I keep hearing constantly historians insisting that the enslaved didn't have family names before 1863, which is not true. I mean, there are so many cases of people who had at least double names. And one of the curious things with that is that a lot of those double names in Curacao are Spanish-sounding names in a Dutch colony. And then when you look back, one of the things that is probable is that these are Congolese names, and that these people already came with these Congolese names to Curacao because they were, first of all, they were people who carried 3 names in the Congo, and they were Christianized way before Columbus came around here. So you find a lot of Domingos, Antonios, that came straight from the Congo. And so having this information gives you a totally different way of looking at the materials, both in terms of provenance of these people, but also in terms of potential titles that they have, because some of the Antonios probably were part of a religious movement of St. Anthony in the Congo. So the little material that we have will give us so much information if we forget some of the interpretive schemes that we have been using in the past.
All right, thank you. So this question is for Cindy. How can you represent cultural heritage, this archaeological sites, archaeological objects, in a digital manner? So technically, this might be easy, but what context would be needed to be given to users to understand them and what these objects represent? So I think we're thinking on these physical artifacts, and how can we, I would say maybe in your context, how can they be represented in digital form, and how do we, as we were talking about, make sure that context is also given to that what is that which is archived and digitized?
I wish I had the answer to that question, because that means that a dream came true, probably. When we started working on this, we realized that so much context is already gone. And the only perspective that we have to offer is the metadata in our systems. And those systems are based on colonial views of the world, because lots of science being practiced in Europe is based on colonial worldviews. So the way we categorize those objects, the bits of information that we found important, that is what we can submit within this data hub. And it's only an open invitation to share other knowledge, other perspectives to the same objects. And I hope that people do respond to it, because that makes the image much more clear and complete. But in the end, the goal of this data hub is to create some transparency of what is being kept in the Netherlands. And that means that it's also a research tool to discover this bit of heritage that's been kept in the Netherlands and maybe ask for restitution of parts of it. So maybe it's not only the context or the perspective that changed, but also the title of ownership. I don't know. You have to see and find out.
All right. So the next question is for Remy. So there were several questions regarding the, let's say, the best practice, good practice of the case of St. Eustatius. So if you were able to give us advice, how can we increase, let's say, collaboration? Of course, this is an attempt to do so. Increase collaboration between the different islands and beyond. And yeah.
I think it starts with acceptance, and it has also to do with, I think, a shared mentality. Also, like what my colleague just said when he mentioned about the denial of slavery for a while in Aruba. I think we have come out of a colonial system ourselves, being bunched together as 6 islands, being all the same. And I think we've played on that for so long that we have really lost the disconnect that we really are in the same sea. And we really need to find that reconnect to understand that, first of all, we all went through the same colonial system. We all had to deal with the Spanish, the French, and the British, and the Dutch. And that we also have to accept the fact that slavery happened simultaneously on all of the islands. And I think it starts with holding up that mirror in accepting the fact that, hey, this is our shared history, and going to the extent of the word shared. It happened to all of us all at the same time. It may have developed differently on Curacao, but to show you how historically things always coincide, the same gentleman that marked May, the execution of Tula, his grandson would only meet a few decades later another revolt on St. Eustatius. That goes to show you the extent of how all of our histories are entwined. And I think we need to accept that. And I think by accepting that, it forms collaboration and dialogue. And that dialogue also allows us to willingly to work together. And if I look at what, for example, Aruba is doing with the National Archive here on Aruba, I think it's also commendable, but it's also, like I said with one of your colleagues earlier today when I arrived, we are often pushed towards the direction of the Netherlands, especially as St. Eustatius being a public entity. But I think we should really explore working with the islands and mending those relationships from the scars of the past.
Do you think, I think it's an obvious question, but do you think that, let's say, our political histories have influenced actually the way we interact with each other?
Definitely 100%. I often say I've realized that, especially my generation that we are in now, have the willingness to work together more than those before us. You know, we do not have to grandstand and say, hey, I'm station, because like you said, you and I are probably family. We just don't know it yet. And hopefully the archive can clean that one out.
Who knows?
But, you know, the islands are intertwined, and I think we need to just put the differences aside, because if you look around other communities, other parts of the world, there is really strength in numbers. And it's something that we really need to explore and just, you know, put those ika, you know, as they say, you know, aside, and really just work together, because by doing that, we also will just reach farther.
All right, thank you. I just have one last question. It's a question regarding how to get more young people actually involved in this area. And one of the questions of the audience was if the role of virtual reality, what role does that play in achieving some of these goals?
Well, before I answer that question, I'll also go back to what we are doing on St. Eustatius when it comes to heritage and digitalization. What we did is we kind of firstly took all of the trends that were out there and kind of see how we can educationally put that into a heritage context. So to get children on board, many of you may be familiar with TikTok. One of the things that we do, for example, is I work in heritage. Of course I understand material culture. I think you all know that trend that you see where someone says, I do this, of course. So we use a lot of these trends to kind of get children and get the younger generation involved, bring it down to their level, because you cannot use academics to justify everything, and you cannot have an academic approach on every situation you meet. So what we do is we look for modern ways to actually get children involved. How can you turn heritage into video games? No one plays physical board games anymore, but how can you do that virtually? And another thing with the virtual reality is you realize with the virtual reality, that is something that sparked everyone's attention, both young and old, because the old no longer have to climb stairs, go out to physically exhaust themselves to feel a part of the community. And the young ones who are always on the devices, so you kind of connect the two people in the same room. So instead of having everyone, sitting around in a circle on their phone, how do you use that same context in an educational purpose? Give everyone a virtual reality grill, have them all experience the same thing in the same space. After that, you can really discuss it, amongst each other. And we've seen on Seisha that it actually, like I said, worked more in our advantage than trying to get people out in the community to talk about slavery. So when we use all of these modern mediums, and I must say it's also a blessing and a curse. We also have to look at it that way. But for now, we kind of reap the benefits of the blessings of using this to the maximal advantage that we can in today's society.
All right, on that note, Rishinel wanted to say this one last point, and then we can head towards the closing of this beautiful day.
And I think we need to also think of simplicity, because one of the things that Remy mentions, and what he mentions, is bringing communities together. And I remember one time when we had at NAM an evening where we had a PowerPoint with pictures, old pictures of Willemstad. And then we had elders, and we had in-between generation and young generation. And they're sitting there and exchanging knowledge and exchanging information and realizing, oh, so that person who did that thing is the grandmother of my friend. Yeah. And the connections that were made there were not connections that any of us who were doing the research or setting up exhibits could do, but the community carries that information. And there are very simple ways of having that information become knowledge and become shared knowledge, which is, let's come together. And we don't even need a PowerPoint. We need people sitting in a circle talking to each other. So I think the technology is amazing. I've seen, for example, with 30 Mei, NAM did an exhibit and used virtual reality going into the neighborhoods. So, and that was amazing. But we can do the same thing by sitting and talking.
All right. Thank you, Rishinel, and thank you to the entire panel. I think we could give them a round of applause. Yes, for sharing with us and especially giving us some ideas, I think. Food for thought for us to be able to continue. All right. At this moment, I would like to, before we close off the transmission, specifically share a word of thanks, enormous gratitude for our Planta Nacional, Tele Aruba. I think that deserves a round of applause as well, for transmitting the entire symposium today. I think they were there from the beginning and live streaming it, and this is also one of the important aspects also of information sharing, having that accessibility and also being able to go back and view that information. So it's extremely important, so we want to thank you for that. Prior to closing off the day, I want to call forward Adiela to give some important information that all the guests need to know, the participants need to know in that process. And of course, this person has also been and helping me and backing me up in the entire process. So I think she also deserves a warm applause. for her tremendous work. So she was on top of it from the beginning, and I want to commend you. So go ahead.
Thank you, Gregory. Thank you for hosting our symposium today. Thank you so much. A couple of things I just want to touch on before you guys all leave for the hotel. For our guests staying at Hyatt Place Hotel, tonight the transportation will leave at 7 o'clock to Fort Saltmont. So if you guys haven't RSVP'd yet for tonight's event, please do so. There are two other events this week, which is tomorrow night, which is hosted by the Minister of Finance and Culture. And on Friday, another event hosted by UNOCA. So if you could please RSVP, we would really appreciate that. Tonight's event at Fort Saltmont is a viewing of short stories of the family equity. The transportation will leave 7 o'clock from the hotel, and they will pick you up at 9:15 again to take you back to the hotel. I will also put this in the WhatsApp for you guys. Aside from that, tomorrow morning's day 2 informational session will be at Hyatt Place Hotel in the Aricock Saloon on the 2nd floor. I will also send this in the WhatsApp just as a reminder. We will start at 8:30, so if you guys could be at 8:15 in the lobby, that would be great. Other than that, we would like to do a big group photo if possible. So if you guys can all come to the front on the podium so we can make a great big groups photo with everyone. No, besides, get out of the namin. Don't go far. Some can stand, some can sit. We have enough space for everyone. No, me queda aqui no lobby de Aricock, su salud. No, ya. Pero me te poner en chat también. Maar hoe zit dat boven? Ja.
Oh, de snoer, ja.
Ja, de snoer kan helemaal vast.
Oké.
Waar je mag op maandag. Ik kan een wire.
Oh.
Ja. Oké, hoor.
continúen con la buena programación que tenemos en Telearuba. Nos volvemos a ver en una próxima emisión. Y yo soy Alejandra Forero, presentadora de Primera Plana, y quiero invitarlos para que ustedes nos sigan en las redes sociales de